Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're going to be talking about obsessive Star Wars fans. Let's give a slight montage to get you in the mood. I'm going to do some force to do it. Star Wars is one of the biggest franchises on the planet, with multiple movies and TV shows bringing in billions of dollars every year. There's hardly anyone on planet Earth who hasn't seen or at least heard of it in some kind of capacity. It's bigger than Jesus. It has to be. It has to be bigger than God. As with anything this popular, there are millions of die-hard fans who revolve their entire lives around it. Obsessive, die-hard fandoms like this are very few and far between at this level, right? What's a comparable one? Harry Potter? Maybe?
Yeah, Harry Potter.
But Harry Potter it's nowhere near as big as
Dune fans.
Dune? Now, most franchises have small sections of devoted fans, but there's something different about the compulsive and erratic behaviors of Star Wars lovers that outdoes every other franchise. Many not only love watching the movies, but want to live in them, even if it means shelling out thousands of dollars to do so. And this obsession can range from hoarding expensive memorabilia to wanting to get married to fictional characters. You see where we're going with this video? For a lot of fans, the line between reality and fiction is heavily blurred. So, today, we're gonna look at the most extreme Star Wars fans to see how insane it can truly get. Let's ride. You know that your obsession with a piece of media has gone too far when you decide to force it on your children by naming them after fictional characters. That's a big no-no. Because there's also, in the world, there's usually a lexicon of like, all right, this name is kind of off limits now. Hitler, Jesus, we got Jesus, but there's a thing over it, so now it's that. You have got to assume Osama.
You can't name someone like fuckhead or like a slur. Like if you named your child the N-word.
Yeah, but that probably wasn't. Okay. I'm talking about people. It's okay. But also, you don't want to name your kid fucking Obi-Wan.
Maybe I do. That's a sick name.
You think so?
Yeah.
Obi-Wan, and he works in a cheese factory in the Midwest.
I'm gonna name my daughter Khaleesi.
Khaleesi. Who was the bald-headed chick in the cartoon show that had the double lightsabers? Remember that in the Clone Wars cartoon? She was cool. That's what I'm gonna name my son.
Your son.
Because I don't give a fuck. A 14-year-old boy took to the internet to rant about how his Star Wars obsessed parents caused him to be mercilessly bullied at school for naming him Anakin Skywalker, which is just cruel. The full thing?
Yeah.
Skywalker included? Goddamn. Ready for first grade you are. See, that kid, that's prime for picking too. Fucking hitting that kid in the face. Dude, use the force to tell me to stop. I don't even like the movies that much. You would have to resent the movies. You'd have to fucking hate them.
You'd have to hate your parents too.
Do you think he became a Trekkie just to piss him off?
I think he hates all sci-fi.
I like to think that he's like a diehard Star Trek fan. He's just like, I'd like to call myself Kirk, actually. They're like, no! Instead of having him take his family's surname, they replaced it entirely to reference their favorite franchise. He's not even a part of the family.
I was gonna say
I'm Todd Johnson, this is Lisa Johnson, and this is Anakin Skywalker. Oh, that is psychological damage, is it not? Good Lord. He recalls being forced to watch it with them growing up, admitting that he always thought that they were boring. Anakin joined the school's football team and was constantly the butt of jokes, often being told to use the force by his teammates. That'd piss me off. At what age can you legally change your name? Like 18?
18, yeah.
At age 18, I would change my name to my dad.
There you
That
go.
could be taken in a different way now. All right, hold on. That off the cuff, we didn't hear that. His own coach wouldn't come to his aid either, urging him not to go all dark side with them.
I would kill myself.
I would actually, that would be the way that I get back at my parents. I'd kill myself. I would lay down in their bed, I'd put a fucking gun up to my chin, I'd blow my brains out in their bed.
And then my note would just say, "May the force be with you." Always.
How are we gonna stop the Sith now? He would tell his parents about the way he was being treated, but they insisted that they were just jealous of his unique name. Dude, they're just jealous. Your name's fucking Anakin Skywalker, man.
I'd be pissed because be like, how unoriginal are you?
Not even how unoriginal, but also you have to live up to that name too.
You have to be the savior.
So if you're like a guy and you're like a C average student, you think Anakin Skywalker's a fucking C average student, you know? Kind of morbidly obese, has like little boy titties, whatever, sitting there and he's just like, I don't feel bad. It's an eating disorder. This is turning a pretty very dark. Poor Anakin. Do you know what probably fucking happens? He goes insane and he puts fucking googly eyes on his like lampshade. I love you, C-3PO. I love you, C-3PO. Talk to me.
R2.
All right, yeah, it's in the fucking trash cans, R2. Beep, boop. Boop, 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 boop.
He's cutting off the heads of his dolls.
His dad's just like, He's cutting out the head of dolls and he's like skinning every cat. All right, he skinned the last cat. Okay, that's the 4th cat this month. I think the Jedi have something against cats.
I'm just getting rid of the womp rats, Dad.
That's that though, because the dad would just be like, "That's awesome." That is so cool. Kid has a Honda Civic. He fucking paints it yellow and puts 2 trash cans on the side of it to look like that
Speeder, yeah.
or whatever, to look like that spaceship in the first movie. He's just like, "Have a good day at school, son." He like purposely like runs over a dog. My dad! Look, I got another womp rat! Dad's like, "You did, son. You did." Hey, just wanted to take a quick second to thank our favorite sponsor that we do on this channel, Gamersubs, and give them a shout out because we have the best flavor they've ever put out. Are you low on energy? Do you like tasty beverages? Then consider getting raw meat right now. If we get enough of these bad boys in your hands, we get to put them in cans and put them in stores, making it easier, colder, crispier, more tasty for you to consume, and oh baby, is it good. Also, does your dick get hard over anime girls? I got shakers for that. Hey, shake the shaker like you do your cock and let it explode in your mouth. The flavor's awesome. Which one am I talking about? You decide. Thank you, Gamersubs, for sponsoring this channel, and be sure to use this promo code, and be sure to tell them I sent you, and support Gamersubs because they fucking rule, and they support this channel more than fucking anyone. Thank you. Back to the video. Some adults change their name willingly, but it can lead to unforeseen issues.
Laura Matthews
Officially added Skywalker as her middle name, thinking it'd be a silly way to honor her love for the character. This ended up biting her in the ass when her passport application was denied for including a trademark name. The whole debacle resulted in her missing her entire trip to Amsterdam. Get absolutely fucking owned, bitch. Are you kidding me? What a slam dunk. What if the guy's actually just like, "This is cringe and gay. We'll not allow you in this country." Is that the Amsterdam accent? You want to smoke weed and go to red light district to get your pussy wet? Not this time, girl. Not with Star Wars name like that, because he's gay and cringe. Denied.
It's almost a Russian accent, but
Yeah, it works. Amsterdam, that kind of something. Whatever. We're close to it, right? On the globe? Come on.
yeah.
There are countless cases of people changing their names to Star Wars characters. One superfan, Luke Skywalker, formerly Luke K, from England, has amassed an insane Star Wars collection throughout his life. His memorabilia ranged from his life-size replicas to rare, limited edition products worth upwards of £1 million. Sadly, he had to sell off a warehouse of products after losing his job, as well as needing to replace his van after it blew up. They're like, it's gonna cost $17,000 to replace this. He's like, "Chewie, we shouldn't have sent it to Lightspeed." You hit a pedestrian girl on the sidewalk. You're going to prison.
Uh-oh. What is it? Punch it? What was it?
Punch it, Chewie. You think he hired like a 7-foot-tall mongoloid man? Punch it, Chewie. Oh, he doesn't do the thing right. He just starts dead spraying down the road.
That'd be horrifying.
That would be, God, that man would get gunned down immediately. What is that monster? These collections can be quite impressive, taking an entire lifetime to build up. Some fans grow attached to the Star Wars Funko Pops and make it their goal to collect every single one available. It's a smart goal to have. Every Star Wars Funko. All mine.
Good thing they're going out of business. Gotta buy them
A
up.
good thing? Really, Nick?
Oh, sorry.
That's someone's life you're talking about. Vintage figures from the 80s and 90s are currently listed on eBay for staggering prices. A complete set, for example, is set at around $27,000. Not everyone had to resort to selling off their collection. People like Steve Sansweet have created entire museums from collections that are open to the public. Rancho Obi-Wan sells out tours to people who want to look through a world record holding collection that took over 40 years to put together. Sadly, Steve faced a devastating loss in 2017 when more than 100 rare items worth over $200,000 were stolen by a collector and friend named Carl Edward Cunningham, who turned himself in and was released on a $25,000 bond. I will say, I like collecting stuff like that. If you have that much stuff that you make like a little museum and you get to like, granted he's selling tickets, but still, I think that's kind of cool. You make a little room, because it's a I mean, to be fair, I'm not the biggest Star Wars fan or whatever, but it's fucking insane. Like, the guy has obviously put his heart and soul into this thing. Why do you think I feel positive towards that, but then I hear about the guy named Luke Skywalker and a 7-foot-tall, I don't know, Chinese friend who's doing the Chewbacca accent? Why do I not have sympathy for him? Why is that? Why do you think that is?
I don't know, because he also had $1 million worth of product. Supposedly. Who's grading the $1 million?
Well, you know, actually, it probably is like literally graded and stuff, which also, even the Luke Skywalker guy, it's not that he's doing anything wrong. I think that when I hear this and a guy is just like, I want to share it with other people,
Oh, yeah.
maybe makes it feel more
It's a public exhibit.
where you're just like, oh, that's fun. You get to go and you get to like see things you would never, versus I feel like a lot of the times when you hear about collections, figurines and it feels so is that it's a guy just being like, mine,
Hoarding dragon.
mine, it's all mine. Look at it. So I don't know.
He's Jabba the Hutt.
Which I just want to say, disclaimer in the middle of the video. Should have put this at the beginning. You can like whatever the fuck you want to like, all right? This is us just palling around. We're goofing around. The amount of shit that I collect, not pointing the finger, I understand. I get it as a collector too, all right? Anyways, of course, as you'd expect, not all Star Wars collectors respond well to having their collections threatened. Because why would you? Why would you like that? I'm gonna steal that. Okay.
Go right ahead.
Actually, you know what? Go ahead. Chewie, let him in. I wish I knew more. I don't really know a lot of Star Wars references. I'm trying to like pull some out and I'm like, Han Solo. Ricky LaDouche.
Latouche.
Oh, yeah, let's keep it douche. Ricky LaDouche, a 30-year-old collector, was in an argument with his wife, Porn Pillai. Ricky LaDouche is married to a woman named Porn Pillai. I might be saying this wrong, sorry. Srissery. Porn Pillai Srissery. Am I casting black magic? I don't know. Is this what the Sith is? Is Palpatine up to this? Anyways, that led to her lash out by smashing his Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader figurines. That seems excessive. What are we doing? Fortnite, what are you doing? Leave little Ricky LaDouche alone. She also had threatened to leave him and go back to Thailand. Oh, buddy. I know what he did one summer. I gotta hop over. In response, Ricky suffocated her to death.
Oh my god.
God, okay. All right, whoa, okay. Okay. All right. I did not see that coming. Holy shit. We are done joking around. Oh my God. In response, Ricky suffocated her to death and was ordered to serve at least 12 years in prison.
Did a little force choke on her.
What if he thought, but see, that's the thing. What if there's a mental illness guy where he's doing this? In his mind, he's like this. But he's actually...
I mean, I still think if you're in your mind, you're choking someone with the force. So either way.
Oh man, that curveball. I did not. Wow. Let her go back to Thailand.
Yeah. Well, can't let her.
Why?
She broke his shit.
Oh, so do you think that he killed her because she broke the figurines?
You've never had like your sibling break something you loved and you just wanted to force choke him?
You killed one of your siblings?
I remember one time, I was actually just talking to my brother about this. He turned off my computer playing World of Warcraft. So then I turned his computer off and he was working on a project. So then he grabbed my laptop and smashed it on the ground. So then I grabbed his video camera and smashed it on the ground.
And your dad came in? Oh, I can't wait to replace all this. You kids are awesome. I'm gonna go hang myself in the garage.
The sad thing was it was my camera as well. So I just all my shit was
that
broken.
is sad, huh? Now you want to actually know the most tragic part of that story? And seriously try to contain your tears? It was my camera. Aww. It's no secret that cosplay is a big part of the Star Wars fandom. People get extremely elaborate with the cosplay, with some going viral for their creativity. It is really cool. I have a lot of respect for like people that know how to fabricate cosplay stuff. It's actually fucking super impressive. My favorite ones are the guys who do like the giant Warhammer suits and they walk around.
Oh, yeah.
Those are sick.
You think someone's done General Grievous, like his 6
Oh,
arms?
they had to. He's such a popular character. You'd have to say I think like every character in Star Wars has been cosplayed a billion times, I would assume. But Grievous, I bet you there's some sick ones out there.
Yeah.
What people can do with just like styrofoam and just knowing how to like paint things to look distressed and stuff, it's incredible. Really cool. Others dress up their dogs and even their horses in custom-made outfits, like prop maker Michael Corey from Indiana, who spent 700 hours crafting an AT-AT suit for his Clydesdale horse, and it's fucking awesome.
Yeah, look at that.
That is sick. On a Clydesdale too. That's huge. That is so sick. I would be hard pressed to not like set up some mini figurines and do like a photo shoot. How sick is that? There are even OnlyFans models who do we have links? There are even OnlyFans models who specifically cater to Star Wars fans by taking steamy pics in stormtrooper helmets and other related apparel. One model, who is the self-described Boba Fetish, should have been Booba. Posts all sorts of casual and intense content in a Mandalorian helmet. All right, I like how he said intense content. What does that mean? You want to see a lightsaber go up your asshole? It's $5. That's kind of a nice price. See, that's a new sideshow carnival attraction thing.
Oh, like a plastic one? Yeah. I thought you meant a real one.
There is no real lightsaber, Nick. Can you imagine the thing turns on? She's dead. Uh-oh, and it's a green lightsaber too. Well, there you go. That crystal's meant for knowledge or something. I don't know. All the colors mean something different.
Yeah, the Kyber crystals, yeah.
Except Samuel Jackson was just like, nah.
I want purple.
Nah, George, I want purple. How badass is that? I like how George's like, okay.
Good guys are green and blue, bad guys are red. That's just the way it works.
No purple left?
You might get purple.
All right, Sam, whatever you say, man. I want a purple lightsaber. Purple is like the fucking coolest one.
I want a rainbow one, like an RGB, like my computer.
Yeah, it's a razor. Yeah. It's a razor lightsaber. This thing is the tits. It has the, what are those keycaps? Like the, they're called like creamy clicks. It's like a satisfying ASMR click of a fucking,
yeah.
I don't know, but it's like one of those clicking it. Turning on.
Oh, the switch, yeah.
The switches. Okay. Yeah. Is it Razer? Is that one thing? Or Kraken? What is this?
That's a Naga. No. That's Razer.
That's Razer.
Yeah.
We're saying all kinds of like.
There's a Naga
spirits
mouse for World of Warcraft. Has like a bunch of buttons on the side.
Oh, what are all the buttons used for?
Macros.
It doesn't matter. That's not what this video is about. We need to stop doing that in these videos. Having an intense passion for something can sometimes become problematic in a relationship. Some couples suffer because one half cannot cope with the fact that their partner doesn't care about Star Wars in the same way they do, which is true. It's basically being in like a religious relationship. If you go to church every Sunday and your partner's just like, I don't believe in that, that's going to cause friction. And that's I would say this is similar. You don't want to watch Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back. You don't want to watch it. She's like, you watch it every Sunday. Okay, so you're a bitch. One 39-year-old woman explains how her boyfriend claims it's an embarrassment that she has not yet seen any of the movies, which also, if your partner ever speaks to you that way, you leave. You're gone. It is embarrassing that you haven't seen one. She's like, what could I possibly be missing out on? Okay, I didn't just hear that. I did not just hear that. There are some cases where two Star Wars nerds come together and everything works out well. One couple went viral for replacing their wedding dance with a choreographed lightsaber duel. Let me be honest. If your kid and their partner did that, would you be sitting off on the side like...
Am I paying for this wedding?
Well, yes. How about in this situation? Yes.
I wouldn't show up.
Really? Wow.
I'd be like, this is cringe. I'd be like this.
You'd just be cringing the whole time. I guess I wouldn't care. If I knew my kid was nerdy or whatever, I wouldn't give a shit. Even though I'd be like, dude, you're like fucking 21. You grew up on what, the fucking Force Awakens? Like, real word? That moved you that much? If you were back in like 1983 and I can't, like my life was changed when I watched the first movies, whatever, I could see it.
What if my life changed during Rise of Skywalker?
I would legitimately be like, what was compelling about it? Back then, people were like, I did not know you could do that in a movie. Like, it makes sense, right? And then you're enamored with the world and the kind of like spaghetti Western kind of like, you know, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then those people grew up who had kids who had the new trilogy and, you know, so on and so forth. But the trilogies get worse each time. Whatever happened to the Squid Games? That Korean guy, he was starring in a Star Wars show, right? People hated
the
it.
Acolyte got canceled.
Oh.
It was too woke for them.
It was too woke for the mouse. Yeah. Why isn't he saying the N-word? They don't have that word in the Star Wars universe, Mickey. Make him say the N-word. Make him call women. Disney Plus presents The Acolyte Season 2. I'm gonna get you. And then the trailer cuts. Fall 2020. While admittedly cringe, they kept it as a small part of an otherwise standard wedding. But you know, I mean, come on.
The video's pretty.
It's also, hey, it's my day.
Yeah.
I wouldn't give a shit. If I wanted to dress up as like a barbarian and sword fight with somebody, if it's my day, it's my day.
What if they made you participate? Like, what if they like...
I would not make people... If you force people to participate, that's where I'm like, you do it, and then people have to sit and just be like, okay, that's what they're doing. But if everyone's like, everyone get up and pretend you're shooting lasers at us so they can like pretend to be deflecting them, I would say no. That's where, once again, I would go back to my thing of like...
Come on, Grandpa.
Yeah, look at my grandson. I should have just had him watch Wolf on Wall Street like 700 or 800 times. That would have fixed his brain right up. Many others have fully embraced their love for the franchise by having fully themed wedding ceremonies on May 4th, aka Star Wars Day. You get it? May the 4th be with you. Almost blacked out. Complete with full costume attire, one couple had Darth Vader officiate the wedding and Baby Yoda as the ring bearer.
That is cute. That's pretty cute.
That is a thing where I would legitimately pay for people to have a suicide watch. Guy in the deal, he sees like Baby Yoda like float by with a ring. Oh. It kind of like tackles him. It's a Roman Catholic wedding too. You're like, oh, it's like 6 more hours. Oh, I don't care. Send me to hell. Send me to hell. This is the best case scenario for a Star Wars superfan, as many fans have greatly strained their relationships over their desire to have a hardcore Star Wars themed wedding. Really got to test the relationship there. To be fair, if you can get through a Star Wars wedding as a non-Star Wars fan, you're gonna be fine. That's a lifelong relationship for sure. You care if Baby Yoda comes down the aisle, and we have cranes under people's seats. So when he's going through, the puppets like this, and then people's seats start lifting up. Whoa! Honey, you seeing this? Like she doesn't know what's going on. One Groomzilla discusses his frustration over the fact that his fiance has no interest in any of his Star Wars related wedding ideas, because this man, along with his family and friends, have been watching the Star Wars movies on repeat their entire lives. He states that it seemed obvious that the wedding would be themed around it. Today's about me, baby, not you. That being said, his fiance has zero interest, being a girly girl that doesn't care about the franchise in any capacity. A girly girl. I am a woman. I'm an adult woman. Hello.
I heard the Force is female, so.
Yeah, the Force is female. That's right. The Force is female. Even so, he would pitch his many ideas to her, like serving alcoholic blue milk drinks, hiring stormtroopers to party on the dance floor, and giving Jedi robes to his groomsmen.
Actually, that'd be sick to have all of them in.
You can't just keep saying it's everything's sick, dude. Are you a big Star Wars fan?
I used to. Then.
Uh-oh, what happened?
I think I grew out of it.
You don't grow out of Star Wars, though.
I love Star Wars. Even like the prequels.
The newest movies?
No, I hate the sequels. The first one's fine, but...
Oh, so it goes original, prequel, sequel.
Yes.
Okay. All of these ideas were shot down, with her claiming anything Star Wars related at the wedding would be embarrassing in front of everyone we know. That's a reasonable reaction. Everyone on the post chastised him for seeming to care more about his Star Wars fantasy than celebrating the love between him and his future wife. Also, seems pretty reasonable.
I think it's a double standard, though, because if she wanted a Star Wars wedding, the guy would have to oblige.
That is true. There's probably online discourse as well to bully you into being like, you can't just indulge in this one fantasy for her.
Yeah.
We gotta watch out. We're getting kind of based here. I think it's just the idea of like one party not wanting something and you're complaining about it. What's funny is it's ironic is that this is a union. So one person being like, I'm not getting my way. It's like, it's just not, we're coming together.
I mean, he's being selfish to being like, I want to throw an entire Star Wars wedding. It's just like...
I mean, there could be a thing where it's like, could we have just one element? To where you're like, I mean, it's not egregious.
Here's the compromise. On the wedding cake, the groomsman is in Star Wars robes.
That seems fine. Who's gonna know? And then that's like a little thing where it's also, it's a little something. Do I have to have a full choreographed Star Wars fight? No. Do you think there's a world too where there's like a tasteful, it's a suit that is in the style? Like your Disney bounding.
Yeah, exactly.
If you did something like that where you're like, oh, it's kind of that. And then even on the after party, you can clip on a fucking lightsaber to your belt or something, dude.
You bring the robes out after the ceremony.
Yeah, then after, to me, also, that's another thing. If it's after the ceremony, then yeah, granted, once again, do I want stormtroopers breakdancing on my dance floor? No, but could you and your friends get the robes? Why not? But to be fair, her saying it's an embarrassment in front of everybody too, that's kind of harsh. Like, it's our friends. They know that I like this still. Also, why are my friends judging me so much? Are they my friends or not? I don't know.
Yeah, am I an embarrassment to you?
We're gonna love each other forever, right? Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna get married on Tatooine in the desert. That's where my wedding. Gonna invite everybody out to the Gobi Desert.
Hey, would you guys go to the Gobi Desert? Go to the Gobi Desert. When is it? August? Everyone's just like dehydrated. One man, while unmarried in real life, found himself falling desperately in love with Lana Beniko from Star Wars of the Old Republic. Pretty sure it's a video game. He admits to marrying this character with 3 different characters and even recorded her most endearing moments in the game in order to rewatch them whenever he wanted. That's sad. That's like the guy who married the guy who married the VR thing. It's like some actual Blade Runner shit. I have to fight the Sith. He's like, I'll be gone too long. He's consumed as much lore as possible for Lana and hums her theme song throughout the day, admitting that the song gives him a feeling of ecstasy. I would hate to be his coworker. He's like has like a boner the whole time. The water cooler by him. This is where we start to get into a more fascinating side of Star Wars obsession. It's one thing to collect some memorabilia and dress up for a Halloween party, but it seems like some people are truly desperate to live in the world of Star Wars. There's even a full-on Star Wars religion called Jediism, based on the beliefs of the Jedi from the franchise. What started as a silly email campaign in 2001, it turned into a legitimate system of beliefs for a large group of people. Some people will pay good money to be immersed in the world of Star Wars, to the point where they are reduced to tears after stepping into Disney's Galaxy Edge and seeing the Millennium Falcon Falcon for the first time. Oh my God. Which I will say, we've been there. It is impressive. That whole area, whoever designed all that shit did a good job. I remember even I was like, God, like when I was standing by the Millennium Falcon, I was like, God damn, it's fucking huge. It's crazy. There's people that go to Savi's workshop and customize their own lightsaber to become one with the Force. People gladly spend over $220 to take it home with them, which I will say, I know that it's become, everybody knows about it now. But when that first came out, people were like, oh my God. And that's fun. If you're a big Star Wars guy, get to go there because I think you get to customize your own lightsaber and stuff. If you're at the theme park, why not indulge? You know what I mean? Why the not? It's your money too. I fucking work for this money. Unless you're like a Nepo baby scum. I'm looking at you. There's like one guy. People's obsession with lightsabers can go far beyond an immersive theme park attraction. Superfans show off massive replica lightsaber collections online worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Because there are a ton of people. There's also some people that have like insane screen used ones. When it comes to movie memorabilia and stuff, I like that shit. If anything's been, this is screen used, whatever, how sick is that? I don't give a what movie it is. Even someone's like, these are the jeans that Robert Pattinson wore in Twilight. I'm like, damn. Tinier waist than I expected. I like that shit. I don't know. To further immerse themselves in the world of Star Wars, fans have geared up in the custom Star Wars attire to engage in some LARPing. Fan clubs like Galaxy Awaits hold multi-day LARPing events in Seattle where people deck themselves out in Star Wars costumes and put themselves into an interactive story with missions and light touch combat using foam swords and dart blasters. It's awesome. You can also register to play as an NPC to help push the story along for everyone. The proceeds from the event are donated to Seattle Children's Hospital as well as local food banks. So a nice little cringe LARPing session turns into a nice community drive. That's nice. I'd be the NPC. I'd love to throw a wrench in the whole operation. Some guy's just like, where's this thing? What's it to you? Not make it easy. They're gonna have to work for the information is what I mean. I want to be, I don't give a fuck about fight with the foam stuff. I just want to act like I'm like working on a thing. I'm busy. What do you want? Oh yeah, I've heard of them. What's in it for me? What if I actually get money out of that? They actually give me like 20 human dollars. Well, that means nothing to you, right? That's Earth money.
I want credits.
Chewie, he's a tough cookie to crack.
Chewie.
Chewie! Come on! Some colleges have their own saber dueling groups, that's too much, where those who rank up within the program are rewarded during knighting ceremonies that take place in the middle of the campus. That's a red flag. Not on the campus. Go somewhere else. Go to a fucking Kohl's parking lot to do it, dude. Also, I never understood, they take the fake lightsabers and they tap their shoulders with it. Wouldn't you be like, ah! You wouldn't actually touch it with it, would you?
I think of the Padawans, they burn your little thing off.
They cut your rat tail off. They take out a fucking Bowie knife. Cut your hair. He has Darth Maul contacts in. Welcome. You're never gonna leave here again. Thank you, Master. LARPing and lightsabers are not intense enough for some fans. They need something that truly tests their physical abilities, which is where we're introduced to the little thing called Ludosport. Ludosport lightsaber combat was founded by 3 Italian men in the basement of a local church, which they dubbed the Crypt. Since 2006, Ludosport founding masters created and promoted a sport that has taken the world by storm. With 59 academies worldwide, 22 of them are located in Italy alone. God damn, that has to be around the same time Revenge of the Sith came out. So they definitely saw the lightsaber fight and they're like, we have got to do that. Yeah. The rules of Ludosport are super strict and everyone in the discipline will make sure you adhere to them. Each fighter has 3 different weapons to choose from: the long saber, the dual short saber, or the double-ended saber. Each weapon must be within specific length and weight limits for it to be accepted by tournament play. Just like other replica lightsabers, Ludosport's gear can be extremely expensive, ranging anywhere from $200 to $500 per lightsaber. And most of the money is just for the hilt and doesn't include the light up part of the saber, which don't even get me started on that. Once you have selected your weapon, now you must choose your fighting style. Within Ludosport, there are 7 different fighting style forms, and all new fighters begin at Form 1 called Balanced. If you choose to continue your Ludosport journey, you will climb the form ladder and eventually learn all 7 forms. All forms are made to equal each other so that one doesn't become overpowered, of course. Despite being equal, many fighters choose to mix and match different forms to try and outdo their opponents. Ludosport has hundreds of tournaments held each year across the globe where competitors fight to be dubbed either champion in the area or champion in style, depending on what form they use. Even with the massive growth of the sport, the competition remains close to its grassroots, and most of the events are held in the local churches or in school gymnasiums. I like how they try to sell that. That's what they're selling it as. We try to stay on our roots. It's like, we don't want to get too big. Sure. In an interview, two-time world champion Lorenzo Fario, known as Lork, discussed the amount of work it took to become a champion. He talked about watching film of his opponent's attack moves and practicing at all various sparring gyms. Knowing that it takes a lot of hard work, many Ludosport masters look forward to the day when they can win a tournament and have their trophy and name listed in the Hall of Fame. Which I gotta say, that's kind of cool. An actual physical sport like that's kind of sick. Also, I bet it is fucking hard. How much hand-eye coordination and it's kind of cool. Would you do it?
No.
Like, not even to humor it at all. No. Like, you're just exhausted. Think about it. No.
That's what I was. I was like, I don't.
Yeah, we're all right. With the culture of combat, some Star Wars fans fully believe that they can use attacks and powers from movies in real life to solve their problems. We're going there. For some, it can lead to dangerous Star Wars fan interactions. In a small town in Pennsylvania, two police officers were parked on patrol when out of nowhere, a red Ford Escape backed into their patrol car. Startled by the collision, both parties got out of the vehicles, but before officers could speak, the clearly drunken man put his hand out and said, "There is no problems here." He believed he could use Jedi mind trick to stop the police from arresting him. Police reports indicate that the man's speech was heavily slurred and his breath and vehicle reeked of alcohol, leading to his arrest and charged for a DUI. I think that's not even a Star Wars fan. That was just a drunk guy at a bar and they had Star Wars playing. He's like,
These aren't the droids we're looking for.
"No way. Are you serious right now? Whoa. You will let me leave without paying my tab." All Star Wars fans are serious about the movies. For them, hearing spoilers can create absolute chaos. Arthur Roy was excited to see the new Star Wars Force Awakens and did his best to try and avoid spoilers. But it all went wrong when a close friend spoiled the plot of the movie, and this sent Arthur into a bloodthirsty rage. To be fair, that would piss you off though, right?
If it's your friend too, that's the thing. It's like, you know, I like
Well, exactly.
Star Wars.
It would be different if it's like he was in the grocery store and he heard some guy talking about it versus like, you know, this motherfucker's wanting to see it. It was definitely a play by his friend just to fucking ruin it for him.
He's like, I saw it before him, so I'm gonna
spoil it. I don't give a yeah. As soon as it happened, he went to Facebook and posted a picture of him holding a Colt 1911 handgun, making a direct mention to his friend in the post. A friend notified the police, fearing the author might come to school the next day and shoot him. When he showed up, police immediately took him into custody for felony suspicion of assault with a weapon. His bond was set at $10,000.
I'm gonna kill you. This is my blaster.
Chewie, make sure the gun's loaded tomorrow. Pretty much. Another superfan lost their cool inside the movie theater, this time at another moviegoer who made the grave mistake of checking his phone during the screening. Joe Bond and his wife were excited to watch the Star Wars The Rise of Skywalker. It had been the first time they went out on a formal date since the birth of their second child. Who cares? As the opening credits began, Joe discreetly pulled out his phone in order to make sure that the text he received wasn't an emergency from the babysitter. The agitated Star Wars fan saw this and immediately lost his cool. He turned and started screaming, "Turn your phones off!
Turn your phones off!
Turn your phones off!
Turn your phones off!
Use your fucking hands!
Use your fucking hands!
Welcome to the 21st century!
Welcome to the 21st century!
I waited a goddamn year to see this so some asshole could turn his phone on next to me!
I waited a goddamn asshole to turn his phone on next to me!
The situation escalated to the point where the angry fan punched Joe in the face, causing other people in the theater to boo him out of the room. Brutal. When the police arrived, they couldn't make an arrest because the man had already fled the scene. To this day, he has yet to be identified. And after he saw the movie too, I bet he was like, that wasn't worth it.
Yeah, that was not worth it.
Star Wars as a franchise has gotten so big that we're starting to see more and more people whose love for this is downright bizarre, which happens with any fandom. It's not like everyone in the Star Wars community engages in this sort of behavior, and even if they were, I suppose it's not really hurting anyone, right? It's just a thing that they like. It's okay to really like something, but just make sure to come back to reality every now and again, all right? After all, if you're throwing away loving relationships over the fact that they don't like the same billion-dollar franchise as you, it may be time to take a good look in the mirror because something's clearly wrong. Guys, we hope to see you in the next one, and may the 4th be with you. Bye-bye. Tell him, Chewie. Yeah, that just happened. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on, sit down because today we're going to be talking about sports betting.
This is a public health emergency happening. We're not talking about it yet.
Since being legalized in 2018, there has been a massive influx of online sports betting. It has gotten to a point where it's inescapable. I mean, I watch a lot of football, right? I cannot believe the amount that like sports betting sponsorships have on actual broadcast television. That seems insane, to the point where even before games there's odds. And the only reason I even want to talk about this now is because it's gotten so crazy that I cannot watch a game without having a couple friends sit over and them talking about like, oh, I just lost that bet, and they go through 7 different apps on their phone with all these different bets. It's a problem. We're in a problem. It's on your TV, your phone, billboards, and even the radio. Sports betting has become one of the most profitable and addictive markets in the world. Every single sporting event now has a multitude of different things you can put money on. And while this is exciting for seasoned bettors, it's starting to get more and more younger people to open up their wallets and gamble, pretty much.
There are ways to bet when you are 18. I have a couple friends who like use like their dad's email on FanDuel. Online, it says a 50-year-old man's placing the bet, but no, it's like my buddy.
Not only that, but because sports betting apps are growing so popular, they are now allowing people to place bets on everything, from politics to even the weather, okay? Even professional athletes and coaches are betting on their own games to make a quick buck. And it's, you know, Harry, what was the team, the basketball team, the guy got caught?
Terry Rozier was a player, and then Chauncey Billups, the coach of the Portland Trail Blazers, also. His was a little bit different because they were saying something through the mob. They think he has ties to the mob. Where they,
what is happening? And not only that, but then Ohtani's translator was sports betting, and it definitely wasn't Ohtani. Word off, dude. There's gonna be a huge, like, supernova star collapse that's going to happen with this sports betting stuff. It's going to implode on itself very, very shortly. If traditional gambling wasn't already doing enough damage, we're starting to see a massive increase in gambling addiction due to the rise of sports betting and how easy it is to bet with these apps, and even seeing people like your own like athletes that you like, they're sports betting. You have Shaq and Kevin Hart and LeBron James spewing out shit every other commercial. It's an impressionable system where it starts with, it's just $1. And then all of a sudden, how about my rent? To put things into perspective, look no further than the upcoming March Madness. It's currently expected that this NBA tournament alone will rack up to $3.1 billion in sports betting. College kids, which just recently were able to get paid from this stuff. I want to say thank you, Johnny Manziel. Moneyman Manziel. Just recently, a young high schooler referred to as Max explained how disappointed he was to find out that this yearly Super Bowl party he throws with his friends is now 100% focused around betting all of their money on this event. Which, you know what, dude? Don't do it, Max. Supposed to say, oh, I feel bummed it's happening. Then don't participate in it, dumbass. Not only were his friends becoming addicted to sports betting, but he noted that many kids at his school are pulling out money from their savings and bar mitzvah accounts to do it. Oy vey. And according to him, it's all the kids in school are talking about, with the youngest person he knows starting at 11 years old. And that's straight from the source, baby. Because also, I like how people too are like, well, you have to have an ID to get on. It's like, you don't think that, have we not had Photoshop for, I don't know, 70 years? Like, oh my God. Also AI face filters. This is me. And someone's like, okay. It doesn't help that betting on sports is more accessible than ever, with various apps to choose from like FanDuel, DraftKings, Bet365, BetMGM, Fanatics, Caesars, Stake, and many, many more. I like how we just label that all off just to give it to you, in case you want to get addicted yourself. Sorry. This video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. Breaking bad habits can be hard. Don't let holiday stress get to you. Stay strong and let Fume help you out. Fume is not a vape. It's not an e-cig. It's just flavored air, which means you can use Fume anywhere. With Fume, there's no vapor, no nicotine, and never any toxic chemicals. And on top of that, Fume is an award-winning device that puts you on the path towards being free from bad habits. Fume has great flavors like cool mint, peach blush, cinnamon hearts, and grapefruit. Fume is also there for you when you're feeling anxious. The device is so compact that you can take it anywhere, letting you keep Fume by your side and find your calm. With its satisfying clicks and snaps, you can fidget with the device to your heart's content. I keep mine here at my desk without taking up any space. It's so tiny, like me.
Over 700,000 people have already added Fume to their daily routine, and I totally get why! It's simple! It's satisfying, and it doesn't come with any of the downsides of smoking or vaping! Literally none! And right now, if you order the Journey Pack using my code BABAMEAT, you'll get a free Fume Topper! So if you've been thinking about changing your habits, this is the perfect first step. Go to tryfume.com/PapaMeat or scan the QR code on screen to get yours today. Thank you, Fume, for sponsoring this video.
FanDuel, one of the leaders in sports betting, even has physical locations where people can place bets and grab drinks as they watch games on multiple screens at once. It's pretty much just a live sports book where you can, it's like taking your dad to Buffalo Wild Wings and the dog track at the same time. It's now becoming much more normalized among casual watchers as social activity, right? You go there, you throw down a couple bones, you watch the game, you eat some wings, you go home. And sometimes you can hit it big. And that's the problem, is when you hit it big, because then you're chasing that high forever. It's one thing to bet money on the Super Bowl, but some people will literally bet on anything. Bet Online, an offshore online gambling company, even admitted that a staggering amount of people take bets on Little League baseball games. That should be illegal. Betting on small Mexican and Chinese boys playing baseball, that should be illegal. It's prevalent enough that Little League puts on an official statement condemning the act. You guys have got to stop. You guys have, the Great Lakes American baseball team, they're scared. After a while too, what's gonna happen is if it becomes where they're like, there's too much going on, every one of these fractions is going to want a piece of the pie.
I thought you were gonna say you're gonna get worried for the players, because I could see like a grown man betting on a child, and then he loses.
A kid, not even that, but Jorge, whoever plays for Mexico, is playing China, whatever. He's like a huge slugger. Who's not to say that someone does fucking crowbar to a shin before the game? Huh? I mean, that's what these kids should be afraid. If you're a child, you should be afraid. Okay? And I bet you anything, it goes even more local, where people who want their fixes on that, they do stuff where it's like not even on an app, but it's like parents betting on their own child's game with other people in the community. He's like, he's coming over to my house, I'll poison him, I'll put eye drops in his water or his Coca-Cola, get him all sick and shit. Exactly. According to Harry Levant, a therapist and addiction specialist, he has young patients that are college students gambling away their federal student loans betting on sports.
I have patients who gamble in the shower. I have patients who gamble before they get out of bed in the morning. I have patients who gamble while they are driving. There are no guardrails. We scientifically know the human brain, the risk-reward system for a young man, isn't fully formulated until you're 25.
And this is leading to all sorts of chaos within the world of professional sports. It's ruining the lives of fans, fundamentally changing how people consume sports, and causing athletes to be harassed by angry gamblers. And it is just generally deemed bad for society by more than just about everybody, right? Everybody's saying this is bad for human beings as we know it. When you go to place a bet, you are betting on more than just the outcome of the game. Nowadays, you can bet on every little detail, from specific player stats, the specific time at which athletes score, and even how many people are in attendance at the game. How many people decide to show up? Which, if your bet's big enough, you could be like, I'll pay everyone's ticket and go there and I'll score. You know what I mean? I literally believe you could orchestrate something like that. Parlays are another mechanic that has hooked the majority of sports bettors, because it means you don't have to place a large bet to win a large payout. Parlays allow you to string together multiple bets on various aspects of the game. They take a lot to hit, but if they do, usually the payout is a large sum. So usually you're betting on micro things to happen through a game on a series of small bets that has an insane payout. That's why you set it's a multiplier. That's why you see a guy in Buffalo Wild Wings ball his fist and drive it through the server's face when a 16-string parlay doesn't hit. It was right there! That's how it ends up happening.
That would be a lot of money, though, to be fair.
Oh,
16
boy.
leg.
Exactly. He's gonna go home and put a gun in his mouth. I could have had it all. This system is extremely addictive. Not only because it's like buying a cheap lottery ticket, but because you usually need all of your legs to hit in order to get the payout. So you're just scratching, you're itching. Oh God, did he shoot it? Who made that score? It's what happens. It's like watching heroin addicts watch a game. Sports books, it's like, seriously, it's like someone taking a crack rock and being like, fight for your freedom. That kind of thing. Most bettors miss one or two legs, creating what's known as a near miss outcome. Near misses are addictive because, much like getting two matching symbols on a slot machine, your brain interprets it as being almost a winner, which urges you to try again. Companies like DraftKings realized this and even offered special promos such as ghost leg parlays, which allowed bettors to win a payout even if they last the one leg they needed. This creates a vicious feedback loop that leaves bettors wanting more and more until they have nothing left to lose. Thanks, DraftKings. Another big mechanism that brings people in is prop bets, which let you bet on specific stats and players. Not only has this widened the pool of things to bet on, but it has also led to some very ridiculous bets. In 2021, infamous YouTuber Vitaly, who's in prison now in like a different country because he's he placed a bet on whether or not there would be a streaker in 2021 Super Bowl between the Kansas City Chiefs and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. To ensure the best hit, he enlisted a man named Yuri Andrade to run out onto the field before getting tackled and arrested. See, as I'm saying, you do that thing, you pay someone to go and take the hit, you give him like a percentage of whatever it is. Ohtani did this. If you think Ohtani didn't do something like this, the 2025 Super Bowl also had a ton of weird prop bets. For example, you could bet on the color of the Gatorade that would be dumped on the winning coach. According to DraftKings, the color with the best odds were purple, followed by a tie between orange and yellow. I would have bet yellow. I almost always feel like I unanimously see yellow. Do they also, this is regardless of whatever. Do people still do the Disney thing? What are you doing now? I'm going to Disney. That was like a big thing they did in the NBA, I feel like.
Michael Jordan and the Bulls. You just won your first NBA championship. What are you going to do next?
We're going to Disney World. Yeah.
Whoever won the NBA championship in the crowd, where are you going? What are you going to do next, Shaq? I'm going to Disney. Some bet on whether Travis Kelce would propose to Taylor Swift or whether or not someone would cry during the national anthem. Chris Jones, that's easy. He cries at every national anthem. It's fucking ridiculous. Other ridiculous bets include guessing the specific time it took to sing the national anthem, how many Canadian viewers there were, and if there would be a power outage. With all these various ways to play, people have gotten superstitious about how they place their bets. One of the biggest sports bettors on the planet is Drake. I'm just gonna let that sink in for a second. He will bet millions at a time and has a historically bad track record of betting on teams or players that lose. Kiki, do you love me? This has led to a phenomenon called the Drake curse, in which bettors purposely bet against Drake, believing it's a slam dunk win. Many sports bettors claim they can't enjoy simply watching sports anymore. They have to place bets, otherwise there's no thrill to the enjoyment anymore. It's like, there's no thrill of the hunt anymore, right? I can't just watch professional athletes be superhumans. I have to have money at stake. If I don't lose money, am I really having fun? While they're not betting, many experience mood swings, depression, substance abuse, or declining performances at school or work as they struggle to cope with their addiction.
That seems like a cop-out.
You think so?
The excuse, I'm not betting, that's why I'm a like...
I think that there's some merit to that just because I think that having a constant dopamine hit of like refresh and doing that, and then when you don't have that, you're more irritable. I can see that. Don't get me wrong, the person's still a piece of shit, but still. It's just a thing where that person was probably a nuisance before, they're a monster now. When we say that sports betting is everywhere, that truly cannot be understated. Popular apps like Stake, an online casino and sports betting service, are now known to randomly watermark viral clips with undisclosed advertisements. They're basically like, what's that like America's Funniest Home Videos that's everywhere in like random, it like loops clips. It's like Chive. Stake is like Chive. I'm telling you, it's like Chive. I'm like, why is there a Stake watermark here? This year, during the Stanley Cup Finals, it was discovered that 3.5 to 4.7 references to popular betting services appeared every minute. Every 60 seconds, 3 to 4 sponsors were on the screen. That's pretty crazy. In total, researchers pointed to 6,282 instances, whether it be a logo plastered on a player's jersey, commercials, courtside ads, or commentators shouting them out directly. Hey, thank you so much to Bet365. You know, very old head type shit. It's fun. I like when they say shit too. The sports bettors or like the announcers will be like, I had a great time with it. Me and my grandson will do it. You're like, DraftKings and FanDuel literally have VIP programs consisting of top bettors that receive lavish vacations, personal hosts that act as your own personal customer service agent, and all kinds of other promotions, awards, and gifts, including points to be used within the app to make sure you keep betting. Whether it's marketed as a way to reward loyal customers, it's being seen as a way to push whales to bet as much as possible, often leading to life-ruining financial repercussions. I don't think DraftKings is going to stick around if you're not a whale anymore either. Do I still get to go to Hawaii? They're like, no. Dr. Kavita Fisher, a psychiatrist in the VIP program, went on to bet wildly after joining, ultimately losing $153,000 when she emailed her VIP host about how she was thinking of quitting gambling due to her addiction. She was met with a message urging her to reel it back and play within her budget, only to receive 6 emails the next week enticing her to raise her deposits. All right, you're reeling it. Let's not be, I mean, we're trying to make money here. I mean, you're gonna win, like just keep betting. What the hell? At one point, she started asking her for loans from DraftKings after being drained and unable to make mortgage payments. Once she was unable to deposit money for her bets, she was told she was no longer in the VIP program. And because of this, Dr. Kavita filed a lawsuit against DraftKings claiming their special VIP program intentionally targets gambling addicts. Services like DraftKings, to no one's surprise, likely do not care about the people whose lives they're ruining by their service. Of course not. They give a fuck? Hell no. In another tone-deaf effort to boost profits, DraftKings created the Never Forget 9/11 themed promotional parlay in which people could bet on 3 New York-based teams winning their upcoming game on the anniversary of the tragic event. Soulless demons is what these people are, seriously. It's like, why we did like a New York, what's like a big thing people like about New York? 9/11? Boom. They soon had to apologize for this, reiterating that they actually cared super duper hard about the 3,000 people who lost their lives that day. 100%. Dude, we did that because I actually am so stoked on them. Okay? Kalshi is another betting service making the rounds on TikTok, allowing people to vote and bet on the outcome of any event taking place. It skirts state gambling laws by having you trade on the outcome of a real world event rather than bet the way you would on sports betting service. I'm sure that's going to be around for a long time. This doesn't just include sports, but even things like the election, who will win on Dancing with the Stars, whether or not Trump will release the Epstein files, and even what the weather will be like on a certain day.
The long-term vision is to financialize everything and create a tradable asset out of any difference in opinion. And I think if you do build a general...
Their marketing consists of nonstop physical and online ads, some of which are fully AI generated. And they also sponsor tons of TikToks to show off their predictions to push traffic, to get people to spend that money. Because also too, it starts with the joke shit like that too. Well, people, because these are also soulless demons who are like, well, you know, what about people who don't watch sports? I mean, Dancing with the Stars has this, you could bet on that. And you're capitalizing on meme bets, and then meme bets turn into real shit to where they're just like, well, I actually started watching sports just because I was on the Cashly app or whatever it's called.
That's actually really smart. I didn't realize that.
It's not smart, Nick. It's evil. We're not going to reward them with a compliment. I like how Nick's just like, okay, so I should start my own app company. You parasite, good God. In every sports league, it is against the rules for players to bet on themselves or their team. Unsurprisingly, as more athletes are sponsored by sports betting apps and become more involved in the betting world, they begin to ruin their own sport. Toronto Raptors player Jonte Porter was investigated after he was caught placing 13 bets on NBA games from a friend's account while he was traveling with the Raptors league team. What a idiot, dude. God, people are so dumb. It's unbelievable. During their investigation, the NBA also found out that Jonte had discussed his health with an anonymous sports bettor and then purposely underperformed so their bet of $80,000 would hit for $1.1 million.
These defendants perpetrated a scheme to defraud by betting on inside, non-public information about NBA athletes and teams.
The investigation concluded he was guilty and banned him for life. He's like, I like basketball. What are you talking about? Terry Rozier was caught selling info to bettors for $100,000 and purposely left a Hornets game in March of this year with an injury so their underperformances money line would hit. That's a bit weird, right? Even worse, he flew the bettors out so he could count the profits with them. He was placed on an immediate leave by the NBA and is indicted on charges of wire fraud conspiracy and money laundering conspiracy. As for the head coach, Chauncey Billups has been linked to an anonymous bettor who would tell other bettors that Portland would tank, as well as revealing certain players would miss multiple games in the 2023 season. This was a part of the backdoor deal to help bettors he worked with to win prop bets. He was also involved in rigged high-stake poker games with the Mafia, in which multiple other famous former NBA coaches and players participated. LeBron for sure. I can see LeBron being like, what? He's like, what? LeBron's like, you Italian and a mobster? Let me get in on that hand. Brony's in the back dribbling. I could see LeBron doing it. Also, I bet Michael was there. Trying to tell me Michael Jordan wasn't in those Mafia card games. Yeah, right. Following Chauncey, 14 Mafia members were arrested in New Jersey for running a multi-million-dollar sports betting ring that involved several NBA and college players. One of the highest paid sports players of all time, Shohei Ohtani, the rat himself, recently faced a scandal that cost him millions. Impe Mizuharu was Shotani's interpreter that followed him everywhere as he repeatedly interviewed. Because Shotei is very wealthy, his interpreter was also paid pretty fucking well. However, his salary wasn't enough, and he went behind Shotei's back, stealing nearly $17 million directly from his bank account. Oh, I'm sure. I'm gonna go in speculation time here. because he gets 2 years in prison. You think Ohtani's not going to be like, I'll give you $50 million. I'm going to give you $50 million if you go 2 years of prison. The guy's like, I get to retire. 2 years of not doing anything, laying on my ass in prison, just trying not to get... That's it. That's all I have to do. Come on. Back in 2002, 3 friends were charged and sentenced to multiple years in prison for wire fraud because they were caught rigging horse bets. A 2002 horse bet ring? Come on, man. That's sick. One of the friends, Chris Harn, worked for a company called Autotate, which managed all horse racing wagering for the major races. While working, he noticed that there was a window after the races ended between when the bets were placed online and when the actual money reached their system. So he placed bets for himself and his friends on the 2002 Breeders' Cup and went in. After the race was over, he would change their bets and win big. In the end, their $1,000 bet turned into $3.1 million jackpot, and they began celebrating their newfound riches. However, it was never paid out because they got caught.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Are you kidding me, dude? They got it fair and square. The horse they chose had 43-1 odds, and he was the only person to pick all 6 races correctly. A bit greedy. It soon became apparent that he had cheated, and once the FBI concluded its investigation, all 3 men pleaded guilty to their charges. After their sentencing, all their winnings were redistributed to 78 bettors who had correctly picked 5 of the 6 races, and the horse racing industry quickly upgraded its betting software to prevent something like this from happening again. One of the worst things about becoming entrenched in the world of high-stakes sports betting is simply the fact that even a casual game of football suddenly becomes the most stress-inducing event of your fucking life. There are countless videos of people losing large sums of money betting on sports only to ruin everyone's day by screaming like a maniac and breaking objects. Many TVs have lost their lives in the process. One man who bet money on the Super Bowl erupted into tears and threw a tantrum in front of all of his coworkers after losing his entire paycheck on the Super Bowl. He shouts about how he'll never watch a football game again as everyone films him and cracks jokes at his expense, which I would have done the same. Idiot. Many sports gamblers take their anger out on the watch party, as it's now become more common for people to send furious messages and straight up threats to athletes after losing bets. 23-year-old Ben Parlay Pats, for example, was caught using anonymous Instagram accounts to say horrendous things to athletes, going as far as to threaten to break into their homes and behead their entire families. Good old Ben Parlay, huh? This is such a big problem that the NCAA had to run the Don't Be a Loser ad throughout the March Madness, which was essentially an anti-harassment video urging people not to abuse players due to sports betting. Hey, could you not cyberbully these 18-year-olds on live television? Thanks. If you're struggling with a gambling addiction, make sure to reach out and get help. We'll even put a little link right here. I mean, who knows? I'm telling you, at least with all the odds that I read, I bet you 1 in 5 Papa Meat viewers are a gambling addict, so... Here's your link if you need help. After all, the world of sports betting has gotten out of hand, and there's no telling how much worse it's gonna get. What is now a billion-dollar industry is set to continue to grow and become an inescapable part of our daily lives. So do whatever you can so you don't overindulge in it. Just because it's more common doesn't mean it's any less dangerous, y'all. Stay safe, keep your wallet intact, and for the love of God, maybe just watch the superhumans play sports for fun. All right? We will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
I don't believe that there is an addiction to mobile betting any more than there is an addiction to utilization of your phone for any other reason.
You don't think adding a layer of betting makes the phone more addictive than just tooling around Instagram?
No. There is problem gambling. It is a real problem. Whether it's gotten bigger or it's just become more noticeable because sports betting is legal, I think is an unknown.
Really?
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about a polarizing character, Gypsy Rose.
She's the girl online that sounds like this.
Gypsy Rose reporting from Aurora, Missouri. I am about to dive off our porch.
Which I'm gonna let you know right now, I'm gonna be a bit rude towards her voice. It's very mousy and it's funny. It's funny. What am I supposed to say? It's funny. From an outsider looking in, you might say, well, why is this person so polarizing? Well, you might not know it by looking at her, but she was arrested for second-degree murder in the murder of her mother, who was a bit of a character as well. Yes, this is a convicted murderer, technically.
I didn't want to have to actually kill her, but I did.
It's a weird gray area because I didn't mention yet that her mother subjected her to lifelong physical, mental, and even medical abuse.
Just proves that happy endings are not just in fairy tales. They're real.
So a lot of people see this as self-defense in a way. A person trapped in a horrible, horrible prison in her own home, lying to the public, and the only way out was murder. It's like a little Sherlock Holmes case. It's a little Inspector Gadget. That's what we need for this. Inspector Gadget could have cleared up the whole situation right there. I mean, on one hand, she's a murderer who should be condemned for her sins, but at least she killed someone who's an evil bitch, right? Or at least that's what the people on social media are saying. The internet loves a good revenge story. It's one of the cruxes of human experiences, or the big evil guy getting his, the little man being able to punch up and kill God. And in this case, it's Gypsy Rose having somebody from like a vampire website that she was getting finger by stab her mom like 37 times in the all over her body, just like John Wick. This has been covered by a lot of people. There's been documentaries. There's even been a Hulu show that we'll talk about. But now, as of recently, I was surprised to know that she got released from jail and that she's a reality TV star. When I found out, when I found out that a second-degree murderer had their own reality television show and it's like relationship gossip, dude, I am a sucker for trash television. If you looked at my Amazon Prime purchases, it's nothing. It's like legitimately 9 seasons of Gold Rush. I mean, Deadliest Catch, American Choppers. I love me some schlock television, and especially when I found out that it was by Lifetime Network for women. Oh my God. All the movies are on that channel are man beats woman until finally the police arrest her. So like it does make sense in a way. I was totally bought in.
Did you ever see the movie about David, the boy who was burnt alive by his father?
No. I saw this one movie, but it was all about like this guy in San Francisco who is a public teacher. He moves into like a garage out back, and then like the 14-year-old daughter is trying to like suck and f him the whole time. He's like, I can't. I feel like everybody saw that fucking movie.
And then she like stole his condom, right?
She stole his condom and all this kind of stuff.
We found semen inside of her.
I was positive I read something or I saw something from a producer, and back in the day they're like, I mean, any guy just would have done it, so I mean, he's kind of a hero, but at the same time, what kind of head does he have on his shoulders? And you're like, yep, those early 90s Lifetime movies were primo. Today, I want to thank today's sponsor, Factor! Let me tell you something, I've decided to get in shape. No, I'm serious. I know I'm fat, but I know I'm gonna get in shape. And the first step to becoming a skinny person is to eat better. That means portion sizes, calorie counts, and enough protein, and no eating out. Luckily, Factor has all that covered! Factor has delicious ready-to-eat meals that are chef-crafted and dietitian approved. In just 2 minutes, you can heat, eat, and enjoy. For me right now, I've been choosing the Calorie Smart and Protein Plus options. So I've been enjoying the roasted garlic chicken with green beans and the shredded chicken taco bowls. And with over 35 options to choose from each week, you're sure to find something you like. Factor even has one-on-one nutrition coaching for those like me that are looking to be better every time I sit down and eat. The best part of Factor is that there is no prep work, no standing in grocery lines, and virtually no cleanup. Head to Factor75.com or click the link below and use code PAPAMeat50 to get 50% off your first Factor box and 20% off your next month of orders. That's code PAPAMeat50 at Factor75.com to get 50% off your first box plus 20% off your next month of orders. Hey, thanks Factor for sponsoring the video. Here's the video. So I figured, why not jump in and talk about the show because it's a doozy. But before we do that, we need to kind of get you filled in on Gypsy Rose and her experience, because this story is, I mean, it feels fictitious. It's that comical and grand and fantastical that you wouldn't believe it. It feels like something out of a fucking M. Night Shyamalan movie or something like that. That's a bad director to choose. That's a horrible one. Yes.
The twist.
Oh, the twist is that she's actually not sick. Oh, it does work. Okay. Gypsy Rose has a very, very unique case of abuse. She's a survivor and victim of one of the most famous instances of Munchausen by proxy. What kind of fucking name for a disease is that? From her mother, Claudine D.D. Blanchard. Typically, Munchausen syndrome is when someone tries to get attention and sympathy by faking and exaggerating their own illness. Munchausen's by proxy is when you basically keep somebody sick in order to get that kind of attention back. So Dee Dee didn't even have fucking balls to fake all this shit herself. She's just like, oh, my husband ran out on me. I'm just gonna abuse my daughter. And it is absolutely And also, I want to point out that unbelievable that doctors just went along with this for as long as they did. Dee Dee had Gypsy Rose come out as basically a cancer survivor. She would give her all kinds of surgeries that she did not need, had her fucking teeth removed. She would actively shave her head, and by doing so, the public, I mean, who would ever know? This girl is wheelchair bound. She doesn't let her associate with any people in the neighborhood at all, and then she puts her in basically children's clothing. I've seen a lot of pictures of her with in a princess outfit. I mean, it pulls on your heartstrings because you're just like, how cruel and unfair is this world that we live in. But by doing so, she was able to get a house built in Missouri. She was able to get tons and tons and tons of money donated to her, meet celebrities, go to Disney World, all kinds of stuff, which, to be fair, the last two that I said don't really, I can't end it on going to Disney World, but for some people, they're just like, that's all I need. Make a wish, baby. And the list of abuse that Dee Dee made Gypsy endure is quite extensive. Here's a brief timeline of events to kind of let you know what was going on. When Gypsy was 1 year old, Dee Dee pretended that Gypsy had sleep apnea and made her use a CPAP machine. At 1 year old, that thing that you see your obese 86-year-old grandfather using, that's what an infant baby was using, okay? When Gypsy was 8 years old, Dee Dee claimed she had muscular dystrophy and forced her to use a wheelchair, which must have been extremely mentally confusing whenever you're like, I walk around the house all day, why do I have to sit in this f***ing chair all day and pretend that I can't walk?
I don't know.
And Gypsy was even tricked into thinking she had seizures and was forced to take seizure medication that caused her teeth to rot out of her mouth.
I'm going to Children's Mercy Hospital to see my dentist for my teeth.
This then resulted in her getting them surgically extracted. If they weren't dangling and falling out by themselves, Dee Dee was quite the trooper and just said, why not just go down to the dentist and pull those bad boys out ourselves? Dee Dee would tell people that Gypsy had leukemia and would regularly shave her head to make people think she was receiving chemotherapy. Oh, God, you just want to fucking punch her in the face, dude. That's so Dee Dee made doctors install a feeding tube into Gypsy's stomach. It's like a mechanic, a car mechanic. So you just want the tube here? All right, well, let me grab my big fucking knife here. Gypsy was forced to bring an oxygen tank when leaving the house, and she had her saliva glands removed because of excessive drooling. Which is why now, too, that's why I think she licks her lips so much now. So you'll see her a lot, and she looks like she's doing some weird frog thing, which is like whatever, but it's just because she has no fucking saliva glands. It's like some weird, hostile torture shit. You know what I mean? Like an Eli Roth movie or something. Well, now, Gypsy, you're drooling too much. We gotta pop those glands out. She's like, well, if you didn't keep me hooked on this fucking CPAP machine and all this medication, I wouldn't drool as much. Shh, child. Dee Dee would tell other people that Gypsy had the mind of a 7-year-old and would continuously lie about Gypsy's age to keep her younger than what she actually was. The celebrity meetups, the trips to Disney and all that stuff, which of course, dude, of course Dee Dee was a Disney adult. Of course. You better watch those fucking kids in wheelchairs. And I hate to even say that because I don't want to put that bad omen on anybody, but those Disney adults, you got to keep an eye on them for real. She was fed only Pediasure, a dietary supplement for children, until she was in her 20s. Here you go, drink that. You can't chew because all your teeth are gone. She has more fucking silver in her mouth than a goddamn werewolf hunter. Have you seen her mouth? Oh my God. It wasn't until she was older that she started to realize that all these ailments her mother said she had weren't actually real. So even her entire life, even Gypsy believed it. It wasn't until she was much older where she actually was like, oh, I'm being lied to. Because also when you're emotionally and mentally abused, I feel like you probably stagnate mentally.
Looking at her now, she's definitely doesn't have the mind of a child. It was just like the persona of act like a child.
You're in on the bit so long that you get lost in it probably. What am I supposed to do? Just tell people it's not real now? My fucking mom will kill me probably. So Gypsy tried to run away in 2011. But when Dee Dee found her, she smashed her computer with a hammer and physically restrained her to her bed for 2 weeks. And it wasn't until 2012 when Gypsy was able to get on social media by secretly accessing her computer while her mom slept. I'll tell you what, her mom's a big old girl, let me tell you. No wonder she's probably able to play RuneScape and everything too. I mean, I bet that bitch was out cold. This led her to meet an autistic man named Nicholas Gojon.
My name's Nicholas.
Your name is Nicholas, and you might be fucking autistic, dude. He was from Big Bend, Wisconsin, and had an IQ of 82.
You stupid.
And he believed that he was a 500-year-old vampire. Forgot to tell you that. She was on a vampire dating website. It probably feels normal compared to the life that she lives, so I don't know. I mean, have a fucking little old vampire give me hickeys on my neck and shit. A little dating website. I probably would have been down with that back in 2012. He was also arrested for masturbating in a McDonald's parking lot. I just wanted to throw that in there. Just to really slip that under you. But it was the McRib, baby. The McRib is back. What are you supposed to do? For 3 years, they communicated in secret. And in 2015, the two conspired to murder Dee Dee and set Gypsy free from her prison. Originally, the plan was to get Gypsy pregnant, but that quickly changed to murder.
The spectrum feels a bit odd. On June 9th, 2015, Nicholas arrived at Gypsy's house in Springfield, Missouri. Gypsy handed him a stolen knife, duct tape, and gloves in order to murder her mom. As Dee Dee slept, Gypsy hid in the bathroom and covered her ears as Nicholas entered Dee Dee's room and stabbed her 17 times. And what's f***ed up is Gypsy even said that she heard her mother crying for her help, but she didn't answer, and she just listened to her mom get murdered in the next room, screaming in pain. The two were arrested and charged with first-degree murder, but because of the abuse Gypsy endured, she was able to accept a plea deal that lowered her charge to second-degree murder, which resulted in a 10-year prison sentence. Do you think 10 years is enough? Now, here's the whole thing, too. Nicholas, yes, he did do the murdering thing. He was a fucking monster himself.
The difference is Gypsy was abused and Nicholas wasn't.
No, sure. How could you not feel sympathy for Gypsy? Is it a horrible thing she did? Yes. Was she of sound of mind? No, there's no way. She gained so much notoriety from the story, people talking about her in prison, her story was shared. There was a documentary made about her named Mommy Dead and Dearest, which I'm pretty sure is a play on Mommy Dearest, where the star mom basically abuses the children. And they even adapted that story into a Hulu show in 2019 called The Act. It's pretty good. I'd recommend it. In her times in prison, there was so much media coverage of her to where it feels like this boiling point that we're about to get to was all just this long fuse that was lit from these shows like Dr. Phil, ABC, even a show called Gypsy's Revenge, which feels like an Aladdin sequel or something like that. I don't know. Gypsy was released 2 years early from prison for good behavior. She only had to serve 8 of the 10 years, so everyone was like, oh my god, Gypsy, you get to come, you're our hero. But shortly after her release, it was announced that she would get a reality television show of her life called Gypsy Rose: Life After Lockup. Now you're all caught up. This show, to me, raised a weird, important, ethical question. On one hand, it offers a platform for people to re-indoctrinate this queen back into society as a normal, functional human being who was the victim of Munchausen by proxy, but it also kind of raises a little red flags to me when you try to make a reality social media star out of a person who was the victim of Munchausen's by proxy, and the way that they dealt with that was getting a vampire boyfriend and stabbing the mom 17 times and doing all that stuff in prison. Maybe you just don't go on camera. Maybe you just live life like a regular human being and don't have people all around you. She says in the show that she uses it as a platform for her to be a voice for others who might be going through the same thing she is, which I'm like, how many fucking people are going through that shit? Which, I mean, I guess if somebody, is watching the show and they're like, that's me, also in their wheelchair, I don't fucking know. It could be beneficial. It just feels odd. Let me give you the little high school tea drop part of this. During her time in prison, she dated a man named Ken Urich, which eventually led to them getting engaged while she was in prison. But before they actually got married, Ken left Gypsy because of social media stuff, I think, or something like that. And Gypsy was absolutely devastated and immediately rebounded with a Louisiana school teacher named Ryan Anderson. Ryan is such a weird big goober. Here, we gotta put that quote up. I know
her story, just hit me. And I thought, gosh, she's cute.
Imagine watching any of these Gypsy Rose documentaries and you're like, that is insane that would happen to you. Can I just tell you, you have gorgeous eyes. It just feels like right over his head. So Gypsy started dating Ryan, and then they got married in 2022 while she was in prison. And this new reality show picks up from her getting picked up from prison, and Ryan is the one who picked her up from prison. And you really start to see that actually all of the conflict in her life is extremely boring and very petty. As soon as Ryan picks her up, I mean, that motherfucker does not take any time to get those paws in between those legs. He's like,
It feels so weird being in a car.
yeah. God damn, baby, you look good. He's got some of that Louisiana charm. Which during the drive home, I was like, it'd be just so funny if they rolled the car. Not that they actually get hurt, but he's like, oh shit, he's such a big man in this Cadillac. Which I was also like, there's no way that's your car. The interview asked how the first night was, which, the next night they get to go to bed, and then it's like a really creepy, like almost like found footage horror film of them in a hotel room. You have to imagine too, on this reality television show, there's probably a cameraman, some kind of producer there, and like a sound guy. So I would say at least 3 people in there in this tiny room, and they're all just standing there and they're like, how was your first night? And she's pretty much just like, yeah, we consummated our marriage. Yeah.
We got to consummate our marriage.
We did get to do that. She was so nervous.
And then he's just like, yeah, I pretty much f***ed her pussy real good. And I just have to imagine the camera guy just kind of like, Okay. The next thing they do is they go get shoes from a store. They try to make it seem like, oh, the public knows that Gypsy's out, but it's two guys outside of like a Ross dress for less place. She's able to get shoes and they're like, Gypsy, you don't get more shoes? She's like,
I'm hoping so.
whatever. And Ryan can't handle any of it. He's just like, I think they might be following us. I think they're following us the entire time. That's all he gives a fuck about.
We're being followed.
And I'm like, dude, yeah. He has all these cameras on his car. And he's wondering like, oh yeah, the paparazzi's following us. No shit, dude. Gypsy is going to Kansas City to see a Chiefs game and hopefully meet Taylor Swift.
What are your thoughts on the Chiefs game? The media portraying it as, you know, she's going there to meet Taylor Swift.
Right.
It
could be bad.
I don't like it.
And her parole officer calls her and she's like, what the f are you doing? You need to go down to Louisiana. And she's like,
I actually said that I got it approved I can go.
Our plan was we were gonna.
Our plan was already set.
Our plan was already set to stay a few days in Kansas
Yeah,
City.
with our POs.
And with my parole officer's permission, he said that that's fine.
and then they're basically like, no, you're fucking go down to Louisiana. He's like, baby, come on, give me the phone. This is some horror shit. And it's just a bunch of awkward editing. They go back and forth, but pretty much for the whole episode, it's her getting calls from her parole officer and her just being in rooms crying with Ryan kind of awkwardly walking around, you know, just trying to be like, hey, I guess it's kind of weird that I'm a part of the family, huh?
They're my people now, too. They my family, too, so.
Yeah.
I'm part of the family now.
Yeah, I guess I'm part of the family. If you want to cook me something, you can. The first episode ends pretty much with Gypsy walking up to her dad's wife and being like,
Hi, Mom.
Give me a hug, Mom.
and I'm like, I don't know if I want Gypsy to call me mom, dude. Episode 2, the only thing I could keep thinking was just wondering if she was going to kill again. If there was any part of her that was going to snap and convince Ryan, who is this hulking Louisiana ogre. You know the part in Harry Potter? Drown in the dungeon. Does Ryan not look like that guy? Kind of. But he's huge. Can you imagine if she was just, the last time it was a little fucking pipsqueak vampire kid.
Hey, you should stab my mom.
And now it's a fucking 6'8" gorilla, basically.
You should go rob a bank.
Whatever my little Rose wants, little Rose gets. They just bring up Gypsy having sex with Ryan so much.
We've been having sex the last 2 nights.
No, there's a weird part where she tells her mom, and she's like, I'm so happy for you, and hugs her. The mom looks like a fucking, like, a little bog witch.
I'm young. My hair's really black.
She's like,
I'm so happy for you.
Ryan's like, yeah, I guess I got a big old gorilla dick on me. Which I know there's a big thing on social media. She said is D's fire.
They jealous because you are rocking my world every night. Yeah, I said it. The D is fire.
She has to like remove her teeth and do a bunch of stuff, and then her body's covered in scars, and she wants to make sure that Ryan likes her body. Which I'm like, that motherfucker's probably on the other side of the wall, tapping the wall. He's like, my little Freddy Krueger. The episode pretty much ends with Gypsy showing Ryan one of her prison drinks, which is just coffee juice with soda and Jolly Ranchers.
When I was still in prison, I told them about a favorite drink of mine. It's instant coffee with a soda for flavor. You crush up some Jolly Ranchers, add that to it. You mix it all together, and also juice, and then you serve it over ice.
Like the one thing she's like,
I drink this every day.
Ryan has like this horrible look in his eyes, like, you really gonna make me drink that, baby?
She's like, come on, it's good.
And she pours it in, and it's like 2 large chunks of something. And Ryan basically drinks it, throws up, and Gypsy's like, You don't actually think that tastes good, dude. You're putting on a little show for the fucking camera. By the 3rd episode, he's always like, baby, I gotta go to work. Which I'm guessing they didn't tell you because they don't want you to be like, call there and fucking harass him or whatever. And the only time I could think of is that he worked at like a dog food factory. And I just imagine him like sitting getting interviewed. He's like, yeah, they always try to stop me from eating the dog food off the cart, but I always find a way. I got a nose like a bloodhound. Oh yeah, they drive to the airport and they try bringing in some conflict that they're gonna be late. He's talking to like the Armenian fucking Uber driver. He's like, do you even know where you're going? She's like,
oh, come down, Ryan, do this.
Look around this.
What did I say about language?
But luckily they make it to New York on time, and basically Gypsy just goes on podcast. Ryan's just always the third wheel, kind of walking in and out, waving at people.
Oh, I get a hug. Nice.
So he's like, I don't want them following me. But then he like walks out. He's like, we love you. This show is just smearing this motherfucker because they're trying to build up Gypsy as like, you know, likable. I think it's around the 3rd episode. She's even just like, Ryan's asking if she's heard from Ken.
No, I haven't heard from Ken.
Any desire from you to reach out to what's his face?
You can say what's his face's name.
To Ken?
No,
No desire whatsoever?
no, we're good.
But then she's lying to him and being like,
Yeah, I heard from Ken. He hit me up. He's talking to my family.
Something happens with Gypsy and Ken that's going to be your fault.
the family's even like, you should see Ken. Which also just makes it seem like he's a much better looking guy, Gypsy. Come on.
He's like, I know, man. I love Ken. He's of my life, but I'm married to Ryan.
I'm like, this is gonna work out. They go visit the grandma's grave, and the first thing Gypsy says is like, I know I didn't turn out like you wanted me to, which I was like, God damn, dude. We're halfway through the fucking series because there's 8 episodes. You very quickly realize that like people were probably having a bidding war with her, and this, I don't know if the fucking return on investment's gonna be very high, because we're very quickly realizing there is absolutely no conflict besides the extremely obvious downfall of this relationship. Ryan is a bit insecure, but I just feel bad for him the whole fucking time. He just looks like a big stupid fucking goober walking around and stuff. It's one thing to be like, oh, we had no idea as the viewer, but the viewer knows the entire time that she's like, I don't know, I mean, I love this other guy. I just feel bad for the son of a bitch. I do, I don't know. By the end of episode 4, she's like, I'm loyal to my marriage, but then just burst into tears. To paraphrase for the rest of the episodes, it's them going back and forth. They go to a fucking wedding venue, they eat some weird food, but it all culminates to a really funny scene of them in her car. Pretty much Gypsy just breaks up with him, I think 9 weeks after she's released from prison.
I want a divorce, and in 6 to 9 months, I'm gonna be with Ken.
He has been dating her in prison for 2 years. She's released for a little over 2 months. That's when it kind of really, I feel like, hit me, is her breaking up with this guy. Tumultuous shit that goes on in people's relationships and stuff. That's like nobody's business but your own. People f up, people do weird things. People also fall out of love, and people have to break up, do whatever. People do bad shit. That's just between you two. And it's like so weird that there's 4 fucking cameras on this car in this dark parking lot watching this like relationship get destroyed.
Okay, then why all of a sudden are you not happy? When did this happen all of a sudden? When did you feel this unhappiness? Tonight?
He's just like, okay, well, all right. And then she just packs her shit and leaves. Baby, if you love it, I mean, are you not wanting to work for it? And she's just like, no. This is just gross. Like, God, like I feel fucking disgusting watching this. And then the whole thing ends with her getting back together with Ken. She has a talk with her father about how she's going to be together with Ken, and they have a joke about like, don't get pregnant too quick. We know, just like, give it time.
The last thing I wanted to see, she wants a baby. I'm going to tell both of y'all, just wait.
And I'm not even joking, maybe 15 seconds later, she's like,
I'm pregnant with Ken's baby.
And it came back positive.
They keep cutting back to Ryan, and he's just sitting in this apartment with this stupid dog he got for her, and he's just like, well, I hope that she comes back to me. I don't know, this damn people keep talking in her ear about me. And the biggest thing of all, which I couldn't believe this until after the fact when we were talking about this, if you have a side-by-side of Ryan and her mom, they look pretty fucking similar. I mean, like, actually, the show uses TikTok to show how the public is thinking of Gypsy, about like the, you know, oh, she's here doing this, she's here doing that, and it feels gross because it once again feels like somebody who was manipulated at one time being manipulated again and is not actually living a real life. It just feels like now even the public has taken something. It kind of feels like World of Shirts. Joshua Block on TikTok. It's a kid who is mentally unwell, drinking himself to death, and then people kind of just poke at this thing because they're just like, oh, not understanding that there's like real human consequences behind it. But Gypsy has emotionally been to a point where she's like, murder is okay. So now we're going to with this again, which social media is the worst thing you could ever do for the human brain. And now you're putting this person up on a pedestal and manipulating shit again, which I believe since the show has aired, she's deleted all of her social media. And there was even, dude, the murder pics of her mom got released, and that was another thing that swayed people over to be like, oh wait, this is like real, this is like some real shit. It was insane to me to see the public's reaction. I just saw Gypsy Rose's mom's murder photos, and I didn't know it was that up. It's like, what do you expect from 17 stab wounds? 200 stab wounds. Just has a new album out. Shout out to the new album. It's very good. All I know is now people are like, you're a monster. Hey, you're not the mother who's slaying like we thought you were, Gypsy. You actually did something up. It's like, yeah, I did that almost 10 years ago. Like, what are we doing? All in all, I don't know. It is a train wreck, an absolute dumpster fire. And I gotta say, I wouldn't recommend the show. Unfortunate. Trash TV is meant to be bad, but at the end of the day, it is meant to be fun. It is so fictitious and over the top that it's all scripted, all of it. That's fine. When I watch a season of Gold Rush and I watch a machine break 70 times and they act like that's the end of the world, it's fun. My favorite trash television show of all time, Bret Michaels' Rock of Love bust. Do I think Bret Michaels is really going on any of these dates with these people? No, but it's still fun watching white trash women try to get with the lead singer of Poison. If you haven't seen that show's awesome.
Growl like a tiger.
There will always be that kind of scapegoat of a tortured soul that people either boost up or tear down. But it's one thing I know online, and even it's a fate that'll happen to me one day, is they love you till they hate you. It's just the way of the world. It's just the way the online space works, dude. You're on top now, but you can't be there forever, so enjoy it while you can. But if you're an ex-murderer or that kind of thing, I feel like that I don't know how real and stable that pedestal is for very long. So all I know is there's a crazy fucking story. I had to talk about it. It's just silly as fuck, so whatever. I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye.
Are you gonna sign those papers?
Which papers?
The divorce papers.
Why would you bring that up now? She's leaving me. She's taking everything. I don't need the public to know that.
I know it. A vampire.
You know a vampire site? Could you hook me up with that? Okay, good. I need to get on Amazon and look up some fangs. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about weight loss. More importantly, we're talking about Nikocado Avocado losing 250 pounds. Today's gonna be a quick video. I just wanted to talk about this because I'm getting tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of comments about it on my cartoons, on my Papa Meat channel. Who knows? The biggest comments I'm getting are, bro, you got totally owned. This aged horribly. I think this was a cartoon that made him change his life. Does anyone else think that Papa Meat had something to do with this? No. No to all of that. First off, I just want to say I made a cartoon 2 years ago, almost 3 years ago, called King of Mukbang. And it was just about Nikocado, and the whole thing is that it's kind of a parallel on King Midas. And I would say people were saying that like I owned him, as if I'm like making fun of him for being fat, which if you watch the video, I hope that that's not the case at all. If anything, it felt even self-reflective in a way of how I feel about my own weight. I think we've even said this before because we made a response video to his initial response to it because he made a video and it was really funny. But the whole idea is that it was supposed to be sympathetic of like kind of the choices you make lead to these disastrous results, especially consuming disgusting stuff, and especially the way that he put himself out there was rage baiting people. A lot of his content years ago, by this point now, was him saying like breaking up with his husband and all this kind of toxic stuff that he put out there. It was very rage bait kind of stuff. The idea that I had was just trying to put sympathy to it. I felt bad for Nick, and luckily I got to meet him. It was amazing. I was glad I got to meet him because the whole thing, we even said this in the video, was that I know that it's an act. I mean, it's rage bait. It's clip farming before clip farming, pretty much. I got to meet Nick, luckily, because he was doing stuff with Oompaville at the time, and I got to drive down and meet him. And it was like one of the only times in my life I've ever been starstruck by something. Let me give you a brief rundown of what it was like. I got to sit in Oompa's kitchen, and all of a sudden I heard the scraping of plastic wheels across the floor, and a rascal coming around the corner. And sure enough, Nikocado came around the corner, and this rascal, and he says, "Oh, it's you." And it was like, it felt like Christmas morning. It felt like, I was like, this is unbelievable. And we had such an amazing day of just hanging out. I got to meet him. He was the sweetest guy. I mean, completely opposite to what you see online. Couldn't have been sweeter. Maybe he feels differently about the cartoon, but it seemed like he, I don't know, enjoyed it or got that it wasn't supposed to be spiteful by any means. But we did it like a mukbang together with me, Oompa, and him. And the recording of it is so funny. But if you guys could have seen the behind the scenes, I don't know if there's any behind the scenes stuff. It was so funny. It was so much fun. That dude's farts smell rancid. It was disgusting.
Oop, I have to fart. Brace! 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 No, don't fart! Brace! Brace!
But it was a lot of fun. And the big thing now I want to say is, one, I just want to say I saw the video. Weird video with the panda head, and he does this kind of like weird Joker thing about how he's 2 steps ahead and how this has been some giant social experiment.
I feel as if I'm monitoring ants on an ant farm, thirsty for a distraction from time unspent. It's mesmerizing. It's spellbinding.
Which, it fits in great with the kind of trajectory of content that he made before. I think it's funny. Don't know how you're 2 steps ahead.
2 steps ahead. I am always 2 steps ahead.
The 2 steps ahead thing I think is really funny. I laughed pretty hard when I saw that because how the f do you put your asshole out online? Your asshole becomes a meme. You gain 250 pounds and you're rage baiting people, acting like you're 2 steps ahead of what? I don't understand. I'm not watching Queen's Gambit. I don't know what kind of chess game you're playing, but if you outwardly put out that you're this sadistic, crazy guy, of course people are going to believe it. I don't know what kind of wool you're pulling over someone's head just because you lost weight. And I want to say, I am so happy for the guy. I saw the pictures and I was like, it's very heartwarming. Like I was so happy. And I just want to say, first and foremost, because I don't want my words to get twisted, I am so happy for the guy. It's unbelievable, especially getting to meet him once. I'm not trying to be under the impression that we talk all the time or anything like that, but couldn't be happier for the guy. When I met him, he was the sweetest guy ever. And to see him fully transform in this way, the amount of work, dedication that would take, even if it was a bit, would be insane. Fucking insane. And he looks incredible too. Like hardly any skin, like loose skin or anything. I thought that was really impressive. It's amazing. And I loved after his weird Joker bit at the beginning of the video, it goes into him of something that's extremely reminiscent of his early years.
These are my favorite spicy noodles of all time. If I had to choose one, it would be black bean noodles, wouldn't it, Mr. Noodle?
Him being with his bird and eating food and stuff, but he just looks happy and he's kind of like, he's taken on this whole new persona. And I'm under the impression of, I just want to know what's next. I don't feel like we've seen the end of this thing. I feel like the guy has shown that he can be a calculated killer.
2 steps ahead. I am always 2 steps ahead
with this stuff. So I'm curious to see what's next. You know, a lot of people have made content about Nick and this whole situation before. I mean, tons of documentaries. I mean, he's been on television. There's been all kinds of drama with him over the years, which you'd have to assume part of it is fabricated or if it's a part of some kind of plan. But I think it's interesting to see how people respond to this, of how somebody can portray themselves as this lunatic online. I mean, does anyone remember the sleep apnea thumbnails? Those are some of my favorite thumbnails on the it was so unhinged. But now just because he lost the weight, they're like, he fooled us. I just don't understand how I was fooled. How was I fooled? Just because you lose weight doesn't mean that you got one over on us. I think it's amazing. This is my hope for the future. He starts off with this innocent act again, and then he starts introducing just a little bit more of the crazy again.
What if it's a repeating cycle?
Well, that's what I was saying, is it could be a repeating cycle of, does he do it all over again? And is that the social experiment of how you just disregard? Because if anything, the social experiment to me is that if a guy lost 250 pounds after doing all of the crazy shit he did, all of the unhinged crazy stuff that he has brought into the world, lose all the weight for people to make him a patron saint online, and then just be like, fuck you, and do it all again, that's an insane social experiment. The back and forths between things, people are so whiplashed by things right now, it's incredible. I just hope the crazy gets back in. If his mukbangs were all an experiment and it was all fabricated, I can't wait to see what kind of craziness comes next, because there's got to be something. Motherfucker can't come back and just start eating noodles again like nothing happened. You know what I mean? Cannot re-emphasize enough how happy I am for the guy, and especially how excited I am for crazy stuff to come in the future. Or at least I'm hoping, I'm praying that some craziness comes in the future. I wish him nothing but the best, you know? And like I said too, sometimes I think when people consume content online, they're not actually watching something. It's like a collection of images that are just appearing in front of their face, and they form their own opinions and thoughts on it without really digesting some of the stuff that happened. And I wanted to reiterate again, as I did years ago, that my video is not to make fun of him. It's not to ever disparage people for their weight or something. There's people that I dislike that are very petty cartoons, don't get me wrong, I make that shit. Drawing Logan Paul with his giant fucking nipples and stuff, is that necessary? No, it's not necessary. And yeah, you could be like, oh, you drew him so big, he's so fat. It's like, as a cartoonishly large-sized monster that he's become, yes, I think it helps fit the narrative of what's going on. And I also just released a video, a cartoon of him coming out. It was very liberating getting to do that and draw skinny Nikado. I thought that one thing I never thought I would do in my life. But I think it's interesting to note people's intentions online, people's intentions with content online. Are people really being as nasty and manipulative as you think? I don't think so. I think a lot of the times people that you think and perceive and you hate online, or that you are disgusted by, or you can, this person's, I hate him, man. I imagine any one of those people, if you met him in a coffee shop or a bar, you would easily get a drink with them and you'd be like, yeah, they were cool. Because let me tell you firsthand, if you ever have those experiences, or if you had those thoughts with Nick, I got to have that experience in real life and it was awesome. Even though, like I said, even since the beginning, I've said that it's a bit or whatever, but I understand that it's a bit. The dedication to this bit is legendary. To see these people and to have them not just be this fictitious character online, it's mind-boggling. So I guess I would just say this: if you see something online, especially something that's been going on for years and years and years, like a Nikado thing, I would say maybe cut people some slack. You never know where people are at in their life. I would say it's another thing. You never know what people are going through, what they're doing, what's real, what's fake. Live in La Vida Loca, dude. I'm gonna kill somebody and I'm gonna lose weight and then no one will care. That's what I do. I'm gonna rob a bank and then I'm gonna lose all of this weight here, and no one will care. But it is a funny thing to think that I am now fatter than Nikocado Avocado, which I don't even think he was that much. I don't think he was that much bigger than me beforehand. Look at the side by side. You think he was? I don't know. It's a crazy thing to say that you're fatter than Nikocado Avocado, but I would say 90% of us are now. So rejoice in that fun feeling of maybe this will motivate more people to get in shape or do something like that as well, because hell has officially frozen over, I think, to some people. But just a little quick little thought thing. I'm tired of seeing in my comments. Let's move on. Let's move on. I love you all. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. There's no way I'm gonna wear a red shirt as a fat guy right now to accentuate every fucking role I have. So if anything, editor, put a red shirt on me and just make me skinny real quick. I wish it was that easy, dude. That'd be so sick. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down, because today we're talking about PSAs. Public service announcements. More importantly, children's public service announcements. I think we all are afraid of our children slipping, getting hurt, abducted, eating something they shouldn't, and the only way for them to digest this information is in video format. And today we're going to be talking about a very strange, albeit fascinating, children's PSA that happened overseas in Great Britain back in the 1970s, eh? When, you know what, telling the kid, you just had to be a little more blunt with it. You had to traumatize children back then. That's one thing we don't have now, is we don't have traumatizing media. Sometimes, like let's say if you needed to warn a child not to play near a power line, you would make a following video that maybe goes like this.
Go on, get it. We're not supposed to go in there. Oh, go on, there's a gap down there.
Oh, that's just perfectly placed on it too. It's just like so inviting too. We're just on this fancy shaped pieces of metal. Come on in. Good God! He exploded from the shins too. You know, you're probably thinking, well, that's gonna scare the children. Well, why? There's probably not any others, right?
When you fly your kite or model plane, remember you're in charge of a flying machine. Pilots have to observe safety rules. So must you.
The amount of kite flyers who probably got electrocuted or exploded must have been, catastrophically huge, right? Have you ever seen anyone unironically fly a kite? That has to be a thing of the past, right? At the beach? Okay. That feels different than just being like in my backyard. Probably because people blown up for the fucking shins. Just immediately standing next to a power line.
String or nylon can conduct electricity, especially when they're wet.
Watch out!
Watch out! There can't be any more of them, right?
They say, stay out.
Okay. All right. Moving on. Or maybe you just want to have a video talking about how teach your kids why you need to wear a seatbelt, right? Timmy, I'm gonna teach you know how we're in the car and mom drinks a lot, and you have to buckle up in the back seat. If you don't, this is what's gonna happen. Press play, Michael.
Like most victims, Julie knew her killer. It was her son. He wasn't wearing his seatbelt. After crushing her to death, he sat back down. Think, always wear a seatbelt.
Oh my God. This does not help women drivers and the plague that surrounds them, dude. Justice for women drivers. Justice for us men on the road, am I right? Or what about fireworks safety? You know, sometimes you like to get a couple Chinese firecrackers and have some fun with your friends. I think that's fine. I really wish that there was some kind of video that helped you know how to be safe, though.
Yeah, well, you're too strict, you are.
Not strict, I'm fair. Not out Kevin in the arm, is it?
Yeah, you can't hold kids back, though.
I'm saying hold him back.
I'm sorry, Hunter. Is something funny?
I'm saying there's such a thing as discipline. Fair discipline.
I like the kid. I like his buddy just running away. Where is Kevin this afternoon with all those Oriental fireworks, eh?
I can't be right, huh? Probably shouldn't say that, huh? All right, anyways.
For over a generation. And that's about the way
It makes it delicious.
Wait! I want to thank our great, dear, beautiful, unbelievable friends at Bad Dragon. Bad Dragon is the home to all of your fantasy, toys. If you're trying to spice up things in the bedroom for yourself or maybe a partner, consider going over to Bad Dragon and seeing all of the amazing goodies they have to offer. Let me tell you, I've been to the facility. I've met the people that make it. It's like Willy Wonka's goddamn chocolate factory over there. Whimsy, mystique, quality, precision, royalty, class. Bad Dragon's products are not only just amazing, but the quality control that they do, the customer service that they have, and how fast that they get the products out with their shipping is pretty fucking awesome, just from a consumer standpoint. And like I said, so many unbelievably talented artists come together to make these awesome designs, and maybe it's time for you to put a little something in your drawer, or on your shelf, as I do, because they're art pieces, basically. They're amazing. Bad Dragon has been a continuous, long-time supporter of this channel, and I gotta tell you, man, they're our favorite. Sorry, every other brand. We love Bad Dragon the most. Okay? So if you want to spice things up in your own life, or maybe for a significant other, head over to Bad Dragon and tell them Papa Meat sent you. Thank you, Bad Dragon, for sponsoring the video. And hey, let's get back to the video.
The list of public safety videos goes on and on. Any particular kind of harmful incident, the British have probably made a horrifying public service announcement video about it. But there's some that I just want to take time to talk about today that I found truly remarkable, especially because it feels so oddly specific, yet here we are, okay?
On George and Betty's night of romance, things got a bit too hot to handle.
Before we dive into these, we need to talk about a little bit of backstory to the old UK and some of the stuff that's been happening around there, eh? After World War II, the British government wanted to educate the public on safety issues that were prevalent within society. It's funny that it's kites and... it's kites and farm equipment. It's what it's going to be. So the Central Office of Information, or the COI for short, started to produce public information films, aka PIFs. These were safety videos on how to survive a nuclear attack, protecting the environment, or not wasting water. They started off fairly tame from the 40s to 60s, but by the time the 70s rolled around, COI wanted to throw a wrench in how the information was being showcased. Instead of just telling people safety information through boring educational videos, they decided that it would be much more effective to create brutal films and commercials showcasing children dying in various dangerous scenarios. That's a big ramp up immediately. 60s is just someone just being like, why don't you just turn off the faucet, eh? And the next one, it's a girl like drowning in a bathtub. The COI hired fresh film students to basically make horror films for the public to scare children into this information. I don't know if they really digested it, but let me tell you, their attention was certainly grabbed. The director specifically looked at Hollywood horror and Western films in order to imitate their styles of suspense and gore. And they're awesome, okay? They are awesome. And since these were labeled as educational films, the directors were given a lot more freedom with censorship and were able to show much more graphic content that was allowed at the time. This was during the age of video nasties where films were getting banned and stuff. And to have the government, to have the Queen just be like,
oh, I don't really care, just f***ing make it.
It's pretty crazy. Dude, especially child death. It's a big no-no. Still it is today. I'm always like, who gives a f***? Whenever there's a movie where like a kid gets stabbed to death, I'm like, because it's like, why not?
Well, I don't want it to be an unlikable film.
It's about a serial murderer. Hello?
That's why The Blob is awesome.
Yeah, when the kid gets sucked down in The Blob, that's a moment where everyone triumphs together. You don't need to go Lars von Trier where it's a dad hunting children, right? But I'm just saying, if they're already in the war path, let them go. Now we are graced with a plethora of these beautiful masterpieces of educational art. And there are dozens of PSA videos made during this era, but I just want to focus on a couple that stand out to moi. The first is a haunting commercial called Lonely Water, which showcases the Grim Reaper taunting children to come jump in a body of water.
It seems too ordinary, but that pool is deep. The boy is showing off. The bank is slippery.
It's like it's like the Lady of the Lake. You know what I mean? No, it's not just like King Arthur. The video is aimed to warn children of the dangers of careless or foolhardy behavior in the vicinity of water. Any body of water, the Grim Reaper will show up and be like, come on in. Lonely Water is widely recalled as one of the most memorable and chilling PSAs of all time. This film campaign actually worked as many viewers were scared to swim in dangerous waters. Some even said that they were too frightened to swim at all.
Come on, Tommy, let's just can go to the pool.
Just like, well, so I can have the Grim Reaper grab me by the ankles and drag me below? You, Mom! Or, Mom, my bad. This PSA caused a lot of nightmares with young British children. And when I say a lot of nightmares, I mean, I think that it was reported, I think people even complained that my child is suffering from night terrors because the Grim Reaper is in our bathtub now, okay?
I'll be back.
Moving on, we have my personal favorite. This is an offensive one. We need to just get that one out of the way, all right? Because we're going to talk about the PSA from 1975 labeled Apaches. This 26-minute long film addresses the dangers of children digging around on farms. If you're a farmer in Britain, I imagine you have to have several children, because at least a couple. The way this PSA plays out, you're losing a couple kids, and no one seems to mind. And this PSA has been played in schools all over Britain, Canada, Australia, and even the United States. It's that infamous, it's that popular. The production value is amazing. If you put up a side-by-side of Solo, 100 Days of Sodom, and Apaches, you would not know the difference, the quality of, it's like, it looks like any other film that came out of that time. The plot follows 6 young children. They're all ages 8 to 10 years old. You have Kim, Sharon, Michael, the daft one.
Michael, wearing a red band. He's daft. The Apaches never wore red.
Danny, aka Geronimo! Tom and Robert, as they play on a nearby farm pretending to be Apache Indians. Just want to say right now, Hollywood did a lot of damage to the perception of Native Americans of this country. So if that's the case, just know, blame the British. You know, this is 1975 Britain. I don't think they really give a good why. And throughout the film, the children are brutally killed on various different farming related accidents. Okay. This is not a directorial kind of like, watch out for moving vehicles. Nope. It's just kind of like, you were in the road. What do you expect? First death goes, the kids are all running around like a bunch of lunatics when Kim decides to hop on the back of a moving truck. As Kim is cheering for victory, the truck driver slams on his brakes, causing Kim to go flying headfirst into the tires.
I'm sorry, Hunter. Is something funny?
I bet you that kid actor actually like fell in there and they're like, grab him! And then they went in and cut it. You put the dummy in there, which lesson 1, don't play on trucks, I think is what they're trying to say. Don't be jumping on moving vehicles, okay? And what's really up, you'll see with all of these, this is a similar motif, is that after a child dies, there is some kind of adult who comes and is getting rid of them, like getting rid of their stuff. Like in this one, the first one is they remove, there's like all these like filled coats on hangers, and then there's one empty one, and they go up and they remove the tag, and it's like so haunting. It's so tragically fucking bleak and dark. It's unreal. And they do this every time to hammer it home. It's a fun watch. Also, here's another thing too. The kids, they're playing every time. Every scenario, it's never them just being like, watch out! Like they're walking home. Look out! Never that. They're always playing. So we have no idea the lapse of time between them. So it almost reads as either the first day or just the next day. And they just don't care. No one cares. But a day or two passes and the kids are back on the farm again. This time playing kick the can and hide and go seek. I've played hide and seek, but the kick the can part was very odd. It did make me feel, I was like, this is like an old European thing. Okay, because here in America, we just close our eyes. We don't have to kick a can. Watching the kids run around and they keep focusing in. They're doing a really good job by holding the suspense, but you just know, you're like, oh, yep, there's gonna be a scythe that comes down and hits the girl in the neck, or oh, I bet that bull's gonna kick that kid in half. We finally get to death number 2. Tom is being chased by Danny, and whoops, Tom slips in the slurry pit, aka it's just a pit full of cow shit, and he drowns.
Ah! Daddy! 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 Daddy!
I hate that shot when they show the kid looking like this, because it makes me think, I'm like, oh, he knows he's in there and he's not saying anything. Ah! And then he just drowns immediately. You're dead, especially in shit water. That's all poop. It's a slurry pit. Which I want to say, Danny looking off was very suspicious. By this one, you can kind of tell too, he's kind of the leader of the group. He's kind of our main guy. Lesson 2, don't play near pits of hell and shit. I guess this one could also be water.
I think it's specifically the slurry pits, because that was like a big problem.
Oh, so it's okay. So this one is just for the time, they're just like, these kids, goddamn. We're having to scour and scuba dive down these slurry pits, find all these pale beauties.
A decade or so later, they had to tell farmers to cover up their slurry pits. It was that bad.
That many British children were falling into slurry pits where they're just like, I hate to do this to everyone, but we're just gonna have to throw a net over all of it. With the second death, they take stuff out of his desk. Once again, another very tragic thing, but then it's just once, we don't see anybody mourn. Usually, that's why I was surprised here, because I expected to see like a mom. You know what I mean? Oh! We move on to death number 3. Which more time passes, once again, could be 30 minutes, could be a day, not enough time. We know that the kids are back on the farm again, and boy oh boy are they playing. This time, the kids all huddle around each other and pour a mysterious liquid from a bottle they found in the barn. And there is, I'm pretty sure, a part where one of the British kids says something like, a little bit of firewater from the white face.
In celebration of our victory, we will drink the white man's firewater.
Because they're playing Apaches. Even when I heard that, I was like, no, the smart ones of the group just pretend to drink the poison, but Sharon actually takes a drink from this non-labeled cup. I thought the acting here was kind of good because she like took a sip of it and she's like,
You alright, Sharon? Yeah, I think so.
are you okay, Sharon? Mm-hmm. But later that night, we see Sharon go into a house. We cut, it's nighttime, and then it's just horrible, horrible child screaming. I mean, it's wild. And once again, you cut to the next day, and the mom is just taking shit out of her room. She's just like, well, that one's gone. That's why earlier too, I was like, these guys gotta have like 8 children. They're like, well, there goes Sharon. Yeah, can I make it me room, Mom? Their lesson 3 is don't drink mysterious liquids. You dumb little bitch. I felt so mad because I actually like Sharon. Out of all the kids, I was like, she seemed the coolest. We move on to death number 4. The next day, the kids go back to playing without any time to mourn once again, and we're gonna beat that to death. I cannot tell you, this is a no fat 20 minutes, okay? There's no room for emotion. This is just telling you how it is.
Ready? Ready. 1, 2, 3. Freeze! Double look out! Ah!
I love how every time a child dies, it has to be Danny doing. Also, in my mind, I was like, if I was that, I wouldn't die from that. But lesson 4 is watch your surroundings.
Don't get hit by metal gates.
Don't let things fall on top of you. I was kind of like, this one felt like the actual first accident. Everything else felt like a stupid act. I was like, leading into death number 5. At this point, there are only 2 kids left to play Apaches. And let me tell you, it's a somber scene on top of the hill. You guys are really still gonna play the fucking game after all your friends have died this week? You know what I mean? Danny goes up this hill and he's talking to some of the old blokes at the top of the hill. And he gets on a tractor, the guy's like, be careful. And he's like, yeah, piss off. Immediately releases the brakes. I mean, almost instantaneously. This is probably the funniest death just because the tractor is going so slow. You're screaming at the movie the entire time, jump off. For the love of God, Danny, jump off. Your name is Geronimo, jump off. It's so slow. Even the guys that turn around, they're confused. They're just like, jump off. Help! There's just something about a small British child being like, ah! And then just like seeing like a dummy with like, they like tape or glue the hands to the steering wheel and it's just like going down a hill. They barely hold a
fucking beat before they show his mom just sitting in his room like... It's the first time that we see any emotion from anybody of someone being like, this was his room. The lessons, of course, is being stay off heavy machinery, right? The film ends with only one child surviving, which is Michael. I was surprised he was kind of the most... But Danny mentioned earlier in the film that his parents were preparing for a party because they're in between. He's just like, oh, I don't understand why adults like parties. Turns out that was future stuff and that they were preparing for Danny's, what do you call after a funeral? Wake? Whatever, his after funeral party. It's so crazy because they're all sitting there and they do not look like they could give any at all. They're like, oh, you're gonna pass the cone? Pretty nice day today, right? That's it. And then while this awkward clattering of plates happens, they show a list of all of the kids in Britain who have died like that year from all of these things. A lot of explosions. A haunting amount of explosions. Okay? People being crushed, drowned, it leaves a weird taste in your mouth, okay? Especially after you're just like, well, that's Apaches. Thanks, British government.
I wish I would have saw that as a kid. I feel like that would have me up good.
I would be like, okay, I'm never going to be around any of that. I don't care.
Well, I had a friend whose grandparents were on the farm, and we used to fuck around, and I feel like we could have seriously got hurt.
Would it have swayed you at all that they were British?
No.
I wouldn't have been able to move past it. Knowing me as a kid, I'd be like, they sound funny. They sound weird. Is this Harry Potter or what? Next up, we have a beautiful PSA called The Finishing Line. This is a controversial PSA, all right? This is a surreal nightmare is what this PSA. This is a fucked, like, weird...
Like a Hodorowski movie.
It is, yeah. It's a Hodorowski movie. It feels like a Michael Haneke movie or like a Lars von Trier movie or some shit. It feels weird. It all takes place inside the mind of a demented child who thinks of 4 horrible, tragic, sickening games that you can play on a train track. This whole PSA is about, don't go near train tracks. And they decide to be like, well, what if it was from the mind of a child who's thinking about going on the train tracks? And this is what they came up with. Haunting. The short starts off with the headmaster of a school warning children not to play on a train tracks, but the camera zooms slowly on the sadistic child as he starts to tell us his imagination. And when we say that the headmaster of a school warns the children, it sounds like God yelling at human beings for all the wrongdoings, does it not?
Some of you have been playing on the railway again. You are old enough to understand that the railway is not the place for any kind of games.
Also, worth pointing out that the actual child is sitting 50 feet in the air on a ledge on a bridge where that kid could fall off. Just the actor. They're just like, sit up there and wobble around.
He's like, the wind's cold up here.
He's like, shut up! The first game the sick little thinks up involves children breaking down a fence like wild animals and then running across train tracks to get points for this weird thing. Through all the chaos of the children screaming, to not even hear the girl be like, ah! She's just is like, oh, they're passed out. And this is up too, because those kids could have moved this little girl. They could have. There's 8 of them. She weighs 30 pounds. Like, get that off the train tracks, dude. Nope. Okay. And there you go.
Oh, wait, what's even horrifying is they pick the body up and they show it after it's smushed.
Well, yeah. They show away because you're like, oh my God, oof. And then after the fact, they're just like, nope, by the way, her bloody dead body right here. Take a look. All right, here we go. And then once again, you have to picture that this is once again inside the mind of a child. And then you move on to game 2, which the game is throwing rocks at trains, which I have heard, people have thrown rocks at trains before, but the point system is like, if you break through the windows or if you hit the people in the cart, you get points. And they're throwing these color-coded rocks at these trains. The train stops. At first, it kind of looks like, oh, he's gonna be pissed. You're like, oh shit, because even the kids are like, cut inside the train. The guy's like walking around. He's like, green through the rock through the window. Fantastic. And it like the camera pans out a bit and there's a guy like, oh, like blood everywhere. He's like, all right, hit a passenger. Walking through and then the train conductor's like, like bloodied and battered. And they do another point system. You get more points for breaking the kid's face open. My God. You move on to game 3. The next game is some weird game of chicken where the kids have to run across the track while the train goes like 100 miles an hour. The game makes no sense. It's like a person has to stand with a sign. By the time the train gets to the sign, the person flips it like a go. It's on stop and it goes to go. And they're supposed to run across, but instead like 7 kids just get plowed. And you're like, they do their little tallies up again and people are just like, oh shit. Oh, there goes my team. It's a goddamn massacre. It's 6 to 10 kids just brutally murdered. And there's just blood all over the tracks. It's gruesome as shit. And then game 4 is this kind of messed me up a little bit. It's called the Great Tunnel Walk. Does that not sound just cryptid and horrifying? The objective of the game is to walk down a 3-mile pitch black dark train track and to see who gets on the other side first. Here's the kicker. They send trains down the tunnel, so you gotta just play, and there's no lights on the train. That's one thing I saw too. Whenever watching the video, I'm like, there's no lights on the train. So you can hear it coming, but good luck! And like, it takes a weird moment and the camera pans down to the tunnel and you just see like this kid like limping, covered in blood, walking out, whatever, and they're like, great job, you got first, okay? What's your name? Like, and you see like kids limping out, and then of course everyone else in the tunnel is just dead. Then it cuts to a bunch of parents carrying hordes of dead children and like laying them ceremoniously on the track. And it's like this actually kind of artistically like pretty cool shot, but I was just like, just a weird sadistic game, which honestly, these kind of things, I'm like, of course a child would think of this. You know what I mean? It's like no empathy or care. They're just like, and then people had to walk through the train and whoever comes out first wins. Which the final shot of the film is you zoom out of a child's face as he still thinks about his train game. Like the film doesn't even end with him being like, nah, I'm okay. It's him still being like, what other game can I think of? This is a more evil PSA. This one, the other ones, you're like, oh, the kids, you know, sure, there's some funny stuff. This one, I was like, that's a psychopath. And at the end, I like how you're supposed to be like, don't go near trains. It's like, no, stay away from kids dangling off a 50-foot train archway.
When I was at a train, my mom told me, don't play by the train tracks. There's this story of these two 10-year-olds who stole like a 3-year-old and threw rocks at him at a train track and let him get run over by a train track. That shit fucked me up for life. My mom told me when I was like 8 years old.
We need to start making a PSA for your ass, dude, for real. The last PSA we're talking about is Building Sites Bite, made in 1978. The film was made to warn children of the dangers of playing on construction sites. And it was made in response to more than 20 children dying in 1977 due to building sites accidents. 20 children, that's a lot. Why are you in construction building sites? Farms, you can be like, oh, animals, or oh, like my family works on it. What the fuck is bringing your child to work? You know, like why are you there? The film all takes place inside the head of a boy named Paul and his sadistic fantasy of torturing his cousin Ronald. The British really had a hard-on for like being like, it's all from the perspective of a weird child. As you see, Ronald wants to be an architect or a surveyor when he's older, but his cousin Paul thinks he's stupid and he looks like a toad. And there's a very uncanny incident where you like have him wear a toad mask and he's like, ribbit, ribbit. I remember I was like, you can tell Ronald's a bit of a timid little bird. And I think his probably not so intelligent cousin is jealous, and he's just like, oh, you're so special, you look like a fucking frog. Also, the way Paul is looking at Ronald is so seductive. The only thing he didn't do was do the lip bite. Otherwise than that, he was just like, Paul has the sick and twisted thought of wanting to stick Robert in a construction site and see if it'll get him killed, because he's just like, you could never live here in this deconstructed neighborhood of misfits like me and my sister live in, eh? So he puts Ronald through a ringer of tests to see if his construction site knowledge holds up and if he would survive. We move on to our test. Test number 1. Ronald ignores every warning sign that is in front of him. He randomly picks up a stick and starts stoking the flames of an already burning fire. He kind of like aggressively shoves at it like a primate. Ronald's like walking around like a weird ditch. He sees his dog down there. He's waiting for people to rescue him. The walls miraculously cave in and crush him. And you just see his dead hand. Test 2. Ronald walks into a dilapidated house. Again, Ronald ignores the danger signs and walks up the stairs and almost falls out a window. Ronald grabs a live wire and gets electrocuted. There's just something about the child death screams that are just so funny. Ronald's having a hard time through these tests. He is in a literal jigsaw torture trap right now in the mind of a sadistic child, and he is not winning the game. Test 3. Ronald has to traverse a field full of heavy work machinery when his dog Snoopy watches Ronald get crushed by a tractor.
Hi, Snoopy, stay there.
A bloody shoe is all that remains. We can't show that shoe. That shoe is caked in blood, dude. Test 4. Ronald walks through a brick house renovation, but then Ronald, unfortunately, slips on a pipe. You know what's too is he's dressed like a 53-year-old man too. It doesn't help. He kind of just he's like this weird surreal creature walking around dying on construction sites, dude. Test 5. Ronald plays in sand. His dog watches Ronald get smashed by a ton of bricks while he's playing in sand. This kid, and they keep snapping him back, like reviving him and having him do these tests, but he gets crushed or is just laying bloodied and battered at the end of every fucking test.
What's really funny is throughout the whole thing, they keep telling him read the signs, and every skit is him ignoring the signs.
Ronald, read the sign. Okay, maybe I will. And then he gets electrocuted. And then the last test, test 6, the crane, which Ronald's cousin watch him drown to death.
Oh no! Do something, Paul! What can I do? Are you sure he can't swim? Of course! Ronald! Ronald! Ronald!
Not even much of a fight, it's just him under the water. But luckily, it was all a fantasy and Ronald's fine. I feel like the real Ronald could have survived that, dude. He was well put together. I think the little pig cousin, I think he's the one who would have been drowning and tripping and all that stuff, you know what I mean? In conclusion, scaring kids to get them to learn lessons is very valuable and funny, and I think we should continue to do it. I think scaring children is one of the funnest things to do. See you next time. No. Fairy tales and stories and urban legends just aren't enough, dude. Instilling fear with these PSAs, I think, needs to be a long-standing tradition, and I'm glad that these epicenters of knowledge exist today, and I think that we need to bring them back, dude. I don't know how, but we need to bring it back. Until next time, these are some creepy, weird British PSAs, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Is something funny, Hunter? Something funny, Hunter? I'm sorry, Hunter. Is something funny?
There's just something about the child death screams that are just so funny.
Hey, loser! Go check out MeatCanyon.store and pick up Melvin McCobb's manga. Pre-orders end January 1st, and they ship 8 to 10 weeks after the pre-order ends. Hurry up, loser!
And the prince and the princess lived happily ever after. The end.
Another Hunter, please.
I mean, I think I got a book about, like, we have the frog book, or we have...
No, I want something spicy.
Spicy how?
With a strong female lead. Ooh, who's not afraid to be a boss bitch. Oh, and a handsome young man who can take our damsel under her arms and seduce her.
Oh my God, Terrence, stop! Enough with that. Come on, I'm sitting right here, man.
Sorry.
If I get you this book, will you just please go to sleep?
Yes. Oh, please.
Okay, fine, I'm going. God. Just try to get some sleep beforehand, please. Will you try?
I'll try.
Okay. God, Terrence. You gotta work on this shit, man, for real. You gotta...
Sorry. Now for a little me time. Sorry.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Come on and sit it down, because today we're talking about smutty books again. I apparently have to read through more of the smutty book talks for Terrence because for some reason he wants that as a bedtime story tonight. I don't know. I've tried to get him to sleep for 7 years now, and I have not seen him sleep once. So any recipes I can try to mix up to get him to fall asleep, I will do. And it's unfortunate because book talk and the smut talk books, the smutty books, have reared its ugly head at us once again on this channel. Last time I read some, a lot of people were confused. It's like, I don't know, like I say, a lot of people were just straight up like, why the hell is he doing this? Well, it was really funny. And today I'm gonna read some more from apparently some of the ones that you've sent me, because this is the biggest thing, the biggest takeaway I got last time was we didn't touch, we didn't even scrape the iceberg. We didn't even dig deep enough. Apparently this is not, it goes deep, real deep, real smutty. And I want to see, can we try to find the most depraved, disgusting piece of literature that I can try to read to Terrence tonight to help him go to bed. And I think that is a valiant effort to try.
Wait! We want to thank today's sponsor, Bad Dragon! Are you in the mood to spice up your life? Spice up yourself? Shove things in your hole? Check out Bad Dragon if you're of age, because it's a great place that makes great quality products, and it's a fantastic company filled with beautiful people. We've been to the warehouse. It's like Willy Wonka's goddamn factory in there. The quality control, the designs, the community, it's all beautiful. And if you want to spice up your relationship or even just spice up your own personal life, it's a great place to look. So please go to Bad Dragon, check out all their amazing items, and hey, tell them Papa Meat sent you. Thank you, Bad Dragon, for sponsoring this video, and back to the video.
Long are the days gone of classic fantasy romance novels, or romance novels in general, you know, with your Okatars or your Fourth Wings. You know, see, I thought that I was getting into some spicy stuff from Sarah J. Maas. Little did I know. And I think we touched a little bit on to the real stuff whenever we got into some icebreakers. I'd read a little bit more of that. It's aggressive. there ain't no beating around the bush on that one. That book is aggressive. People often point out, although that some of these books contain romantic scenes, they're also compelling stories. That's what people say to me. They say, Hunter, yeah, there might be some f***ing and sucking and fingering and blowing and all that kind of stuff, but they're good stories, right? Unfortunately, for many smut talk enthusiasts, these books don't contain enough romantic scenes, or they aren't explicit enough for their taste. You are getting to the point now, ladies and gentlemen, that people are like, the story is so irrelevant. People just are trying to get that deep, hard going all the time. They want to read about it, right? And then some people now you start to get smutty book hipsters coming out saying that there's not enough, or that the scenes aren't graphic enough for them. Word, you know what I mean? I think the romantic books, they need to do a little scratch and sniff. That's why it's like jisms or something. They have a little scratch pad you can do. Oh, that's what Derek Spunk smells like. Yeah, Jessica opened her legs, and then you like open the page again, then you scratch the center of the book, and you do. But, my friends, this is where the amateur writers step up and they claim their throne as the most devious, most vile, most explicit, dare I say most sexy writers of them all. And with spicy books on high demand, all of these authors are getting book deals. And let me tell you, they're selling copies, okay? You'd be a fool. If you're a writer right now, just fucking make some real quick, dude. You know what I mean? Why not? You try to get a paycheck, or you trying to be an artist? And now you no longer have to scour the internet to find fan fiction with steamy love scenes. They're all front and center at any local bookstore. Barnes & Noble is basically a little fucking shop now. The wall that is the romance section at Barnes & Noble is shocking. All right, I mean, I thought I was in. Where's the Great Wall of China at? It's all over? All right, well, it looked like that. So let us dive back into the world of spicy books, smutty stories, and see if we can't find the most depraved, most evilly delicious. I want pants, basically, is what I'm saying. But I'll pants by the end of this episode, Nick. I'm myself. Starting off first, we want to get into, if we're going to talk, I guess, genre here. For some reason, I don't know, for some reason, I guess it's kind of obvious. Sports smutty books are very, very popular, okay? And one of the biggest genres right now, it's called jock fantasy. All right, jock fantasy novels. I like that, dude. Who doesn't want to get plowed by the captain of the football team, huh? Just one of these, like, right? And last time we talked about Icebreaker by Hannah Grace, which is probably the most popular book in this genre. Icebreakers is really peak jock fantasy smut. A lot of talk on nipple play, isn't there? He's like, he breathed on my nipple. Like, just right over a nipple and then just like, it's like, is it, oh. Bing. Be like one of those door stoppers when you were a kid.
Women love nipple play.
Women love nipple play? Hey man, if you're the expert, I'll listen to you. Okay. I think everybody likes nipple play. I like nipple play. I want someone to just suck on my nipples like I'm an Ethiopian woman breastfeeding a child.
Do you have like a ring of hair around your nipples?
Oh yeah, it's almost like eating like a Jolly Rancher with some hair on it. You're just like, I know there's a sweet treat in there somewhere. And this book got a lot of attention on social media. Icebreakers got a lot of attention on social media. So now there seem to be hundreds of sports-themed romance novels trying to follow in its footsteps, because once something is popular, ladies and gentlemen, you will have copycats, or people will be like, I wish, yeah, he's a hockey player, but I wanted the lacrosse captain to break my legs, break my back out, dude. I want him to work me in like an old leather glove, like a catcher's mitt. And one of the books that we have been recommended a lot is one of the more spicy sports romance books, and it's called Pucking Around by Emily Rath. If you take the P away, if you replace it with an S, sucking around. See, I like that. Really wish it was a different sport. Like, I hate that I'm going into this and it's gonna be hockey again. This is the synopsis of Pucking Around, so buckle in tight. Pucking Around by Emily Rath is a contemporary romance novel centered on Olivia, a determined and career-focused woman, and Jake, a charming but carefree professional hockey player. Olivia is assigned to interview Jake for a magazine feature, but their initial meeting doesn't go smoothly, with Jake's laid-back attitude clashing with Olivia's serious demeanor. I'm just trying to hang free, Olivia. And she's like, would you take these questions seriously? But despite their differences, sparks fly between them, leading to a passionate and complicated relationship. The book is about one woman in relationships with 3 different men, and a lot of the time, they all have sex together. That took a left turn real quick. That turned into a NC-17 version of Bridget Jones' Diary is what that turned into.
So they're running a train on Olivia.
Oh, dude. This book has an average rating of 3.82 out of 5. Not bad. And over 150,000 ratings with nearly 17,000 reviews. And it is over 700 pages long. Why? They're like, you've read Infinite Jest? Child's Play. Have you read Pucking Around by Emily Rath? That's why David Foster Wallace himself. Oh. All right, so let's go into some reviews once again. Roll the reviews.
What book have I just read? Oh my god, the feels! Loved it!
This was the best romantic. What's RH? Oh, reverse harem? Yeah. Wait, what does that mean? What's a reverse harem?
So a harem is a guy with multiple women.
Oh my god, Nick, hold on a second. Hold on. I thought it was Harlem for a second. I was thinking of the basketball team for a second. Harlem Globetrotters. I was like, what are you talking? We're playing basketball now? Sorry. Okay, so a harem is what?
A harem is when a guy has multiple
bunch of
women.
Right, he's around, but this is the woman with a bunch of boys, right? This was the best reverse harem I've ever read.
This book had it all. I mean, my poor Kindle is dead.
Why?
Scorching my hands right now. I gotta say, it died a happy Kindle. This was so hot! Fans herself frantically.
I feel sticky all of a sudden. I want to say a big old girl talking about breaking down a goddamn Kindle, destroying technology. Damn. All right, let's move on to Nicole. Nicole says, "Be still, my kinky f***ing heart." Cringe. I have no words. This was utterly epic. Finally, someone wrote a hockey reverse harem worth reading. Why is it's all abbreviated RH? Is it that normal? Apparently reverse harems that's the new thing. This has everything you could ever want. Tons of hockey scenes. Why is that the first thing? If you like hockey, no, seriously, this is a big one, okay? If you're like a big Bruins fan. Training / recovery. 3 totally different MMCs.
Male main characters.
The most beautiful bi-awakening friends to lovers' relationships and spice. It has everything you want, and leading with hockey scenes really got me. That was, she's like, it's ice and corn dogs and pucks. What else could you need? Or how about Rachel?
Fanning myself from how steamy this book was. This one pushed the boundaries of what I've read before. Sure, the beauty of exploring new things through reading.
Whoever she's dating, he's gonna be like, what do you mean you want to try this now? All right, so to excerpt. Excerpt number 1. This is from chapter 30. Chapter 30. This is probably only 200 pages in. Okay, so just think about 500 more pages, all right? Holding Caleb by the hips, I sink my hot mouth around his shaft. You know, last time we had at least the fantasy thing of like there was a little bit more. This is just, we're getting right into it. Okay. I sink my hot mouth around his shaft, taking him deep. The metal of each piercings click over the bottom teeth as I swallow him, sucking him until he's crying out.
His pierced.
Love. Loving this feeling of fullness. Caleb's tart. I think of sweet tarts, right? She takes, rubs it together, blows us fake smoke. Okay. Caleb's tart coats my tongue, and I know he's at the edge of release. I slip my hand inside his pants, cupping his balls. He gags me on his tapping the back of my throat as I choke, loving every second. Who wants to choke? Would you want to choke? Girl, I was in heaven. I shiver. Oh, my limbs suddenly boneless. This is a feeling I crave almost as much as the orgasm. This feeling of being hollowed out and filled up in one. End of the excerpt. That's the end of the chapter, the 30? All right, well, we'll move on to chapter 82 of Pucking Around. Here's what's gonna happen, says Caleb. Mars is gonna lie down. Hurricane, you'll ride him. The two characters' names are Mars and Hurricane? Hurricane, you'll ride him. I'll take your ass while Jake takes mine. What? What? Wait, so, hold on. He's somebody while he's fucking the ass? How do you do that? What shape are they in to make that work? That has to be the real definition of a Chinese finger trap. I glance quickly from Caleb to Jake and watch as Jake's expression changes from one of confusion to interest to excitement. That is the kinkiest f***ing thing I've ever heard, he says with a grin. Mars, please say you're in. I'm gonna die if you don't. We gotta try it. Mars glances between them. I'm f***ing Rachel, yes? No one is f***ing me? Chapter 82. All right, you're deep. What is going between the other pages of this goddamn horror show? Chapter 100. I'm not even stopping. Chapter 100. Fuck! I pant, slapping his hands down so I can jerk my cami up over my head. What the cami? A camisole. What's a camisole? Oh, in modern usage, a camisole or cami is a loose-fitting, sleeveless undershirt which covers the top part of the body but is shorter than a chemise. It's all Hobbit lingo. I don't know. Restarting it. I pant. I need you all. Need to have you. 3 pairs of eyes watch me, but it's Caleb who speaks. Say what you want, Hurricane. I stand and take a step back, dropping my silky shorts to the floor, leaving me naked. I want all 3 of you, all at once. I want to be dripping with your... Okay, dude. Goddamn. Make a mess of me. What? Claim me so there's no more doubt where I belong. Make a mess of me is downright, that is some doghouse level dirty right there. I want you just tear this up. Oh good, there's a part 2 to chapter 100. Well good. Oh yes, Jake laughs. Bend over, baby girl. I'm taking this. Not so fast! Caleb calls. Jake and I both glance over our shoulders. What the f*** is that? Jake mutters. You didn't think I'd leave you out, did you, Angel? Caleb teases. My eyes go wide as I see he's holding another slightly larger plug. This one is black. Bend over, Caleb orders, his free hand smoothing down the curve of Jake's ass. Oh my god. The buzzing in my ass is making me feel so full, bringing my organisms right back to the edge.
Hurry.
I beg.
Please.
Shit! Jake pants, his eyes wide as Caleb inserts the plug. This is... you know what, though? You have to have some amount of respect for someone who sat down and said, F it, I'm writing almost 1,000 pages of this. Here's another thing. That's a lie. I'm not reading. We're not reading any more of that, right? Okay. We're not. That's a lie. I'm not. This video is gone. For women, is this a book club book, do you think? My to-be read list is a mile long, and here I am considering rereading Pucking Around for the 8th time. God damn, dude. Just yourself and go to bed. I mean, what else do you have to do? I mean, honestly, how are you gonna have a what do you even say in a book club with this? What did you think it was hot? It's like if guys got around, they're like, what did you think of Playboy this week? It's like, yeah, I made it to like page 6. Actually, sounds like a pretty good club, honestly. What, doesn't it?
Well, that's what I was gonna say. I read the women were like, I couldn't last. I got 100 pages in.
I couldn't even finish it, girls. And everyone's like, ee! They kick their legs. Ee! You have wine, all getting wine drunk, and their husbands come home. They're like, "What is going on? Get out of here, Rebecca! Get upstairs!" That's what I like to think. That's the kind of people having that kind of. That was me acting. All right, Nick behind the camera did this.
Yeah, very.
Yeah, God. All right, anyways, out of sports, let's get out of sports, all right? Let's take a different route. Another genre taking over right now is the dark or taboo-themed books. And the number one most recommended smut book in this genre is Credence by Penelope Douglas. Here's the thing, too. These covers are always so deceptive, aren't they? The cover of Pucking Around and Icebreakers, you would have never expected that in there. Now, Credence already, let me tell you, there's an upside-down forest. I feel like this is about to get crazy. If there's already some surrealism happening on the cover, you better believe. I don't know what's gonna happen. He's got a bear. I don't know what's gonna go now. I don't know. This book is pretty controversial because it deals with multiple taboo topics like incest and abuse. You know, the fun stuff. And here is our synopsis of Credence. Tyrion de Haas, the only child of a film producer and his starlet wife, she's grown up with wealth and privilege, not love or guidance. And when they suddenly pass away, she knows she should be devastated. But has anything really changed? She's always been alone, hasn't she? Jake Vanderberg, an ugly name, isn't it? Her father's stepbrother and her only living relative assumes guardianship of I see where this is going. Assumes guardianship of Tiernan, who is still 2 months shy of 18. Wow. Okay, this is... God damn. Sent to live with him and his two sons, Noah and Caleb, oh God, in the mountains of Colorado. She also realizes that lines blur and rules become easy to break when no one else is watching. One of them has her, the other one wants her, but he's going to keep her.
This sounds like a horror book.
This is a legitimate horror book. One of them has her. One of them wants her, and the other one is going. That's not how it reads, right? I mean, my God. This book has an average rating of 3.68 out of 5 and over 415,000 ratings with 48,000 reviews, and the reviews are pretty mixed, okay? Which let's read some of the reviews now. The first one is from Namera. What the actual hell did I just read? Girls' parents commit... We can't say that. Girls' parents unalive themselves. Girl is placed under care of her father's stepbrother, who lives in the mountains of Colorado with his two sons. Girl spends winter hopping from one of their beds to the other before falling in love with the one who's a psycho. Martina, I'm free! Worst experience of my life! Alexandra, people liking this book should be studied. Glinda!
If a genie gave me 3 wishes, I'd use all 3 of them to make sure Penelope Douglas
never writes another book ever again. Wow. Not only does she have a lot of books, I will say that is one of the more overwhelmingly negative of the comment sections, because usually girls are just like,
it's too wet, there's not enough towels.
You know what I mean? That's usually how it all goes. That's pretty much what happens. All right, so let's just get into the excerpts. Let's just dive in ourselves and see. We're gonna start in chapter 23. Caleb stands in the dark corner, his jeans unfastened but still on as he watches me. I hold on to Noah as my body moves up and down the mattress with the thrust. Caleb eyes on me, turning me on even more. My contracts. I don't blink. Look at me, Hector. And my body tenses, every muscle tightening as I come. I cry out, looking at Caleb as I shudder and shake, his eyes not faltering as his brother me. All right, at least the brothers aren't right?
Not yet.
Noah, I lean forward and take Caleb in my mouth. Okay, so now the brothers are tag teaming their cousin, correct? Okay, I'm making sure. Just wanted to make sure I got that lined up perfectly. His long, thick muscle, hard as a rock. I fist the base because I can't take it all. And suck him slow and gentle, licking and teasing with my tongue. Our moans fill in the room as the winter rages outside. Using my good arm? Does she have a gimp arm?
Yes, so.
She's like, give me that thing. Let me reposition. Diving back down, I sink my mouth down him farther and farther, feeling him tap the back of my throat. That's like a verbiage. Tap the back of my throat.
That's how you know he's big.
That's how you know he's big, because he's tapping it. Because his hard muscle, as she calls it, is able to go down. It's able to wrap around. It's able to do.
Hey.
Knock, knock.
Hey, I'm here. I'm big.
He jerks. A strangled groan leaving his throat. Ah. Noah digs his fingers into my hips, pumping me from the bottom, and I know he's about to come. But Caleb grabs me and pulls me off his straining, kissing my mouth fierce and hard. Come here. Bro, get off her, bro. It's my turn. Then I feel it. Him behind me, between our legs. His fingers press into my other place. I tense up. I'm down with a lot, but I don't think this is a good idea. You can tell like a millennial with this, and she was like, I move on Noah, holding Caleb's eyes as he taunts my ass, working the tip of his finger inside me. I swallow, tighten it up, but he moves my hand to my pussy, tell me to prime myself. Goddamn, you better prime yourself real quick. This is called oil check. Slowly, I relax, and after a couple minutes, I start backing up into it. My is building again. That hat, like, can we actually read any remote part of that? That has to be all bleeps. We can put it up on the Patreon uncensored, but this has got to be. How do you get turned on knowing that it's two brothers? Well, let's skip to chapter 26. And I guess some context here is the main character is sleeping. He climbs on the bed, hovering over her on his hands and knees as she sleeps, moving his mouth but unable to voice the words "pretty little." Okay, all right, man. Climbing off her, he watches her face as he gently pulls her shorts down, watching her face as he slides his hand inside of her panties. Okay, there's no way we can read this. Okay, no. I'm not reading the rest of this one. He's just her while she's sleeping. This feels like it was written by a murderer. This is what have you ever heard of the Toy Box Killer? This feels like it was written by the Toy Box Killer. I say shame on you. I'm not reading anymore. I'm not reading anymore. Did I mistake you for a sign from God? That f***ing Sleep Token song. My love, did I mistake you for a sign of God? And the girl's like, yeah, I think some taboos are broken, even though all that's going to be censored. Just know that, guess what? It's kind of hot. Well, I know that the jock one is really popular, but fantasy romances, that's where the bread and butter's at, all right? Fantasy romance is the king above all else in the smut book world. These books contain all sorts of the regular fantasy tropes, creatures, magic, and anything you may find in a D&D campaign, except it's filled with smut.
I like it.
Literature clubs will rate these on their wet-o-meter. Okay, let me reread that. Literature clubs will rate these on their wet-o-meter and typically read these much over the books based in reality. Okay?
So the previous two, they won't read, but
myself and the other admins of Book Group 18 Plus created our own scale that we call the wet-o-meter.
How much, how different can the wetness be? Don't get me wrong. If anything, it feels like the Charlie moist meter. Anything, there better be, she's just like, it was sludgy, thick, and it was just sticky. Okay, so wet-o-meter. 1, clam jammed. 2, is that a tingle? 3, bites bottom lip. 4, nips perking up. What? The nipple thing. God damn. 5, mildly moist.
That's 5 mildly moist.
You're halfway up and it's just like, it's like chapped lips. 6, clench before drench. 7, juices are flowing. 8, we have splashdown. 9, fuck, I broke Bob. What's Bob?
Bob, you know what we're talking about. You know what we're talking about.
And then 10, I flooded my basement. Awesome. One of the books here that is consistently getting a 5 chili peppers rating or a solid 10 on the wet-o-meter is A Ruin of Roses by K.F. Breen. Once again, it's just like these all look like Hot Topic covers. Like, you know what I mean?
A Ruin of Roses by K.F. Breen is a dark, spicy fantasy novel that follows Finley, a young woman who accidentally stumbles upon a forbidden forest and is captured by Nifane, a powerful cursed dragon prince. The book is essentially a spicy retelling of Beauty and the Beast, where she becomes trapped in his castle and must navigate a dangerous, secretive world while trying to break his curse.
And this book has a 3.81 out of 5 average rating with 55,000 ratings and almost 5,000 reviews, and many of the reviews are conflicted as well. Also, I really like how in the last book, whatever cadence, the amount of ratings on there, people were just being like, Beauty and the Beast retelling, check, but much spicier and kinkier. Smut, check. Funny, check. Strong heroine, check. Explicit sexual scenes, uh-oh! Well, Marquise, terrible writing, excessive vulgarity, and Beauty and Beast is twisted beyond recognition. Claudia! Okay, how do I review this? This was ridiculous. Take Beauty and the Beast, but make it into A, smutty, B, more smutty, C, foul mouth, and D, with all the singing furniture becoming horny. If you don't think Belle walking to the castle to get a full-out orgy kind of funny, then maybe this isn't for you. But if that's amusing, then
Hello, join in. The reading, not the pervert.
let's get into the excerpts here. Without further ado, let's start beating around the bush. Let's get into it. Chapter 1, right off the bat. All right. Lava spilled out and dripped down to my sodden core. I couldn't stop a moan as an intimate presence feathered across my skin. It was incredible. The best thing I'd ever felt. Reaching down into the very center of me and pulling out a raw hunger I didn't want to shy away from. Desperate desires fitted through my head. Of touching, of tangled bodies, of the taste of a hard sliding into my mouth. See, it's like it has you for a second, and then it all of a sudden... Hello? Yes, there's mice inside my walls. Of the taste of a hard sliding into my mouth. I just, what you think is that romantic?
Not if you say it like that. How would you write it?
How would I write if I wanted to be like, I don't know, I wanted every piece of him.
Inside my mouth?
I wanted him inside my mouth. I wanted him to impregnate my tongue. Me, this incubus was a strong mother... I do like how it's written. Now, see, now we're getting to like creepypasta territories. I've read enough creepypastas now to be like, yeah, here we go. I've never felt something like that. Don't unzip your... Do not unzip your jacket.
It's getting hot in here.
It's not getting hot in here. I had to ignore the sudden brain-fogging desire to drop down right now and spread my legs, begging to be taken. Old girl's just trying to get her nut. Also, I thought it'd be, you know, unappealing that'd be. Dominates me! I pushed it away with everything I had, ignored the sudden wetness between my legs and the unyielding desperation to be taken roughly. God damn, dude. Someone hit me! Have him pound that big into me over and over again. Finley, isn't it? Why did that rough voice suddenly feel like a sensuous lick across my heated flesh? I hated that I loved it. Hated that I suddenly craved his kisses between my thighs. His fingers banging into my slicks. Wait, what? His fingers banging into my slick X? It felt like his magic was... Yeah, sorry. The pest guy's gonna come in here and spray for rats in a second. I'm like, he's walking by with a huge spray.
Hello. Heard you guys been hearing sounds at? Could you tell me possibly where it's been?
Yeah. I'll show you.
As I said that, the pest guy came in. He did. I heard you guys are getting rats in your walls. We were just like... Drunk on this feeling, desperate to let this big alpha push me down into the dirt right now and drive that big deep into my needy. Okay, I just want to say, it's like it has some fantasy stuff, and then all of a sudden it's just like, I want him to just rail me and tons of my apple like I'm a Cinnabon cinnamon roll. It just throws it in randomly. You're like, kind of like whiplash. Whoa, you know, that's what I feel. But let's skip to chapter 8, shall we? An iron grip latched around my right ankle. I flipped back to kick, but he pulled me towards him. My animal purred. God, I don't know if I like the animal thing, dude. Kitty. I've heard people say kitty before too, and I'm always just like, ugh. Meow. My animal purred within his dominant manhandling. So when it dribbled into my panties. Ugh. Also, you can't say my animal and then immediately go into my... That's kind of... I don't know how I feel about that. He leaned forward, his hard length resting right where I needed it. My animal thrashed against my hold where my hips bucked back. I hate that it's just like it's like its own creature now. Shivers go to me as I rubbed along his, momentarily dropping my head and closing my eyes, focused solely on that delicious sensation. He growled, his free hand gripping my hip and keeping me still while he rocked, the glorious friction dripping the liquid fire into my desperate... I feel weird. I feel like the guy's gonna come walk in. I feel like I'm reading the story in like my parents' house and I'm like trying to be quiet. My eyes snapped open at the realization of what I just said. Not what my animal had made me say. What I had said. All right, skip to chapter 10, dude. We're blazing past it. He shoved one side of my pants down before the other. The rat guy walked back in. Someone write a smut book or a spice book of a pest guy who comes in. I'm trying to work. Spraying. I'm just like, put it up on red. Thank you. Let me get at your... I can't read this with this guy here. Let me get at your... I'm like whispering out. Let me get at your...
I want you to force that big all the way down my throat, then flip me over and ram it deep into my...
Hungry chills spread across my flesh.
Yes.
I whispered, widening my legs for him.
Oh, God. My eyes fluttered as one finger slowly ran along my slick folds. It's like an alien movie. Predators in there.
You're so wet. He growled. I'm going to make you for me, princess. Oh, God. My movements were reduced to little jerks of pleasure. As he returned to my and threaded in 2 fingers. I'm going to make you so hard you can't think of any other name but mine.
The fantasy setting and then having the dialogue be so innately human is ruining it for me. I don't know with this one, dude. Chapter 16. When he didn't answer, I returned the favor from the other night and ran a finger up his crack. I don't know if any guy's just like, whoa, you know, you paying cash or card? And she's like, Visa. My ex used to like a ass tickle and sometimes a poke when he was getting a job. Do not talk to me about other men. Growled. I felt my animal arc and purr within me. She did like when he went alpha. Oh, God. Referring to your, like, inner beast or your as, like, a third person. She did like when he went alpha.
Have you ever tried it?
I asked a husky voice as I traced a finger up along the scar again. Still featherlight.
No.
On impulse, I leaned forward and licked the top of the scar. His hips puckered. He let out a long, tortured moan. Also, she's saying Scar's asshole, treating it like a lollipop, Tootsie Pop. How many licks to get to the center, Knifeane? God, this is the last actor, thank God. He groaned as I massaged, reaching down and tangling his fingers in my hair. He groaned. Ooh. I felt a soft tug and my animal about surged to the surface. God, enough with the animal. I forced her back down. Get back down there. Get down. She pushed us to go too far. I was about to bang him with my... Oh, God. I was about to bang him with... Why does that just read so? That's not weird. That's just aggressive. God damn, dude. It's like I'm like in a boxing match right now. His fingers in my hair turned into a fist. He held me firm, and I moaned within that hold. His breathing came fast. Mine was faster. My neck swelled. So wet. So desperate for him. I couldn't wait. I couldn't do this slow. It was killing me. I mean, the only thing, and I will say the only thing I'm going to give Terrence is I will give him this copy of Pucking Around, because at least Pucking Around is it's 700. He'll have a nice night read for a long time. I think my least favorite was the fantasy one. Oh, Beauty and the Beast thing. It's like, you can't be romantical and all of a sudden just be like, and then I want him to pound my and put mustard on me and fill me up with as I check my iPhone. It feels like 2 different fantasy and then it brings me back down to reality. If I'm in a fantasy book, do I want to be in reality, Nick? No. So, without further ado, I will be giving Pucking Around to Terrence. I don't think he really even knows what's about to hit him, so I guess let's just go see what he says.
Terrence?
Hunter?
Are you awake?
Yeah. Oh, I'm awake.
I think I got the perfect book for you, man. I'm very excited.
Oh, what's it called?
It's called Pucking Around. And
Ooh.
I'll be honest, I've learned a lot today about these books, and honestly, I can see the appeal why you like them.
Oh.
So, I say, let's read this and try to get you to some sleep, okay?
Thanks, Hunter. Hey, Hunter?
Yeah, Terrence.
Can I jerk it this time?
Only this time.
Oh, thanks, Hunter. Oh.
Caleb looks at me before leveling his eyes at Jake. Something's happening right now. The guys are in the middle of some contest. I can only assume it's about me. I can tell by Caleb's confidence and Jake's spank puppy look that Kay is winning. Slowly, he gets up from the table, and the whole crowd cheers again.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Come on and settle down, because today we're talking about prison. Social media has made it very accessible to kind of get the ins and outs of what happens in a prison. Maybe you see a prisoner, maybe he makes a love doll out of pillows and he squeezes its ass and its titties, and you know, you're like, that's romantic. Or maybe you watch people smoking weed or maybe stabbing someone to death. Prison has never been more accessible to the common man. With prisoners getting cell phones and all kinds of different weird things happening, it just made me want to make a video talking about all the weird things that happen in everyday prison
prison life. And it seems that every person who has been to prison has an interesting story or some kind of perspective that we from the outsiders, us safe, law-abiding citizens, find scary or fascinating. Have you seen that guy that talks about like, it's like a prisoner who has a social media channel. It's just about how he got addicted to like having sex with men, like getting obsessed with like men's asses.
I'm talking about this motherfucker's ass was so fat. It was like your baby mama. That motherfucker's ass was fat. Ungodly fat, right?
So let's take a look at some of these absolutely wild stories and see what life's like inside the clink. Is that the right word, verbiage?
Brink?
The clink.
I've never heard of clink.
I'm almost positive clink is a clink. I'm slang a generic term for prison or jail. Okay, the clink. Just making sure. You know, when people think of prison, what do they think? And don't say butts. And pedophiles and murderers. And if you're thinking of a movie, what do you think? You're probably thinking of sneaking in contraband. Right. Some of the best stories come from people trying to smuggle things into prison. Prisoners have to constantly find more creative ways to bring things in, whether it be cell phones or drugs, all that kind of stuff. And they have to get creative. You know, back in the day, it was just your butt. I feel like the butt's a dead meme.
Well, that's the first place they look.
Well, that's the whole thing. They have you like, they're like squat and cough.
Really?
Oh yeah, that's, you get naked and they're like squat and cough. So you squat and you do, you're supposed to immediately just shit out everything. There's no way you're pushing like a box of ibuprofen up that deep, you know what I mean? Our first little subject today, which is an attorney smuggling K2 soaked court documents. First off, just want to say, great prison pick. He looks lovable, but he also looks like he could just kill me with his bare hands. In the gay community, he'd be called a bear. Just kind of cool. In 2025, this year, this happened this year, 2025. 37-year-old Nathan Williams got the help of his other inmates to come up with a unique way to smuggle in drugs to Duval County Jail. Oh God, you see that Jacksonville Jaguar thing? Duval. He took an assortment of their legal paperwork and had them soaked in K2, a synthetic form of marijuana that is illegal.
It's illegal now?
I guess it is illegal. Okay, well, I think it's a synthetic form of marijuana. It's like rat poison. If it was marijuana, people would be like, I don't give a fuck. But they're like, no, this is bleach and Tide Pods. That's gonna get you hot. I smoked it once. I know I've told you this story, but I was playing World of Warcraft with my buddy like way back in the day, hitting some shit off of like a Monster energy can pipe. And we were just gaming. All of a sudden, I was like, I had this horrible panic attack. And I'm like, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I thought that I was having a heart attack. I'm like, dude, I'm having a panic attack. So now I can't smoke weed. I haven't smoked weed since I was 16 years old.
Try it again. It's been 32 years.
I don't want to. I'm sticking to healthy stuff like Jack Daniels and whiskey and rum, dude. That's why I have this. That's why I have this body. He was successfully transporting the drugs for financial gain for a while, but an increase in drug overdoses led to an investigation that resulted in him being caught and arrested. He now faces 8 third-degree felonies. So, you know, starting it off light, you know, they have this year, a little K2, soaked in rat poison, shove it up your bum, and then now people are ODing on doo-doo pills. I don't know how I'd feel about if I'm trying to get high. It's like, this is up my ass. I guess if you're in the clink, it doesn't matter.
You throw a condom around it.
I like to think that it was just like bare fist, just like covered in the K2 oil, and he just like, he wants to get high too, and he's like, oh. Well, I guess if it wasn't covered, it would just dissolve in his body, and he would probably just OD himself.
Or he did the saw method and dipped it in wax and swallowed it.
Yeah. Well, I want to get more eccentric with it, so that's why I'm going to switch to pigeons smuggling in phones. Did Dr. Doolittle get arrested? What the f***? How did that happen? In 2017, a pigeon was found trying to enter a Brazilian prison with a cell phone attached to it. Guards noticed that an inmate was frantically trying to capture the moving bird, so they intervened and lured it down with pieces of food. Dig in their asshole and grab out some like a cupcake or something. Hi. Further investigation revealed that it was wearing some sort of vest designed to help it carry contraband over prison walls. Pigeons had supposedly been bred and raised by inmates with the purpose of having them smuggled out and given contraband so that they could be released and use their instincts to return home.
Bred them in the prison.
He's like, no, give him time. They must make love. Only if they make love is his home. That's a pretty devious way of bringing in some stuff though, huh? Training pigeons.
How'd they get the first pigeons?
Probably sweet treats or something. Probably plantains or some shit like that. Or we could talk about an updated pigeon, a drone, delivering and drugs to inmates. Well, that makes more sense. You can be pretty far from a drone to control it.
Some of them, yeah. Or you get like a little extender.
Yeah, with a giant metal rod. In 2016, it was discovered that drones were being utilized to smuggle copious amounts of contraband, like drugs, cell phones, and films.
Where do they watch these films?
Also, just like, doesn't the cell phone just do that for you? Like, I need magazines, DVDs. It's like, so I have to bring you a portable DVD player too. Yeah. When an inmate named Thaddeus Shorts, that's a great name for a prisoner. When an inmate named Thaddeus Shorts had been released from prison, he came up with a scheme to efficiently deliver products to those inside. He would make up to $6,000 per drop-off. Not bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You're not doing daily deliveries though. There's no way that the guards are like, what is that thing? Drones are so loud. Can you imagine? He's like, it's multi-drops a day. I'm making $700,000 a month. The operation was shut down after Shorts was caught near the facility with a brand new truck he had purchased from his earnings. The vehicle was filled with drugs, DVDs, and other packages alongside a drone. I like the idea that he immediately got out and he's just like, I'm gonna buy a $150,000 Ford Raptor. Dropping off Twinkies and to inmates inside, dude. Apparently he was so proud of the scheme he orchestrated that he told the investigators everything they wanted to know. He told them he was using the money to create a new customized drone that could carry larger quantities of supplies. He definitely saw Catch Me If You Can. They're going to be so impressed with this evil scheme that I'm doing that the government's going to hire me. Shorts was convicted yet again, prompting prison management to become more aware of how new tech could be utilized to smuggle stuff into prisoners.
Look at that drone.
The picture of this drone is obnoxious. I think DJI drones have 4 propellers. This has, I think it's 8 propellers. If you've never been on a drone, it is not a quiet affair. I don't know how the guards didn't realize this was happening. Also, like, look at all these windows. Is everyone just like... Today's video is sponsored by GamerSupps. Our dearest friends at GamerSupps make amazing energy drinks and non-caffeinated drinks for you to enjoy throughout your day. They're gluten-free, keto-friendly, and goddammit, they're good. And we have an amazing flavor, raw meat, right now that you can try and enjoy. It's basically summer in a cup. It's unbelievable. They also just released their V-Card game. So if you like card games, I would check that out as well. And use promo code PAPAMeat and you get 10% off whatever you order from GamerSupps. It's amazing drinks, amazing quality. These guys fucking rule. They're one of the most supportive brands that we ever have on this channel, so please go check them out. Check out the drinks, the shakers, and also check out their new card game because it's a lot of fun. Thank you GamerSupps for sponsoring the video, and back to the video. Gotta go back to the attorneys though, dude. Those are the real evil motherfuckers out there in the world. An attorney smuggles fentanyl-laced weed to a dominatrix in prison. It's like if you're an attorney, they're just like, no matter what, there has to be some kind of marijuana in my ass. You have to pay me, and you also have to give me a chapstick tube. In 2023, a Russian dominatrix named Victoria Nostrova began convincing her attorney Christopher Hoyt to smuggle in bags of fentanyl-laced marijuana into the prison for her. She was definitely like silver tonguing that motherfucker. Do you want me to whip you? He's like, yes. Yeah, could I whip you? She's like, if you want. He's like, I'm afraid. Do not be afraid of things you do not understand, Mr. Attorney. He would do this regularly before being caught with a loose bag of drugs in her shoes, leading to the lawyer being arrested and replaced. Oh. Thank God we put the replace thing. Being arrested. Well, was he still on the case? As it turns out, the reason for Victoria's imprisonment is absolutely banana nut crazy. In 2014, she was caught on a traffic camera propping up her recently murdered neighbor in the passenger seat of her car. And according to the victim's daughter, quote, all that was left basically was his skull and bones. No legs, no left hand. I couldn't believe it. She's like, I don't prefer people have left hand. Her goal was to steal money and valuables from the neighbor, but instead became an international fugitive running from the law to escape Russian prison. And by 2016, she started working as a dominatrix while regularly visiting a salon in Queens. It was there that she met Olga Tisk, a stylist that bore a striking resemblance to Victoria. She decided this was her ticket to freedom. Victoria wanted to have Olga killed so that she could take her identity and live out her new life in Queens. God, Victoria's kind of a baddie though, huh?
I'm not a killer. I'm woman. Only woman.
Also, they don't look that similar. I think the only similarity is they kind of have a cold Russian stare. Like they're just like, how are you doing? Victoria begged Olga for an eyebrow touch-up that she could perform at her home. There, she brought out a cheesecake as a thank you gift. Olga ate a slice of the cheesecake and found herself vomiting 20 minutes later before passing out. The cheesecake had been laced with phenazepam, an intense tranquilizer that could lead to death if dosed high enough.
I walked over to the waste paper basket, and right there was this plastic container with what appeared to be the remnants of pastry, something that looked good.
Olga was alive, but spent the entire night feeling sick. To finish the job, Victoria visited her to deliver some chicken soup, again laced with more of the drug, which sent Olga into a coma. She's just like, oh, you're sick from cheesecake I gave you? She's like, yes, her stomach bad. She's like, don't worry, brought you green chicken noodle soup. You have to drink quick though, drink what hot, drink it. Oh. Olga. Oreo, your food is no sit right with Olga. Victoria then ransacked her place for valuable jewelry, a passport, and an employment authorization card before leaving. When she woke up, there were pills surrounding her in what seemed to be a staged Urukai. In 2018, the New York Police Department finally found Victoria with her boyfriend buying a 50-inch TV, where she was eventually imprisoned for murder as well as a slew of other crimes that emerged after her arrest. We just want to talk about Victoria. It's an interesting story. I like how they catch her outside of a Best Buy. She's like, I wanted to buy OLED TV. The picture better for me, Olga. They're like, you're Victoria. Are you sure? But, I mean, you know, yeah, we could talk about smuggling stuff all day, but I want to get to the juicy shit. Prisoners of TikTok. Huh? Prison TikTokers, dude. That's where the money's at. Speaking of smuggling, the birth of social media sites like TikTok has given inmates a new hobby to indulge in with the cell phones they smuggle into the cells. That's right. Prisoners have started posting TikToks, giving us a glimpse into life on the inside.
Look how nasty this cell is, man. They just put me in here. I asked for the cleaning supply, they told me no. Look, the light don't even work. I ain't got no light. This the light.
So all you guys, when everyone was complaining about, oh, TikTok's gonna go away. Ooh, this is unconstitutional. Look at some of these TikToks, dude.
2025, we got niggas sleeping in the mat out this bitch. Hey, bro. Are you all right in there? Yeah. All right.
If we get rid of TikTok, then we don't know what the prisoners are doing on the inside. Inmates would post videos of themselves creating do-it-yourself projects, messing around with other inmates, and most importantly, food videos, baby. Many inmates would post detailed videos showing how they would rig their living space to make food that was less depressing than the slop that they would receive on a daily basis. A lot of people making some, I mean, horrendous concoctions with various ramen packs and everything else.
This is what set it off. The pickle placement.
Also, some of them, dude, I eat a lot of these recipes that they're done. One of the bigger prison influencers has made a name for himself as a very prominent TikTok prison chef. Said shelf for a second. His name is Untiktolard, the prison chef. Did I say that right? Untiktolard?
Untiktolard.
Whose name translates to a TikTok convict. In French, whatever, was he eating snails, dude? Has over 400,000 followers on his account where he posts videos of his personal prison recipes as well as other types of educational, amusing content. Let's show some of it. How quirky. The French sure are fun, aren't they? You know, who gives a fuck about TikTok, right? I shouldn't have even led you down that road, because the thing that connects us human beings is love, relationships, physical affection. So let's talk about prison dating and relationships. Let's roll that shit. I want to first talk about a murderer rapper who impregnates two jail workers. Impressive. In 2024, Darius Tyson was accused of getting 2 employees at Durham County Jail pregnant. You dirty dog. Darius, the highest ranking blood member from North Carolina, was imprisoned due to murder charges for kidnapping, burglary, and conspiracy to commit murder. They thought if you take a prison photo, you have to like look at the camera. Maybe he was looking at a big fat ass of that woman. He's just like, that one's gonna be mine. While in prison, it was discovered that he had intercourse with both a contracted nurse as well as a detention sergeant within the facility, both of which became pregnant. And the shocker here is one of them's a man. Can you imagine? Oh, Darius, what the hell?
Do you think they got upset when they knew?
Yeah, dude. Like, I risked my job and everything to do, you know what I mean? Or maybe they're just like poly. What if they're poly couples? In on it. You never know. He had also used his charm and influence to get another detention sergeant to provide him a phone, which he used to orchestrate illegal drug deals from inside his cell. He was delivered other contraband as well, including a vape pen. But I bet you Darius didn't even consider getting a few. What you want to think today's? No kidding. I just want to know what kind of silver-tongued devil this is, dude. Jesus. Nick just did. That's all he has to do. The girl's like, ooh. Just does, come on. Come on. Darius, no. Come on. If you ever want to try and be like, I want to take you out sometime, the girl's just like, oh, no, I'm good. I have a boyfriend. Come on. Huh? Is that a silver tongue thing to do?
I'm going to try it.
Are you? I legitimately want you to try. Come on. Come on. You can do it at different speeds. Come on. Come on. Come on! In court, he claimed that he was sexually assaulted. Word? Seeing as a detainee by law cannot consent, according to his attorney. Oh, Darius. Playing the system now. He is still in prison and awaiting a trial for his previous charges. Damn! Do you think he kind of did that? He's like, oh, I
sex with them, and then I'm gonna impregnate them, to then they can come back and be like,
they get pregnant. Everybody know.
Darius is a smooth talking man. He got his chops licked. All right, I get it. Let's talk about an OnlyFans prison guard who bangs another prisoner and then goes to jail herself. OnlyFans people, man, they do anything to get that content, won't they?
And it works.
Oh, and trust me, the video is very good. Come on. In 2024, a 30-year-old female prison officer went viral online after a video was released where she was seen having sex with an inmate from a London prison. That's just literally a man giving her back shots right there. Do I look pretty? The inmate's friend, who was smoking weed while he was filming the sex tape, saying, "Guys, we made history. This is what I'm telling you." People discovered that the woman, Linda de Souza Abreu,
Linda de Souza Abreu.
Whatever, Linda, is also an OnlyFans model and a married swinger. Oh, wait, is it still open? Can I still donate? Pretty sick. Apparently, this was not the first time where Linda engaged in sexual activity with a man in the video. There was another instance which was easily found because she was still wearing her prison body cam at the time. She was ultimately jailed for 15 months for a crime and no longer works in the prison. She's like, oh.
It's a crime to have sex with inmates?
Yeah. Come on. That's all she had to do. So what, I can't bang I'm going to lose my job at the prison and not be able to have sex with the inmates anymore? They're like, no. Come on. Or in her case, come on. Charlie XCX is my favorite. I think the apple's rotten right to the core. He's like, would you shut the up? It's a brat summer. You know, prison guards, they're little dirty devils. I mean, this next one we're talking about is prison guards having a jacuzzi orgy. Are there jacuzzis in a prison?
I guess at this one.
Sometimes when people talk about the amenities that prisons have, it makes me just be like, why the f am I out here, dude? I'm paying for that. If I'm paying for a jacuzzi in a prison, I'd be pissed. In Lanton Prison in Belgium, good waffles, it was discovered that 10 prison guards were consistently hosting orgies outside of work. Is that a crime, dude?
No.
I think that's fucking awesome. One of the male guards would bring everyone over to his house to throw parties inside of his jacuzzi, where they would each draw colored bracelets in order to decide on who their sexual partners were going to be with.
Do you think they drew Magic the Gathering land cards?
Yeah, did they play Magic while they were doing it? No, I like to think that instead of even the beads, after a while, they do that thing that kids do in school where it's just like 3, 4, 5, 6. Red or blue? Red. All right, you're Jared. Wouldn't that be fun? I'd like that. One employee identified as S was a nymphomaniac that literally refused to work until she had sex. In the morning at 6 a.m., she would relay this to her colleagues, and a senior prison official began granting her access to his office to have intercourse with whoever agreed to at that day. So basically, he'd just be like, my room's a pit. She's like, I want to have with Tony. Tony Soprano. All right, fine, I want to have with Ash today. Come on. Fuck off, Carmel. I'm busy. This information was given by an anonymous source that revealed that S was hardly qualified to be a security officer. What? Really? It was originally just a visitor who would come to Lanton to see her inmate brother that was charged for murder. The prison guards were shocked to see that she became a prison officer seemingly overnight. She probably just immediately sucked and fucked one of them, right? The man in charge of hosting sex parties was found to be engaging sexually with female inmates as well, which resulted in him being banned from a women's wing of the prison, and S, however, was banned from the men's wing, as they believed that this would help her calm her sexual urges. A thorough investigation had to be conducted to see who else was participating in the bizarre sexual behavior. That's the end of that. They still work there. Me and our work staff, we're all consenting adults. We like to go to jacuzzis, drink Mai Tais, and bang each other out. Off company time. Are we not talking about the pit in the office? Makes you think the guys making the rules are just like, we're not going to take away that, are we? If you're talking about prison, the first thing you think of is what? Prison escape stories.
That's not what I was thinking.
Really? What were you thinking? We got to move past the sexual assault, man. I guess I'm thinking of like Alcatraz, dude. Work with me here, Nick. God damn. What about prisoners who've just simply had enough? Yeah, like they're just like, I'm tired of this. I want to go home. Some prisoners spend years waiting for the right moment to break free from their cells using complex and coordinated plans. Everyone thinks of Shawshank Redemption, dude. We get it. Crawls through, you see the paper, they look in the stupid hole, and he emerges out from the shit pipe. Whatever. We get it. Let's look at some real life stories, all right? Like our first one, an inmate who used peanut butter to trick the guards. Bet you didn't think of that, did you? You ever think about treating security guards like dogs? Might not have to dig for 7 years with a metal spoon. Maybe you can just get out some Peter Pan peanut butter, dude. In 2017, 12 prisoners escaped from an Alabama jail using only peanut butter. Okay, first off, it's Alabama. That's the first thing. They have a monkey working the key system like in Pirates of the Caribbean. Come on, Jim, you want this? Come on, get it. During meals, the prisoners were regularly served peanut butter sandwiches. To enact their plan, they had slowly been stocking up loose peanut butter in the cell for a long period of time. I'm guessing they're just taking the thing out and they're just like scraping it out and like just keeping peanut butter. But where? Like just put it in the corner. It's a huge like mound of peanut butter. Look at that. Damn. There's also gotta be a guy with like a peanut allergy who's like down the block like, calm down, Jerry. We'll be out soon. He's like, let me set the stage. It was 6:30 p.m. at night. With a hefty dollop of peanut butter in one hand, one inmate was able to cover up a number on their cell so it matched the number of a door that led outside. So they're just saying that if it was like 610 and the door that led outside is 810, that they're just like, it's like, that's 810. He's like, I guess this is 810 even though the 8 is made of peanut butter. It waited until an inexperienced prison guard went searching for the exit door, mistakenly opening their cell instead. All at once, they rushed past him and headed for freedom. Are you saying that he was like, does this lead outside and he is looking into a cell? This looks weird, but I guess is where I'm supposed to, gentlemen. Using a stack of blankets they brought with them, they covered the razor wire on the fence and were able to climb over them. Some were prepared with cars to pick them up, and others simply ran on foot. While the majority of them were caught in less than an hour, 24-year-old Bradley Kilpatrick was nowhere to be found. Using helicopters, they searched everywhere they could, guaranteeing $500 to anyone who could give them useful information. Alabama, dude. Goddamn, what a fucking hellhole. I will give anybody $500, count it, $500. That's right. See, his eye, he knows. $500 to anybody who can give us some useful information. And I'll tell you, if anybody wants to pass forward that right there, the Jiffy. Come on. He was eventually captured after being spotted in Tequesta, Florida. And in a press conference, a sheriff, James Underwood, stated, quote, escapes happen. We've got some evil people down here, and they scheme all the time to con us and our employees out of the jail. You've got to stay on your toes. This one time we slipped up. I'm not going to make any excuses.
Some of the inmates been pretty smart on what their plan was. Changing some numbers on the door with peanut butter. That may sound crazy, but these people are crazy like a fox.
I'd be like, maybe fire the guy who looked at a peanut butter sign and thought that the inside of a building led to outside of the prison. I don't know. That's just me. Or we can talk about Casey White's prison escape. Casey White, an alleged murderer, had escaped an Alabama prison. Seriously, Alabama, you guys suck. Casey White, an alleged murderer, had escaped an Alabama prison with the help of a corrections officer in 2022. The officer, Vicky White, oh dude, he's silver-tongued this girl who's just like, no one really dated. I never went to prom. He's like, darling, I'll take you dancing tonight.
Are you serious? Were you really?
The officer, Vicky White, began giving Casey special treatment after she found herself developing romantic feelings for him. As a relationship developed, she began using a burner phone to contact him from home. 1,100 phone calls were discovered on record. 1,100. She's like, so I just had to call you. He's like, God damn, dude. What? Hey, Vicky. It's just good to hear your voice. You left 30 minutes ago. Vicky was incredibly well respected and had been working there for 25 years. Because she was a supervisor, she had a lot of power. So, you know, that probably was. She probably just didn't get her raise. And she's like, I'm going to get mine, dude. I'm trying to jump on the pogo stick. I'm ready to bounce, girl. She started to plan out a way for Casey to leave with her so they could live the rest of their lives together. Before enacting their escape, Vicky began purchasing an assortment of camping gear and firearms. She had sold her home, then announced her retirement with only 1 day's notice. Hey, I'm leaving. They're like, oh, wait, what? Vicky, what? I'm gone. Their plan was to organize a, quote, mental health evaluation at a local courthouse, during which Vicky would walk him out of the jail and leave in a corrections patrol vehicle. It worked flawlessly. And soon a search began. They were tracked for a long time, constantly swapping vehicles and keeping the police off their scent. After 11 days, they finally caught them hiding out in a motel after receiving an anonymous tip. When the two of them got in the car to leave, the police engaged in a high-speed chase and rammed them into a nearby ditch. A vicious firefight broke out, in which Vicky accidentally shot herself and collapsed. Casey was outgunned and surrendered so that the police could quickly tend to the woman he now claimed was his wife. In the end, Vicky died from her injuries. That one got ran over quick. Casey was sent back to prison and is eligible for parole in 2081. I'm aware if he was eligible, because he definitely got time added onto his sentence because of that. Come on, Vicky. She's like, I don't know. Come on. How long you been here, girl? How much you make? Oh, hell. They can get you a raise. I got a raise for you right here, Vicky. She's like, Then she shoots herself apparently in the heart. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, he's like, just take me back, dude. She's like, it's like Bonnie and Clyde. He's like, take me back. Is it Chicken Tuesday? Take me back. No way the Vicky snuff is that good too. You know what I mean?
Look at her.
Well, both of them. First off, he's got those big ass fucking monkey ears. She kind of looks like a vampire a bit. She's got that hair lip where her mouth goes up in a V.
She looks dead inside.
25 years as a prison guard. Yeah, dude, I'd be dead inside as well. Prison life is a truly fascinating thing. We got to learn about people smuggling in marijuana up their bum, people prisoners falling in love with guards falling in love with prisoners, technology bringing drugs from the skies, evolution of birds bringing contraband into Brazilian inmates. It's a fascinating time. And I'm so glad I get to live in a time where technology lets me know about every single aspect of it. I could have done without the OnlyFans thing, if I'm being honest. I don't know. Honestly, I was just like, I'd rather hear a love story like Vicky's than the old, Charlie XCX. I can't believe I got me bum rammed in the prison cell.
I thought that video was fake.
Yeah, when it was making its rounds on Twitter, I was like, this is a set or whatever. It did not feel real. And to find out it's real, it's just so stupid. What are you doing? I don't know.
Women are the biggest gooners. Have you seen them waiting outside for Luigi's court case?
Women are waiting outside for Luigi's court case?
Huge line.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they just want to see him.
Because it's like Beatlemania over a guy who murdered somebody. I guess Luigi's a good-looking guy, isn't he?
And he's a hero.
Did he do it? Do we know for a fact that he did it?
Yeah. They found his manifesto.
Oh, so he was just like, yeah, I did it. Maybe we'll get Luigi banging one of the guards. If Luigi meets Darius in the clink, you better believe Luigi's getting a little pussy before he heads off to the big man upstairs. That's all I gotta say. Until next time, stay out of prison. Appreciate you. Bye-bye.
Excuse me, Mr. Maul.
Yo, man, you know what it is.
Can I have a honey glazed sandwich on rye?
Yeah, here you go. Here goes the honey.
Honey glaze, extra honey.
Extra honey.
On rye.
On rye.
Please.
Please.
To go.
To go.
The chips and the drink.
We got it. We got it.
The day after things. This is our lunch.
This is the day after Thanksgiving.
I told you we don't eat trays. This is our...
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we are talking about Pokemon cards.
We have done a video on trading card games and the rise of collectors, and we talked about the game, but over the last couple years, trading card games have blown up in popularity. Not that they were ever really unpopular, but it's possible that this may not be a good thing. I mean, sure, we all want games we enjoy to be popular, and after all, it means more people play with and money to put back into improving the experience, right? Well, sadly, this couldn't be farther from the truth, especially for what we're going to focus on today, Pokemon cards. It seems that the wrong groups of people have found their way into the community, and it's causing a lot of problems. Because of this, the game has gone from an exciting child's activity to all-out war. So let's talk about the dark side of collecting Pokemon cards. Never thought I would say that before in my life, huh? Jesus Christ. Hey, but first, we have to ask ourselves, what exactly is the problem? Which, if you haven't been on any social media, you may have never seen it, but chances are you've seen people fighting in Targets, you've seen mostly just a lot of physical violence, people running through stores to grab stocks. It's an all-out blood war right now, ladies and gentlemen. Ever since the pandemic, the value of rare and vintage Pokemon cards has gotten astronomically high, unbelievably high. And the fact that mainstream creators were joining in only added fuel to the fire, especially considering people were holed up inside their homes with stimulus checks to spend on frivolous things. Twitch donations. Remember the Among Us craze? A lot of donos back then. DoorDash. I was a DoorDash guy. I remember I kept getting the same guy too, and I was just like, I feel like at this point I should just like text him. Just be like, dude, just give me your number. This essentially turned the card into stock investments. And with this became the rapid growth of Pokemon scalpers, people who buy products with the explicit goal of selling them on secondary markets for a higher price. This can make enjoying the hobby difficult for a player who just wants to play the game. Not only does it now become more difficult to buy new packs and box sets, but some become desperate enough to buy it for raised price online because they become unavailable, thus justifying scalpers to continue scalping. An evil system. You go through, you see people dead sprinting through Target, all the stocks is out just because people are hoarding Pokemon cards like fucking gold, and then they raise the prices. There's probably a studio apartment in Burbank, California just stacked with Pokemon cards just because that's the guy scalping cards online, dude. It disgusts me.
Even recently, LEGO announced that official Pokemon sets are coming in 2026, and people are already speculating that it'll be an absolute bloodbath to acquire them in stores. And people seem to forget that these products have a massive child audience. If adults can't get their hands on these products, what chance do the children have? Think of the children. Who gives a if the child can't have it, dude? You know, I say good. If anything, if a child can't get it, they're like, yeah, I was going to get into it, but every adult around me was buying them, so I thought, this is cringe, and I didn't get it. That's what I think.
It's a millennials game. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. You don't even know who the that is, dude. But especially when scalpers are programming bots to buy new products online seconds after they drop. It's like a streetwear scalpers or something like that, you know?
I did that with Magic cards on eBay.
Did you?
I had a little scalping bot, yeah.
Did it work well?
I bought like Shocklands for pretty cheap.
Nice. This animosity towards Pokemon scalpers is starting to reach new heights, and many fear that the hoops people must jump through to get their hands on new cards is deferring potential players from joining the TCG community. Trading card game. In case someone's like, what is that, Hunter? And if you want to know how bad things have gotten, look no further than the 2025 Costco Wars. Costco recently began selling Pokemon cards at marked down price, and early on, things turned into an absolute shit show. In a recent viral clip, you can see a horde of people lined up behind a pallet of boxes for 151 Blooming Waters Premium Collection packs. What? This box set contains various packs with the original 151 Pokemon, which are very high quality and valuable. Costco had to know that this was going to be a bloodbath, dude. I think the CEO was just like, good. Yes, rats in a maze. As soon as the pallet jack is pulled out by a Costco employee, the organized line quickly turns into an all-out frenzy as people grab multiple boxes and stuff them into their carts. Some customers are pushed to the floor as passing customers lunge at them to grab boxes out of their hands. It's like the scene in Jingle All the Way. Also, you know, performative to bring it out on a pallet jack. All right, here I go. Hope nobody grabs it. Why make such a spectacle of it? Costco runs on a schedule. It's got to be 2 p.m. That's when the new trading card product goes out, okay? In another video, you can see an older man wrap himself around another customer to wrestle a box out of his hands, only to be violently elbowed in the face, but somehow the man still continues holding on for dear life. He's like, no! Imagine getting your face caved in, you're just like, Charizard. Charizard, help me now! Eventually, police had to be called to break up the giant brawl that ensued, but no arrests were made. Everyone's just like,
to the victor goes the spoils, right, boys?
Look at all these dogs with their tails tucked between their legs. Go on home, boys. This one's for me. But because of these encounters going viral online, Costco acted quickly by enforcing a purchase limit of 2 boxes per customer. Cowards. They also started having employees and security nearby the products at all times to stop people from going crazy. I like how there has to be a guy with like a baton. He's just like, don't make me do this. Like threatening violence to a person. Hey, it's 2! It's like a little kid has 3 boxes. It's 2. Put it back. It got so bad that Costco employees were tasked with preloading shopping carts with the highest limit box sets allowed for purchase in order to prevent customers from throwing hands. It was like, it's already in there. Just walk to the checkout. Just take it and walk. The value you're getting on these boxes, it cannot be worth it. It cannot be worth it to have that much civil unrest. What are the Japanese doing to prevent this? All right. All these are American solutions. What are the Japanese doing to fix this? I mean, regardless of what rules are put into place, people are still getting in fights all around the world over their precious Pokemon cards. And this wasn't the first time that stores had to enforce new rules to prevent people from getting hurt by trading cards. It happened back in 2021 when Target had to temporarily put a stop to selling of trading cards after an intense fight broke out in the parking lot in Wisconsin. I don't know why. Almost every unruly video, it's always in a Target, which points Walmart. Even Walmart, they're just like, there's a whole other breed of thing going on here. It's like watching Dumbledore drink that thing. He's like, oh. He's like, no, I don't want you. That's what it's like having a Walmart be like, come here, buy these cards. Actually, I think Walmart stopped doing it too, though, because of the same reason.
A lot of shoplifting.
People at Walmart are like, oh, I don't care, just take it. What is it? I think the only thing they care about is guns and liquor. You put the captain back. You can take the what Pokemon, I don't know what the hell that Japanese shit is, take it. I will say that became a thing too. I remember in the past, people would like lift up Walmart shelves because stuff had fallen back behind it. So it's just like in dust and dead debris and bugs. I'm like, oh, cool. It's like a set that came out 6 years ago or something. One man purchased some cards only to be jumped by 4 other people that wanted to steal them from him. The man was assaulted by an entire group until he pulled out a gun, at which they fled the scene. The man who assaulted him were found and arrested on charges of battery, disorderly conduct, and strangulation. I got that's not a part of like the battery assault or anything. It's just like, and you choked him. What the hell is this? I also love the signs that they put up. Yeah, sorry, because the world, everyone are
apes in the world. We can't give you Japanese trading cards. Sorry about that. And during that same year, Walmart encountered the same problem. Because of fights breaking out between customers, they had to post signs announcing that they would be suspended due to, quote, inappropriate customer behavior and increased demand. But Costco isn't the only place that's seeing a recent uptick in Pokemon-fueled chaos. Let's take a look at the Pokemon vending machines. I don't know why. Right now, already in the video, we've talked about that since the pandemic, we're 5 years deep into Pokemon chaos, and they're just like, why don't we just make machines we just put around for people to get pissed off at and punch? It's made of metal and glass. I'm sure that's gonna be fine. Pokemon vending machines, cool!
But look at them, they're cute.
Oh my god, it is kawaii. Did Ash Ketchum or Professor Oak help design this? Misty didn't do shit. Or that creep Brock. Closing his eyes, he's like, I see you. Hello, princess. Stores around the world have started installing vending machines that exclusively sell Pokemon packs, elite trainer boxes, sets, and more. If that means anything to you. Doesn't to me. Some believe that these can prevent unnecessary conflict compared to having piles of loose cards on shelves. However, scalpers always find a way. Scalpers would repeatedly visit these machines and clean out the entire stock. And in one instance, a woman spent over $1,000 emptying the vending machine despite kids waiting in line behind her to purchase just a single pack. She's like, sorry. And the problem was so bad that it eventually became acceptable to film and shame people for doing this, which I do think that's nice. If you see somebody unloading an entire vending machine, because also even if it was food, I would do the same thing. I'd be like, are you kidding me? This is crazy. Anybody unloading a vending machine, I'm like, really? And of course, what would a Pokemon restock be without two adults getting into a heated altercation? In the San Francisco Bay Area, a man had been sitting in his car all morning till the 10 a.m. restock of the Pokemon vending machine in his local grocery store. When he entered the store, he saw that someone was already using the machine. And by God, this angered him. Angered by this, he starts yelling about him waiting in his car was the same as him waiting in line. That doesn't make sense. I was outside, dude. He then pushes the man out of the way before proceeding to sprawl his arms and legs out to stop him from buying anything else. It is easily, I think, a great contender for Cringe Clip of the Year, which I do think that we should maybe start cataloging. Cringe Clip nominee of the year. And the cringiest clip goes to man sprawling out over Pokemon vending machine. Just want to put this out there that the aggressor here is an Eagles fan. Philadelphia Eagles. Kill yourself. Eventually, staff had to intervene and tell him to calm down. And after failing to do so, he was ultimately arrested. And the victim of this altercation noted that the man started pretending to be hurt when the cops arrived, despite no punches or anything physical being thrown.
I hate people like that.
Well, I love it when it's old women. My favorite thing when they're like, ow, ow! And it's on camera, they're like, what are you doing? You talking about that style? It's like my favorite. If I was an old cranky bitch, I'd do the exact same thing. I'd be like, you hit my head, I'm bleeding. Well, no matter what wrongs me, it could be something super small. I'm dropping to the ground. I'm telling everybody that you hit me. That's what I'm doing. I might even start just incorporating that into my own life. But as confrontations like this keep happening more and more frequently, these stores were also pushed to enforce purchase limits on these vending machines. Not only is loitering no longer allowed near these machines, but machines began putting pauses on purchasing their available inventory throughout the day to push scalpers to get impatient and give up. The guy who's sitting out in his car for 7 hours, you think he's not gonna just be like, oh wait. And at Target, they're I'm just gonna go to Pizza Hut because there's a Pizza Hut in Target. I'm getting tired, I'm gonna go to Starbucks in Target. If you watched our last video about trading card game community, you may be convinced that it's exclusively composed of horrendous people, but that's not always the case. Coops Collection is a content creator that streams himself running a Pokemon card vendor. In a recent video, a customer approached him at a convention and hands him a binder filled with various holographic Pokemon cards and encourages to give it to someone for free. Later, a young boy approached the vendor with his father. His father explains that he's new to collecting and was curious about it, so Coop surprised him by giving him the binder.
Aww. Definitely didn't have a camera set up.
I see everything now and I'm just like, yeah, right. Oh yeah, convenient, dude. I want to believe, but my putrid, small, fat heart won't let me have anything nice. Like, hand it to him and it's just like, all right, give it back. Get the f away from it! That's in my mind. That's what happens. All scalpers are scum.
This guy's got a heart of gold.
This guy does have a heart of gold. I'm gonna choose to believe that he has a heart of gold. Please have a heart of gold. Anyways, oh yeah, I forgot there's more to this story about this stupid thing. The stranger next to him even joins in by handing him one of his most valuable graded cards. Whatever, who gives a fuck? The kid got some free cards. He's gonna get rid of them as soon as he finds out what pussy is. But we can also talk about how the Pokemon community saved a dying puppy. Is this video wholesome progress now? This feels
In 2021, an 8-year-old child from Virginia named Bryson discovered that his 4-month-old black lab puppy named Bruce was diagnosed with parvo, which is like puppy cancer. Parvo is a contagious virus that, if left untreated, has an incredibly high mortality rate in puppers. And from that day, they brought Bruce home. The two of them were inseparable. He was incredibly distraught to see that Bruce was losing lots of weight. And this feeling became worse when he realized that his family could not afford the thousands of dollars it would take to treat the dog. In tears, he told his mom this, and I quote, this is the direct quote.
I don't want Bruce to die. I'm gonna pray that he don't die.
What is that quote? This is a hard-hitting journalism people come to this story for.
I'm gonna pray that he don't die. Bruce, don't go. Take off your angel wings, Bruce. Don't fly away yet.
But soon after, the little boy decided to take action. He came home from school with paper advertisements he made for a Pokemon yard sale. He hoped he could sell his Pokemon collection, which his mom referred to as his most prized possession, to raise enough money for the treatment.
That is so chased by a highway.
Literally by a highway, like, please stop so my dog doesn't fly to heaven. He don't die. Dog, he don't die. I hate that this is tugging on my heartstrings too. I feel so bad for the kid. Some of his neighbors paid him a visit and purchased some cards. Like his neighbors are just like, what is it? I can give you $3, kid. All right. Say thank you. That's not enough to clip his wings so he doesn't fly to heaven. Like, all right. But he was not making much money early on. When it was discovered why he was trying to raise money, the news started to spread throughout town. His mother started advertising the stand on Facebook as well, which brought tons of new people over. Friends then helped her set up a GoFundMe page, which quickly raised over $28,000. Touched by Bryson's willingness to give up his favorite things in order to save his dog, people started donating their own Pokemon collections to help him free of charge so he could keep it going. I mean, that's just...
So he scammed people.
That's where my mind goes immediately. My dog's couldn't look healthier. Look how skinny he is. He just has flanged ribs. It's like really normal in puppies. You can see his bone. I don't want him to leave. He's like, the dad's just like... Fargo. He's like trying to lose up. Pargo. And at one point, employees working for Pokemon Co. even sent him rare packs over hearing about the story. Awesome. And in the end, Bruce was able to be treated and is in good health. Leftover money was used to help several other families who struggled to afford health care for their dogs. Because this diseased dog ridden town, dude. You know, my dog's died. It's like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, the vet in this town are like, I don't know why they keep this. There must be something in the water for these pups. I like how Pokemon Co. is just like, what happened? Here's 2 packs. Well, you can't pay for the surgery. Like, wouldn't it not have been cool if Pokemon stepped in and they were like, we'll pay for the dog surgery? All right, though, enough positivity. That was heartwarming as shit. Let's get back to the muck and talk about how Pokemon collecting can go horribly, horribly wrong. Starting with some particularly bleak Reddit posts, because, you know, we have to just bring down the mood a little bit, right? All filtered through, Nick, play the character of the person making the Reddit post.
My husband has racked up a lot of debt. Nearly 100,000 buying Pokemon cards.
$100,000 in debt from Pokemon cards? What?
70K of it was paid off, but since then he's racked up another 27K since December.
Imagine plowing through 70,000 in debt.
When he's like, I gotta talk to you about something. We got 27,000 more to pay off.
Thank God you're so good at sex. You're literally perfect in every other way except the Pokemon cards.
I know nothing about these cards or industry.
I know nothing about these cards. It's just all Japanese. I don't know what it is.
But I need a way for him to not have the ability to buy anymore. How can I get rid of what he already has? What can I do to physically stop him from buying any more?
I would say, like, the obvious salute, leave. Leave this person. This is the segment is now me just responding to the Reddit post. I'm gonna give you the solution. Right answers only. Leave this person. If you have to physically say, how can I physically stop him? Because then you're gonna people be like, put cyanide in his drink.
Are there any Pokemon forums I could join where I name him and tell him not to sell him anymore?
I like how the idea was like, who are you? My name is Brock. Dude, we can't. Yeah, you got cut off, dude. You're cut off. I'm sorry.
That was 11 days ago.
That post was 11 days ago? The 100th...
Ripping a single pack triggered my gambling addiction. A friend of mine collects Pokemon cards. He let me rip one. I got hooked instantly. I started buying packs and collecting cards. Told myself it wasn't gambling. It was okay because I was collecting something of value. I started with just a few packs here and there, but quickly turned into booster boxes and elite trainer boxes. I was spending around €300 a week.
I can see the addiction aspect of it. There's something very satisfying of opening up Kraken packs, as they say. That's what they say in the TCG community, Kraken. It is like gambling addiction. Because I think it's the same thing as people who are addicted to slots. All the numbers, or like the sounds and all that stuff. Even just the crinkling of the packaging and the hopeful opportunity that there's something in there. I've said this before on our Magic channel. If you're going to get into actually collecting, you don't have to buy packs. Just buy the singles. Even if you're like, oh, I don't know, this card's $200. I feel so weird, $200. And then you find out that you just spent $2,000 trying to open it in packs. Just pick up the card that you like, save up for the card that you want, and just hold in your collection, and then let it accrue value that way. Hunter's hack.
I tried selling the valuable cards I pulled to fund new packs, but I lost a lot of money doing this. Things spiraled out of control. Today, I opened all the Prismatic Evolution booster packs that I ordered 80 plus, but got nothing. I found myself chasing my losses in online casinos. I lost over €1,000 in an hour. That's when it hit me. I had relapsed badly without even realizing it. I seriously need help to stay away from gambling, or I think it's going to ruin my life completely. I'm 25 now, and I really don't want to relapse again.
I like how much you're taking the piss out of a guy who's like genuinely asking for help. Like it's like an actual tragic story. You need to go to gambling addiction therapy, whatever. Or go to Vegas and try to hit it big. Every great gambler doesn't stop. You're always one bet away from changing it all around.
Open up some more prismatic packs. You might open the God
Prismatic packs, start to get open a couple more credit cards. You know, it's good to have debt.
My 5-year-old son just got scammed at a library Pokemon card event. So my wife took my son to a Pokemon card event at the local library. After work, I see him, and he's so incredibly excited at all of the new cards he traded for.
That's nice.
My heart sank when I saw Rainbow Charizard and Gold Ho-Hos. They were all fake.
They were all fake! Son, you got fleeced!
The older kids completely cleaned him out. He had like 30 EX or VV star cards, and they're all gone, replaced by a bunch of fakes. It's not even about the money. They were the very first cards that we pulled together.
Oh, that's a sad way to end it. You know what, dude? These are the learning moments, dude. In life, you get burned.
That happened with me with Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, definitely. Same. Yeah, the amount of fake Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards I didn't give a shit, though. I was like, sick. Like, I don't think I really understood. I'm like, this is worth money. I think I was just more like, yeah, Obelisk the Tormentor. I got the it's a raw Slifer, my boy Obelisk. You're just like, all right, sleeve him up. I remember one time I think I cried in school trying to trade with a guy. And he's like, all your stuff is fake. I'm like, no, I want this Buster Blader. All right, who wouldn't want that? I cried. I was like, please. I was young. I was like 17, 18. So I was a bit of a... Dude, I'm kidding. All right, let's Reddit post. Tired of these shitty little goblins crying on, you know, guess what, dude? Shit happens, all right? Oh, look at my boy. Those are the first packs he opened. I think it's gonna be all right. Yeah, how about you go play catch with him? How does that sound? No, open more packs. Let's talk about the Melbourne card theft crisis. Store owners across Melbourne are living in fear after a string of robberies early this year, targeting various collectible shops. In a recent particularly gruesome display, a store called Aussie Collectibles was broken into, which can be seen on released surveillance video. In the chaos, the robbers made out with over $100,000 worth of Pokemon cards. That's insane to just think. It also feels weird to just be like, I'm gonna leave this here. Put it in a vault, dude. Treat the shit like Hellsberg diamonds or something. Goddamn. The same occurred over at Blacklist Cards weeks prior, which lost over $20,000 of Pokemon cards after only being open for about a month. That's a bummer. Because of this, the owner is unsure if he should keep the place running. No. Hunter tip. No. One card store owner admits that they've had trouble sleeping at night, often waking up in a panic to go check and see if security cameras were triggered overnight. Other stores have considered closing up shop to lay low or perhaps just halt the sale of Pokemon cards altogether. There have been 16 card store robberies within the past 8 months, and it is believed that these recent events are all connected in the same way. For now, the investigations are still ongoing. 16 in 8 months is crazy. Like, I would not leave them in the glass case. I couldn't. It would make me disgusted to be like, somebody can just throw a rock through the window and take everything. I'd have a big ass security guard sleeping in there. There's like a tiny bed. He sleeps in the middle room, whatever, and you have to like tiptoe in. You wake him up and he has like a giant ogre club.
That's what I would do. Breaks all the cases, ruins everything. At least nothing got stolen. While terrifying, at least these robbers occurred when innocent people were out of the store, right? Some people, however, are not as lucky. Let's talk about the $70,000 Pokemon card heist. A card shop in Osaka, Japan. We've been there. Sorry, I just got excited. Was hit by a group of thieves dressed in dark shirts and sunglasses who hoped to steal some valuable Pokemon cards. They had broken into the store at 3:30 a.m. The demonic witching hour. Surprised to see that 2 employees were still closing up for the night. In response, the thieves threatened them with knives as they tied them up. While some people are well versed in Pokemon TCG and know exactly what constitutes a valuable card, others are absolutely clueless and just see Pokemon card collecting as like a payday. The thieves began a frantic discussion with the tied up employees, asking for advice on what cards they should steal to make the most amount of money. Scared for their lives, they both started helping them pick the best cards. Pick the worst ones! Okay, you got Eevee. They ended up leaving the store with $70,000 worth in valuable cards, as well as the employees' phones and wallets. Oh, shit. Luckily, nobody was injured. Sadly, an investigation has not yet led to any arrest. I like how you can just go into a Japanese store or like any store and just be like, I'm just gonna rob this. On the topic of Pokemon robberies, you'd be surprised to find out that these thefts are peanuts compared to one of the most notable Pokemon heists. Let's talk about the biggest Pokemon robbery of all time. Photos had surfaced online alleging that one or more employees involved in printing cards for the Pokemon Company may be stealing rare Fusion Strike cards off a line and selling them to local card stores to make massive profit. The image showcased a ludicrous amount of incredible valuable cards. Yeah, I know. There's some people who are like this. Oh, sorry, fellas. Close your gobs and listen up. Trading Card World, one of the local stores that the thief was attempting to sell to, refused to do business with him, assuming that anyone with a collection like this either stealing them or printing counterfeits. In an attempt to prove their legitimacy, the thief admitted to working for a Pokemon card printing company, and the shop worker immediately reported him to the Pokemon Company. A big bundle of oopsie daisy there. An investigation began, and it was quickly discovered who the thief was. Supposedly, the man was put into police custody soon after, but much of the information regarding the case has been confidential. Many people dissecting the image and its contents estimated that the man could have very likely made off with over $300,000 if he had just been patient and sold the cars slowly over time. Why would we do that? Get that money now. It's called quick cash, which to anyone that is looking at Pokemon cards as a way to make a pretty penny, just know that it's no different from buying stocks or gambling, except it's probably way worse and not as profitable. Honestly, I feel like if you have a good run, you can make more gambling. If you play the stock market, also, by the way, you have to play that for your whole life. You just have to put money into it and just be like, I'm not even gonna look at it. So it's not like you're just like, ooh, my returns every week. That's not how the stock market works, but there's always a risk. So don't fall for the hype and end up getting burned. Although it's easy to relate to the idea of wanting to make a quick payday, there's something so unsettling about using a family-friendly card game to do it. It just feels odd. It feels even more manipulative than a guy like doing card tricks on the street or like scamming people out of like street games, you know? If you're rushing to stores and clearing out entire stocks to the point where children can't even enjoy buying a new pack here and there, you know you've lost the plot. You know that you're kind of a piece of shit. If you are running in a Target to get stocks of cards, reevaluate. Unless it's Magic, which dragons... We're going back to Tarkir Plain soon. And let me tell you, it's going to be very crazy. Also, we have the Meaty Magic channel that has a lot of very funny things. All right, well, that's our video for today. Have fun collecting Pokemon cards and get your boxing gloves ready. Good luck out there, friends. We'll see you next time.
I have probably the world's #1 Pokemon collection inside this case. Little figures? Cards, and they're all Charizards. Which is the #1 Pokemon guy.
Okay, hold on 1 second here.
Yes.
Chump.
Yeah?
This guy's got Pokemon cards.
Rick, it's not Pokemon. It's Pokemon.
Okay.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we are talking about alpha males. Yes, alpha males. I've been scrolling through Instagram for a while, and for some reason on Reels, I used to see a little more on TikTok, but on Reels for some reason, Instagram just has a lot of alpha males. I guess you could say Andrew Tate wannabe kind of guys, but mostly just men who are fixated on a set of rules that lets them also be a
a man. I mean, I'm talking alpha boot camps, spiritual alphaness, business alphaness, anything that makes you a stronger man. Because we need grown men online to sell us courses on how to be men. I don't know how to be a man. That's why I have collectively spent $70,000 every month on alpha male courses so I can please my wife and I can be the best man I can possibly be, spiritually, socially, and economically. Right? I'm a little business fiend. But what's prompted this idea today that made me want to talk about this was one man in particular that I've had a lot of fun watching. And who am I talking about, of course? Well, his name is Andy Elliott.
You're killing yourself, get it? So get disgusted.
I've been seeing Andy Elliott pop up on my timeline for whatever reason. I don't know if his promoted posts are just targeted towards me, my demographic of a, beta, not respecting man. But Andy has popped up everywhere and his Instagram reels are a little unhinged.
What if someone kidnapped your son David and they told him they were going to kill him unless you sold 40 cars a month?
There go another player tip. You gotta kill yourself.
But before I dive into him, let me tell you a little bit about him. Andy Elliott is the founder and CEO of the Elliott Group, which he uses to promote his Alpha Leader Mindset training program, okay?
You cannot fuck with us. Culture. I can say, move right, bam, they'll shift, now. I can say, move left, bam, they'll shift, now.
He's a motivational speaker and guru whose whole shtick is that he trains people on how to be a better salesman. Everything we look at today is going to be courses on how to be a better salesman, which Andy specializes in cars. He's a car salesman. Imagine you go to a Kia or a Toyota dealership, and this is this giant thumb comes up to you and starts talking this way. Andy used to be a car salesman and claims to have made $720,000 in 1 year on used cars in Norman, Oklahoma, which is funny because on his website, if you look, he has a screenshot of, he has a scan of his pay stub. This looks like some piece of like crime footage put in here. My God. And his whole philosophy is that if you're not making $500,000 in used car sales, or I'm guessing just car sales or sales in general, every year, then you're incompetent. You're doing something wrong. In a video, he even says that he has salespeople in his program that make $100,000 a month.
People go spend 50 grand on college to learn how to make 50 grand a year. A doctor goes to school for freaking 7 years, pays 250 grand. No ways. We in here have salespeople that can make $100,000 a month.
I also like the idea too that he's like, college is overrated, and he chooses the one thing that you actually need college for is to be a fucking doctor, dude. Yeah, you know what? Doctors might not make as much as a salesman. But guess what? They're saving lives! They're productive members of society, not con men, not fucking sales parasites, my God. Today's video is sponsored by Aura. Online brokers will look to sell your information to spammers, scammers, and anyone looking to get their little paws on your information. They can find embarrassing photos of you, important addresses, and health records. And if you're me, they can find out your real age. I've tried so long to hide it, but those nosy people on the internet found out and now posted it everywhere! Which is why I'm begging you to use Aura and don't end up like me. Aura automatically alerts you to data brokers selling sensitive information and stops them in their tracks. It also keeps your spam folder clear and monitors your suspicious activity. Recently, AT&T revealed that over 73 million customer records were released on the dark web, which is absolutely horrifying. But I sleep soundly knowing I have Aura. They're always protecting my information with strong passwords, constant monitored activity, credit card freezes, and fraud alerts. And best of all, Aura does everything you need to prevent a breach from one app. I value my privacy and I value yours. To spend less time worrying, go to aura.com/papameat to start your 2-week free trial, or take a look at the video description to get started today. Thanks to Aura for sponsoring the video, and back to the video. It's becoming clearer and clearer now, and I was going to try to thinly veil this, but it's one of those things where it's another guy who's taking insecure men online who are looking for any kind of direction, probably don't have a lot of education, so of course they're not going to be doctors. I was like, why would I even want to be a doctor anyway? What am I, fucking nerd? What are you even doing? I could be making $100 grand a month at a Kia dealership, dude. He is also the self-proclaimed world's fastest growing sales trainer. Gave that title to himself, you know what I mean? Because of social media. He's blowing up on verticals because, vertical content. You know what I'm talking about? You sit there, you have a dog. You have a dog that gets 8.5 million likes. And then you have Andy Elliott, who yells at you for becoming a doctor or for drinking soda. Which if you look at if you look at his Instagram bio here, world's fastest growing sales trainer. I still like how the text me thing is going on. They got some celebrities to do that for a little bit. Like I remember like years ago, they had like Ninja and all kinds of other people have this text scam where you get paid when people text you. It's fucking stupid. But he says, it's time to get it all. Fit as fuck, best marriage, badass dad, love God, and $100 million plus business, dude. It's right there to just grab hold of. Andy Elliott's the man you want to be. Here's some other little stats from if you had a little Andy Elliott baseball card and you want to flip it over, this is what it might say. He created a 9-figure company in just 3 years. He's trained 11,000 businesses, and he's the most sought after public speaker. That can't be true. There has to be C-list actors and celebrities who are definitely getting more public speaking gigs than him. He's not even getting public speaking gigs. He goes on podcasts sometimes, and then he like rents out a Hilton event center thing or like a conference room, and then he sells tickets to come watch him speak. But there's like 20 guys in there. On his website, you can get his free book, Sales Warrior Playbook, and of course, $993 of free training. That's a deal. You also get almost $1,300 worth of other courses for free when you get his book. Just buy the book. Come on! All you have to do is you just need to pay $15.99 for shipping. Not a bad gig if you ask me. Oh, sorry, I'm just waking up. I like how even on his website, it's just him like in black and white screaming at men in a crowd that are like this. Andy also is a fitness icon. Andy is a big, buff, alpha man, and he believes in the six-pack mentality. And one thing with the six-pack mentality that he preaches is that being a good salesman is being fit as fuck. Having a six-pack, gentlemen. Because have you ever bought something from a fat fucking weirdo? I'm waiting. Anytime I go into a store and I see a fat person, I say, get out of here. I tell that to my family. I say, we're leaving. We're gonna go to GNC and we're gonna get our groceries there, all right? He makes all of his employees have six-packs, and it's even the women. Women and men that work for him, you have to have six-pack abs, or guess what? Get out. You're fired. I need to start doing that with my own studio, dude. I'm just the fattest guy here, and I'm like, yeah, actually, you guys need to start having six-packs.
I'm going to tell you this, my entire company, my entire team, if you don't have a six-pack, you don't work for us. No, I know. It's called, everybody say standard. How about we raise them? How about we raise them? How about you guys quit getting fucking civilized and you guys quit settling?
Imagine being like an in-shape guy. Like you're just like, I don't have enough time to go to the gym or do whatever to have six-pack out. Like I'm healthy at this way. I'm not a big gym guy. And he's just like, how about you quit getting civilized and you quit settling? You having a nice date night with your wife here and you want to order some lasagna? Who the hell are you to order lasagna? Quit settling. I have a very good life and I'm happy and I love my family. Yeah, but where's the six-pack at, jackass? This reminds me of every fat guy I've ever met that gets in shape. They're like the nicest person ever when they're fat or kind of like out of shape, right? You don't even have to be morbidly obese. I'm just saying, whenever someone's life isn't fixated entirely on fitness and outward appearances, and as soon as they become attractive or they get like a six-pack or they become buff, it becomes their entire personality and it just like ruins them as a person. Not saying that happens to everybody, but I've seen it time and time again where it's he gives off that aura where everything now is associated, like being a sales trainer now has to be associated with fitness as well. It's just one of those like mental fucking blockhead type things.
You know, there's some people in this room that said, I would sue my company if they told me I had to have a six-pack. We know you would. That conversation was for the 1%ers. That wasn't for you.
I would sue my company if they told me, yeah, imagine being morbidly obese and you like rely on this income, you've been there forever, and they're just like, hey, by the way, we have a new six-pack implementation. We have a new six-pack policy for our employees. Okay, well, I'm going to take this to court because that's illegal. Yeah, we know you would. Well, then what? It makes no fucking, sorry, you like, the way he phrases that makes it seem like he's like, we welcome people suing us. We want to be sued because we're breaking the law for raising standards. That's what he says in court too. All right, so you're pleading not guilty? Well, I hold myself to a standard, Your Honor, and I'm trying to raise them. It's like a Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump, who's also mentally disabled and ran across the country, I feel like probably has the same sales tactics as Andy Elliott. And don't be wrong, even if he can't see your body underneath your shirt, he will blatantly just call you ugly right to your face.
You're pretty fucking ugly, right? No, I mean, it's just real. So you get in shape. Hey, I'm not that good looking of a guy. I'm a pretty ugly motherfucker. But you know what? I get in good shape and it makes me better looking.
My boy is vascular. My boy is on some Tren. My boy's on some HGH, some kind of steroid. He is vascular. Got those cobweb arms.
No, I mean, it's just real.
No, I mean, I'm not being a dick. I'm being honest. Okay, so we're gonna be mad at me for being honest. Okay, all right. The sky's blue. Are you gonna be mad at me for that? That's the ugliest man I've ever seen. And what would change that is if he went to the gym every day and transformed himself, he would probably love himself a lot more. Not because he's gonna be happier or healthier with his own decision of transforming his body, but because he's insecure and because I've publicly humiliated him, he's gonna have a weird relationship with working out and getting in shape to where when he finally does it, he's probably gonna be a monster, which is gonna make him a great salesman. Write that down. Write that down. Who here wants to be manipulated and emotionally abused into getting in shape? Huh? Who here wants to have fitness goals not for themselves but to appease other people? Raise your hand. I bet you're real happy. Shake your head yes, don't shake your head no. Write that down. During these seminars and classes, Andy will also make the people in the audience come up on stage and take off their shirts to prove this point.
Do you want to run around on the beach with your shirt off?
Right now.
Okay, do you want to?
No.
Do you got a girl?
Not right now.
Let him cook. You would have one if you listen to what I say. Listen, it's disrespectful to tell other people that you can help them when you're not helping yourself.
Do you want to run on the beach right now? And the other guy's like, no, I really wouldn't want to. I'm kind of insecure about my body. All right, do you have a girl? No, I don't have a girl. Dude, if you were listening to me, you'd have one. It's so manipulative and fucking stupid. Can I get one of the fattest guys in the room and a weird schlubby guy to come stand next to me because my body's bigger and better? It's like stupid manipulation tactics, and there's gonna be dumbasses in the crowd who are like, oh my god, he's right. Look at that Greek Adonis next to those schlubby fucks. Also, what does this have to do with sales training? He like will break down these people who are paying for his course, by the way. Break them down mentally. He's trying to manipulate the conversation to being like, oh, if you had more confidence in yourself, you'd be a better salesman. When I feel like half the time being a good salesman is understanding the customer and understanding the product. You being like overconfident dickhead, dude, I feel like the majority of people have been around an egotistical, narcissistic salesman before. Way too pushy. It's like you notice it in real time because they are not suave at all. Just pushing you to sign things immediately. Like car salesmen in general usually just be like, all right, well, yeah, let's get you locked in, whatever. And they're kind of like guiding you to the sales room floor, even after you've been like, I'm not buying this car. It's that kind of thing. This is the kind of person he is trying to make you into, is an aggressive man who only cares about the sale. I would argue that good salesman can be someone who is respectful to the consumer. That's like number one. Having self-confidence in yourself is obviously important, but going about it in this way, especially whenever it's as shallow as just their physical appearance, is insane. It's emotionally manipulative is what it is. 9 times out of 10, obviously the person's going to be insecure about his body, and you're going to try to manipulate him into buying your stupid fucking course. But that's just also a part of his strategy though too. Make you feel weak, make you feel feeble, and that in return, he's a messiah. He's a savior complex, and only with his help, and if you pay him of course, he can get you out of this rut to be a better salesman.
Malcolm, how long you been selling for? A year. Are you the top guy here? Are you at the top of the board? There's a board. Okay, then you're not the top guy here. Do you want to be the top guy here? Okay, you got to carry yourself differently. I can see in your eyes, you got loose eyes. You need to wake up and compete.
The whole idea too of just singling people out, it's just so funny. Are you the top guy here? Do you want to be the top guy? I mean, what are you supposed to, no. Why would you respond that? No, I don't. It's like, obviously, he's like a tarot card reader or like a fortune teller, using blanket statements to kind of do catch-all things that are applicable to everyone's life. And especially in the sales room world, you can just be like, are you the top guy here? Obviously not. He's at a sales course, you fucking moron. Well, do you want to be? Yeah. Well, dude, you have weird chimp eyes. Your eyes are all sporadic and fucking weird. Why don't you carry yourself different? Okay, that's a good idea. I will. So now he's going to go into work the next day and he's going to be like, dude, I'm gonna be the best fucking guy here. And all of his coworkers are gonna hate him. But it doesn't matter because he's on that grind set and he's gonna get those sales.
I don't need any validation. Fuck you.
I love the beginning of that one. I don't need any validation. Fuck you.
I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna win. If you don't like me, eat shit. I don't care. In the end, we'll fucking see what happens. Bet against me. I love it. The more people that bet against me, the more dangerous you make me. When you speak, I can tell that you need fucking validation from other people that you're qualified for a good life.
I don't need validation. F you. He's posting all of his takes and stuff on social media to garner that attention for himself. Also, he's validating himself all the time with all of the follower counts that he has and praise that he gives himself. It isn't him building himself up as like, see what I did without validation? No, he's putting it out there publicly because he wants to be like some kind of weird social media guru guy.
I was calling to get some information about a vehicle I saw on the website.
Okay, which vehicle?
Oh, we got an old fart on here.
Oh, we have a man who's old as f. I'm gonna steamroll this old piece of shit.
So how many miles are on it again?
67.6.
I think I'm gonna look around for one with a little bit less miles.
Alrighty. Well, thanks for calling. Let me know if I can help.
Buddy, just like that, you're gonna let me go?
You're gonna give me my personal space and just, you know, let me be a human being? Are you dumb as f or what, dude? Get off your rocker and listen up.
Let me ask you a question. Is this a sales prevention line?
God, the cringe. Let me ask you something, and seriously, this is a genuine question. Is this a sales prevention line? Because you suck at this.
People that are order takers go work at Walmart, but people that can influence and persuade learn to close. They can get whatever dream they want in life.
People who are order takers work at Walmart. I like how it's just like, if you work in the service industry, you're a piece of shit. There's been not one alpha who works at Walmart, all right? It's funny too, because he's selling this idea that everyone can just be a leader. So much of what is going on, and especially even with Andy here, is a big 4-letter word called luck. Luck is a huge factor of how shit moves. You can't just, not all these things just fall into your lap, and sometimes just life deals you a shit hand. Just because you work a service industry job doesn't make you a weak-minded person. And you know what, here's the thing, it's okay to want more and want to do things as well, but you shouldn't have to beat yourself up because you're earning a living and you're paying your bills and you're taking care of yourself. You know what that is? That's being a functional member of society. That's being someone who is taking care of themselves, maybe even taking care of their family, and that within itself is the most respectable thing you can do on this fucking planet. You don't need some jack-off belittling your experience as a human being for working these jobs as well. Not everybody wants to be a fucking leader, dude. A lot of people are just like, I would love to just simply wake up and exist today. And that is more than fine.
Okay, don't ever let me catch you being an order taker again, okay?
I appreciate you.
Oh God, don't ever let me catch you being an order taker again. Dude, fuck off. Oh God, the cringe. Oh God. He kind of said that sexually too, doesn't he?
Now, don't ever let me... Oh man, you got me acting up right now. Alright, don't ever let me catch you taking orders again, alright?
Okay. And he's like,
good boy.
You're just a normal person. You want to be normal? You want to have a normal bank account? You have a normal car?
God, dude, you want a normal bank account? Makes you, oh God.
Go ahead. Nobody will laugh at you when you're normal. No one's going to laugh at you. You'll fit right in. Good job. Good job. You fit right in.
You know what's funny is that I think in a weird roundabout way, he's saying don't blend in with the crowd, be your own person is kind of what he's trying to say, which I think even for normal people you can do, but exceptionally here, him saying that if people laugh at you, it means you're doing something better. Sometimes being the butt of the joke is not a good thing. Sometimes being abnormal is a reason that you are trying so hard to be a zebra amongst like horses. It's obnoxious. Like you're putting a giant spotlight on yourself to be like, am I special? Is there any more? There's nothing more insincere or someone who is so self-conscious about their place in life where they have to be so loud that they're distracting, and then when people have negative things to say about them, it's because they're jealous. So because I'm so unique and I'm so loud and I'm so crazy, you're not on my level. You don't understand who I am. But really, you're just a leech. You're a parasite on the fabric of this society. And that's why everybody is quote-unquote laughing at you. But really, they're not laughing. They're criticizing you. And there's a giant, giant difference between being in on the joke and criticizing someone for something that they're doing that is, for lack of better words, annoying, bad, and like I really have no other word for it. It's these little tactics too of him being like, oh, you want to be normal? Dude, all right, man, be normal. You want a house with a wife and a kid? Hey, no, you do you, man. You do you. You have enough money to live off of and you and your family live comfortably and you're very happy? All right, man. Are you a millionaire? No. Okay, well, you'd be a whole lot happier if you were.
How many cars do you sell a month?
I'm limited.
I don't even know what the hell that means. When you're here for 9.5 hours a day, how many cars do you sell right now?
One this month so far.
Okay, all right. There's no way you can be fulfilled as a man. I wish every one of you could just get angry when you're letting somebody down that believes in you.
Guys, I want you to form a hatred. Whenever you're feeling insecure about yourself and you're letting someone down, that's when you need to start cultivating rage, because rage translates to harmony. All right? Punch a couple holes in walls. When you get home, slap your wife around. Take it out on something. Build up that rage. Because when you start doing that, you'll become a monster and you'll want to fight that monster to become a better salesman.
There's no way you can be fulfilled as a man.
To say you're not fulfilled as a man is insane. You could definitely say you're not professionally fulfilled, because in all honesty, he probably isn't. He's at a sales seminar. He's there to get some help. But instead, you're not fulfilled as a man goes so much farther and belittles his character. It belittles him professionally, and it belittles like all insecurities he has as well. Because here's another thing. 9 times out of 10, a lot of these guys are going to say whatever he's wanting him to say. One, because it might be plants. Oh, Hunter's saying he's planning? I don't know, maybe. Are these verticals fabricated events for social media campaigns? I don't know, you didn't hear it from me. But also, if there was someone there was a stranger, a giant bulking man that you've paid to come see, because if you got up and left, that's money you've wasted, who's looking you right in the eyes. You're around all these other men who are staring you as well. You're kind of wanting probably this interaction to be done with as soon as possible, so I might as well just let him. I'm just gonna say what he wants to hear so this can just be done, because I'm so uncomfortable. Or you might be so insecure that he is brainwashing you and manipulating you into saying what he wants you to say, and then you believe him and give him money. So fucking tragic, man.
You know what it'll cost you if you don't get in shape? You think it's hard today when you're 30 pounds overweight? Wait for 2 years. Wait till you're 60, 100. Wait till you get a heart problem. Wait till the people who once thought you were attractive and believed and loved you give up on you because they say you don't love yourself. It's really hard for me to love you when you don't love you.
These are all just, like I should. You think it's hard right now when you're 30 pounds overweight? Give it 2 years. You'll be heavier. It's gonna be harder then. You think? Also, you're preaching about heart problems and stuff? Dude, how about all the fucking steroids and supplements you're putting in your body? I know that you look like a great god here, but guess what? All that shit that you're putting in, how does your heart feeling, dude? You're walking around giving a seminar and your fucking veins are about to pop out of your goddamn arm. You couldn't possibly be doing steroids, right? Well, dude, because you look so good right now, well, whenever you have a heart attack and you're not able to do all these steroids and you're a weak old man, are people even gonna love you then? Even if you're not doing steroids, whenever you're unable to keep lifting weights when you're older and you become a lot smaller, you're not as big and you're a weak old man, people probably stop loving you, right? Because people who loved you then, they're not gonna love you now because you're not as strong as you used to be. If you're a big fat bozo, no one's gonna love you right now because people are like, he doesn't take care of himself. There's no other qualities about him. It's only his looks. Look at him. Ew. Unironically, that's what my wife does to me. Andy Elliott, please, I need your help. I will starve myself. I will do steroids. I will become a car salesman if I have to. Please, Andy, please. But you know, him harping on this, the guy is obsessed with fitness. It's a part, it is a part of every sales tactic he has, is to belittle you, because I would say the majority of men, I'd love to know a percentage of even in the world, have a six-pack. And if you have a six-pack and you stand next to a guy who doesn't, who's gonna look better? So it's just like, well, I'm gonna listen to the guy with a six-pack, because every guy with a six-pack, he has his head on right. He's able to not eat carbs. And I love pasta. I must be a real piece of shit, huh?
You ever seen a fucking salesman drink energy drinks all day long? Well, bro, why are you drinking energy drinks all day long? If you were healthy, you wouldn't need an energy drink. Dude, if you had a big goal, if you had a big standard, you'd be so jacked up to hit that, you wouldn't even need an energy drink. But you're dead. You're trying to raise yourself up by fucking drinking energy drinks, dude. You're killing yourself. You get it?
Did you have a Red Bull? You're going to die! Dude, also, here's the thing. Let me tell you something. I'll tell you something right now. People look at me and they say, you're the luckiest guy on earth, right? Which I am. I am extremely lucky. I am always grateful for the position I'm in. But let me tell you, it does not matter what you do. You could be getting paid to do nothing, and that's your job. You could be a streamer. You could be a content creator. You could be a podcaster. No matter what you do, it's awesome for a little bit, but it will always turn into a job. So the idea to always perpetually be happy about this obligation, this thing that is paying, don't get me wrong, it's not a bad job, but it is a job at that. And people in time, it doesn't matter what you do, I swear to God, after a while you'll be like, I don't want to fucking do this today. You're gonna have one of those days because it's a job, and that's normal. Waking up every day hyper fixated and just being like, I can't wait to suck today's dick and sell as many cars as I can, feels unrealistic. And also, you shouldn't punish yourself for having negative emotions. That is that is like, I'm not even a fucking psychologist, and I can tell you right, that is the worst thing you can do. There are days where you can feel bad. You know why? Because you're a human being, and that's fine. Are you waking up and you feel a bit groggy? Have a Red Bull. I mean, my God, chug 4 of them? Probably not, but have have a fucking Red Bull, dude. Is it hard to get up in the morning and you feel like kind of like a piece of shit? That's fine. Work through it. Because guess what? Once you're able to accept these negative emotions and you're able to actually understand and be like, you know what? I am feeling kind of a bit shitty today. The sooner that you'll be able to process that and then move on. Because people are able to do that. And then as the day goes on, they're like, I'm feeling better. And you appreciate shit more, dude. This whole idea of just like, it has to be one way or the other, or scolding someone, you feel bad. You're fat and you feel bad, so you're a bad person. You gotta change right now. It's just, it's FOMO. Fear of missing out on this program, fear of yourself. It's just, it's manipulation.
I was making a couple million sitting there, and I looked in the mirror and I fucking hated me. I was disgusted. But everybody's telling me I made it. Then why the hell am I so fucking disgusted? Because they got it confused. Do you guys know you guys were put here and built to help other people? Today, when I leave, I'm gonna go change millions of lives. You are too.
Oh my God, man. All of this comment is so fucking true. Downplay a doctor and go sell a Kia. Keep saving those lives.
Then why the hell am I so fucking disgusted?
Probably because you're living a very facetious and very surface level life where I'm sure all you ever cared about was getting that $1 million. That's why you feel hollow and empty, because there's really no goal. You selfishly sold cars to people, which we're getting ready to get into that. And then now, because you did that, you probably feel guilt. You probably feel disgusted. You probably feel that just because you have a lot of money in your bank account, it doesn't equate to absolute and total happiness. Money is freedom. Money absolutely is freedom, but it is not purpose. It is not drive. Money is a fuel for your ambitions and your passions, and money can set you entirely free. But if the dollar is to be framed and put on your wall, it will do nothing for you. So to chase this dream about being like, I want to make $40 million, it doesn't mean dick. If you have no character, no self-respect, and you have no genuine interest in anything, his whole interest was just sales. So of course you're gonna wake up and you're gonna feel hollow one day, because even though you would change your goal of making $1 million, you're still doing monotonous garbage shit that is just in service to getting this little number a little higher. Also, God forbid you go see some kind of therapist about this. You know what I mean?
Do you guys know you guys were put here and built to help other people? Today, when I leave, I'm gonna go change millions of lives.
What the fuck are you talking about? Do you guys know that you were meant to have people buy things from you? You're here to help people. That should have transitioned to you saying, it's not a bad idea to get some mental help every once in a while. Seek a professional, have someone to talk to, rely on a family system, anything like that. But no, he isn't just a salesman. He's not a health guru. He's God, all right? He's here to be your daddy in every shape and form. He wants to emotionally manipulate you in the sales room, and then you follow him, and then he becomes your voice for every kind of decision you have to make in your life. Textbook cult shit. Is he forming a cult? I don't know if I'm gonna go that far, but it does feel that way. It feels like a cult leader. I'm gonna go change millions of lives. Okay, dude. Delusional bastard. Andy has a few controversies of his own. First off, he steals other people's content and success stories and reposts them as his own. Here's a little side-by-side of Andy Elliott and a guy named
Jocko Willink.
He also uses stock photos and manipulates them to paint a picture that he's wealthier than he actually is. I love this. The Elliott Group, no limits. It's the exact photo, but it's just a digitally painted thing. It's so funny. What a loser. He blatantly lies about it, and he also blatantly lies about his success numbers. That's a shocker, right? But this is where I wanted to build up his character here as being the elite manipulator, because there's one thing that is to take away from Andy Elliott, which is his giant controversy. When he was a used car salesman at Big Red Kia, indicted on charges for fraudulent loans, deceptive banking practices, and flat-out lies. He created this concept of something called King Cash, where they would falsify records saying the customer put down $1,500 on a car in cash when they did not. Banks would use this down payment as a backing for basis on a loan. After being caught confirming the fraud, he sold out all of his teammates and employees in a plea deal. Eddie, alpha shit, dude. That was out. That's king shit, man. King Cash. Big Red Kia. In exchange for agreement to testify against his co-workers, underlings, and boss, he received full immunity for financial crimes committed, including identity theft and forgery. And during the period of 2014 to 2019, his entire team was convicted of wire fraud conspiracy, forgery, and identity theft. Alpha. During the events of the fraud trial, a loan officer named Donna Mullins for Tinker Loans admitted to being harassed and threatened by Andy Elliott. Threats happened both over the phone and in person, or even at church. Go with God, Andy. Go with God. And in 2014, a lender was made aware of their fraudulent practices, and Chris Mays, Elliott's boss, emailed threats to the CEO of the lender to cease investigating. On page 61 of an expose with court document testimony, Andy was told to force Donna to keep her fucking mouth shut, and she did so. He threatened to expose her for being a whore. Classic, dude. Alpha fucking
insinuating she slept with many of the employees at the store. They spent whole days and workout sessions role-playing with one another, ways to pin blame on her, insinuating she was any way to discredit her as a person. But you know, you do have identity theft. They are big proponents of identity theft, which part of their loan process involved applications for loans that were submitted without customer knowledge. Portions of the loan proceedings were funneled off to illegitimate parts of the business, and fake documents were made in the customers' names. He would fake customers' pay stubs as well as fake customer utility bills, which is an actual court document thing here. A little back and forth here. The questionnaire said, so they were faking pay stubs? Yes, ma'am. What about utility bills? Every day. Yes, ma'am. Every day what? We would make utility bills because you would have to have two people and we would need to join them together sometimes. Which he also created a fictitious pawn shop where items were pawned as down payment for cars, but the items were never pawned. Okay, let's just go to the next one. What's this pawn item? A PlayStation 3 for $4,700. Fucking loser. God. Okay, how about the next one? A Flash programmer for $5,500. And the next one? This is a weed eater for $4,700. The next one? Ozark Trail outdoor equipment. Looks like a tent. It's a tent for $6,000. Which, I love that. A PS3 that was pawned for $4,700. A weed eater for $4,700. And an Ozark tent for $6,000. So good. He also used bribery and manipulation against Tinker Loans employee Donna Mullins. He met the individual at his church during Bible study and found out that she was desperate for money because alphas can smell the blood from a mile away, dude. He's a shark in the water. As soon as there's blood, he goes wild, all right? And as soon as there's a helpless woman who's like, I'm really in need of cash, he's like, what'd you say? You said you need cash? I can help you get cash. Then he paid her in cash with the expectation that she would review and handle loans for Big Red and Norman Mitsubishi, aka he was a loan shark. And he gave her money and he said, you're going to approve every loan that we send you. And in her desperation, she's probably like, all right. She was asked to resign because it was discovered she was taking money from Andy Elliott. And Big Red, owned by Andy's boss, hired her as the finance manager. That's weird. I wonder why. That's okay. Well, there you go. Earlier in this document, we made it very clear that Andy boasted that he made $720,000 after tax, after Social Security and everything, in 1 year selling cars, when the entire basis of that achievement and that thing that is his center proof to being a great salesman was that he was manipulating fraudulent loans, giving people who never had a chance to actually buy the cars, giving them fake down payments for the cars for the loans, and was able to boost up his own car sales. There's probably bonuses involved in doing that as well. And yeah, it's easy to probably rack up $1 million in sales whenever you're just lying, doing illegal shit. And that is the crux of everything Andy is. He's a manipulator. He's a person who is out to prey on people who are insecure, people who are looking for answers. It is a cult. He is trying to run a cult, and he is doing it in a way that is run like an insane man on social media. Andy is not the only man doing this. There are hundreds, I mean, probably thousands of people doing this kind of stuff. There are whole camps and programs dedicated to you going out there and training with them and doing all kinds of stuff. And it's just got to be said that if you ever come across this, and if you're ever insecure in your life, get some actual mental help. Know that you are loved by many and that you do not need to dump your money into a false prophet, savior-esque man who will give you nothing in return but manipulation and heartache. I'm telling you. This man is a fucking snake in the tall grass. Watch out for him. And if there's anything to take away at all from this video, it's for the love of God, don't fall in the hands of an alpha male influencer. Take care, everyone. See you next time.